Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, right back after an epic 3-hour and 20-minute show with Chuck Dixon and Brett Smith. We are now back live with Mr. Ty Beard. How are you, my friend?
Doing good. How you doing, man?
Oh, well, as you know, I'm just tuckered out, but I'm doing great. I'm happy to be on the show. Last night I was too tired to do a show.
Yes, stream. I was on time, so it is Nick's fault.
Oh,
Sorry.
100%. You
Yeah.
guys honestly think it's anyone else's fault at this point when the show starts late?
I think they were giving me the benefit of the doubt, but I wanted to be clear on that.
Okay,
So,
well, it's always my fault, and if I ever say it isn't my fault, it's because I'm lying to blame the other person. But but yeah, man, I see you have new digs. There's not like a chair and a cat and a whole room behind you. There's
no. My lovely bride has built me a study in our here at Stately Beard Manor, and so I've got a big mighty piece of furniture behind me with all gaming and books and all that kind of crap. I even have a drawer full of dice. Oh, listen, I mean, come on, everybody's got to have one of these.
That
Can you see this? Is that not epic or what?
Unrealistically embarrassing amount of dice.
Well, you and the Frog God guys dragged me out of the closet, so now I'm, I am who I am.
I is who I is, and who I is now out of the closet. So when will you be collaborating with Milo? No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke.
Yeah, well, Milo would be a hell of a good role player, don't you think?
Oh God, maybe.
I mean, you'd never. Well, you'd have to be a game master, kind of like I am, where you just sort of roll with it, because he would totally disrupt every every planned adventure and encounter.
Yeah, but, yeah, and you'd also have to have like let's see, like fresh lobster topped with caviar, sitting around the game table.
Your Uncle Paul is that way. He's a disruptive kind of player. He just does stuff, and I just go with it.
Yeah, I imagine he is.
Yeah. It's hard for me to envision a campaign without him, because it just makes it so much easier.
Yeah. Oh man. So we've got a couple things that I wanted to talk about. And always like having you on the show in general, but some stuff recently has happened, and I wanted to kind of get your take. I think some other people did. One of them is, of course, we had the 1-year anniversary of the hearing, which was I covered kind of a recap of the Vic case the other day, and talked about the hearing and just kind of my observations of just how awkward the whole thing was.
It was, yeah, it was memorable, to say the least.
So I figured, it's been a year. Maybe we could just kind of revisit the hearing a little bit.
Sure.
And of course, one of the people involved in the suit has been fulfilling a descent into madness on Twitter, is one way to describe it. And he may have broken a rule of civil procedure in Texas.
I think he probably has. Yeah. Well, we're gonna certainly. I mean, assuming we get the result that we anticipate from the appeals court, I think I'm going to notice the mediator for deposition, because.
So
yeah.
Well, I wanted to talk.
So I want to thank that person for waiving what is almost an utter and complete privilege. I look forward to getting into, his conversations with the mediator in a deposition, not hearsay, party admission.
Right. So, that would be pretty interesting to find out, what was going on there. But so I want to talk to you. We'll kind of recap the Vic case a little bit, kind of get impressions, 18 months out from from when this mess all started. And then
It's hard to believe it's been that long, isn't it?
yeah,
I
well,
mean,
it's been quite a ride. We'll talk about the privilege stuff. Because, for the audience sake, what does privilege mean? What is the mediation privilege? What's it look like? And then we'll go ahead and kind of cover that. And then I think we could move on to talking about some other topics that I have. I've got the Sophie case, which is there in Texas.
Yeah.
Because that's uplifting. So
yeah, that's a very disturbing case.
Right. So I figured we'd talk about that. I've got some other just little things too, and we can maybe talk about stuff that is fun as well. That might be allowed.
With a certain sense of dread, I agree.
Oh no! I thought we could talk about some culture stuff that's going on, like Cuties. Cuties, the Netflix show, is a big.
Oh yeah. That's.
See, I'm already looking forward to the discussion based on that reaction, because that is you have hit the nail on the head already. Just inherently figured out this is disgusting.
Yeah. There's some disturbing. Yeah, there's some disturbing things going on.
So I thought we'd talk about that. And who knows wherever else it goes is fine. And if you have anything you want to bring up, of course, we can just have a relaxing stream chatting about relaxing things like abuse and Me Too, and
it has been a crazy year, hasn't it?
It's getting wilder by the minute. I think we got to get out of this quarantine before people are just building Asherah poles and sacrificing children to Baal and Moloch in the open.
I was listening to someone talk about, I can't remember who it was, but they were talking about just the impediment that masks cause on communication. I never really thought of this. I don't like them because you can't see someone's face. You can't judge, a lot of times how someone smiles or frowns is an integral part of their communication. You can't see any of that. And in particular, you can't see my utter annoyance and disgust of having to wear a mask, which is, but one guy said, people subconsciously tend to look at your mouth at a speaker's mouth, and that helps them understand what the speaker is saying.
Oh man. In my house where I feel bad because I keep bitching to the stream, and I don't mean to, but it's what's going on in my daily life, and you guys are my coworkers, so you get the luxury of being ruined by my stories. But you
tell them so you don't have to kill anyone.
Exactly. Yeah. So I had the flooding in my house that they're working on, and there's one guy who comes to my house every day and doesn't really do anything. He's like, I guess he's like a QA site guy. He comes out and makes sure that someone else did something, which is very efficient. But he's a guy, he's young. He seems young to me anyway, I don't know. And he is very soft-spoken. And he wears a mask. And we've got these giant fans blowing, being loud everywhere I talk to him. And with the mask on, I can't understand a word he says. Because if he had the mask off, I could watch his lips move and also put it together with the few sounds that do come through. But instead, I'm like, I told him today, I'm like, go outside so I can hear you.
So get away from me so you can take the stupid mask off and let's, Well, yeah. And of course, I think we talked about this on last time I was on your show, but I think, masks make it difficult to get comfortable with someone.
Yes.
And a whole lot of business, a whole lot of a lot of things get done based on, person to person rapport, and masks are a problem. So I think there's a low level mental illness issue that this situation is, and it may not be that low level anymore, but
could you imagine the in-person sales with masks on? Like, you can't sell anything.
Well, just meeting a client. The first
Yeah.
thing I do when a new client comes in, and they're all masked up, is I walk out, no mask, and I say, "Look, I'll sit away from you if you need me to, but you don't have to." And the funny thing is, like, "Oh God, thank you," and they rip the masks off. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like,
Oh, nobody
yeah,
likes it. It's a
yeah.
grudging acceptance of the thing. For us, when we drove down to Florida, drove back, and down in the South, you get the impression that no one really cares about the masks. But Illinois, everything closes at 8:30. And I mean everything.
Well,
Gas stations close at 8:30.
well, the blue states are desperately trying to defeat Trump by committing economic suicide, which
Yeah.
that's one strategy.
it's it's a weird way to do it, but I guess. But yeah,
By the way, I
so
saw something today. I haven't confirmed it, but apparently Governor Cuomo is threatening to raise taxes on New York City unless the feds bail him out. And I'm going, wait a minute. He's trying the Sheriff Bart gambit from Blazing Saddles again.
yeah.
Hold it, the next man move.
Yeah.
but Cuomo's an idiot. Sheriff Bart wasn't. And of course, Blazing Saddles is a movie, not real life. So that's yeah. If Trump wins, and you heard it here first, I think it's almost certain that he's going to. If all the normal rules apply, what are those people going to say to their citizens? We destroyed our state, we ruined your lives, we ruined everything because Orange Man bad, and we failed.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard not to ridicule them for 4 solid years.
I don't think it'll be. Well, no. Yeah, it will be very difficult to not do that. Yeah, I think
yeah,
so.
I'm gonna, I'd have to dig deep on on my moral compass on that one. It'd be like, can I trade some other sins off because I got to do this?
But so for me though, it's the little things about the mask stuff that I didn't think about until we did this drive. It's when you stop at a gas station and you got to get 5 kids into a bathroom and you have to put a mask on all 5 of them. And then, so like every stop just got tripled in time. I know it sounds really easy. It's like, oh, you just put a mask on, it takes 2 seconds.
Oh no one's ever had kids who would say that.
Right. Yeah. If you have like any kids under 10, especially,
I would say it probably squares the difficulty level.
yeah, because if you got a teenager, they can just keep their stupid mask with them and they'll probably, be fine. But if you got a kid under 10, they will somehow lose that mask in a different state than you were even driving.
Yeah.
And you're like, where's your mask? What mask? The mask. Do you wear it every stop? Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Yeah. And you got, come here.
Yeah.
You've got all the normal parenting, chaos and carnage of moving that many kids around. And then you add the necessity to mask up on top of it. And
I'll tell you guys, it already takes you think about your own stop to go to the bathroom on a road trip. 25 seconds. Like you get out and you go to the bathroom, you wash your hands real quick and you get back in the car and you drive. You might grab a pack of Skittles and make it 35 seconds. With kids, it's always at least 10 minutes, probably closer to 20.
Oh yeah.
And
well, I can't imagine. I mean, I had 2 kids and they were far enough apart in age that Brianna could manage Brittany when Brittany was young. So I can't imagine 5 especially as clumped together age-wise as yours are. Good grief.
Well, and then there's this. We're driving down,
and you do know they're all going to be teenagers at about the same time too, right?
You shut your mouth.
Okay. Sorry.
We're
want you to be prepared.
we're on the way down, and once you leave Minnesota and Wisconsin, basically, if you're on an interstate, there's always a Cracker Barrel within 15 minutes of you. But you got to get out of Minnesota and Wisconsin for that. So once you hit Illinois, start getting south of Chicago, there's a Cracker Barrel every 15 minutes. We tried to stop at a Cracker Barrel in the middle of Illinois. And I walk in, I'm like, hey, can I get a table? Yeah, how many people? 7. No, I have to give you 2 tables. What? Well, we can only seat 6 at a table. And I was like, they're all mine though. Like it's my wife and my kids. Like, yeah, do you want to sit at one table with some kids and your wife at the other? No. No, I
No.
just want to sit at one table. And so we just got back in the car and drove 3 exits to the next Cracker Barrel. And they let us in just fine. But it was so dumb. It's like, it's another one of those
No, no,
things.
the stupid quotient in all this is crazy. If you reread 1984, there's some interesting little things in that 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 map to today. I don't know if you remember, but the government in 1984, one of the things that they did was they constantly imposed shortages of everyday goods on the people, just to jack with them, just to break them down, just to keep them compliant. You know, razor blades one month. It was some other article of toiletries or whatever. And this is the kind of crap that's going on. What is fascinating to me is nobody's even pretending anymore. You're getting actual officials in blue states saying on the record, or at least on camera, or being recorded, oh yeah, the day after the election, when this is all over, we're going to do blah blah blah. And if I lived in a state where my political class destroyed my livelihood out of some insane desire to defeat anyone, and then failed to do it,
That's the
well,
real gamble.
that's the crazy thing here is that, I mean, I want to find out how you make money convincing Democrats that the American people are actually going to blame the president for a Chinese pandemic. I mean,
how dare you call it a Chinese pandemic?
Well, yeah. But I mean, seriously, it's like, how do you convince adults that that's plausible and presumably make money at it? We're wasted, Nick.
I have no idea how to do it. I need to figure it out, because if I can do that, I can sell lots of good things.
Well, basically all you got to do is come up with something that a 5-year-old would think is absurd and just tell the political class that it's a good idea. And apparently,
I have to make an announcement, a housekeeping announcement. This has been a problem on every channel today. YouTube mobile is having issues. If you are trying to watch the stream on YouTube mobile, you will likely have pauses and hiccups in your stream. If you watch it on a desktop, I'm hearing that nothing's wrong, but YouTube mobile is having problems, guys. So I do see a couple people in the chat mentioning that there's issues with the stream. It's actually the YouTube mobile is stupid. So I do apologize for Susan. YouTube is too busy virtue signaling to fix their shit. And yeah. I don't know. On my end, bitrate's good, upload's good, everything's fine here. So it's on YouTube's end, and they're just
the stream's good here. I've got a mobile device. I haven't opened it, but why should that matter? I mean,
it's
I don't even know why I bother asking the question.
Well, the YouTube web team is different than the YouTube app team, and and when you think about it, it doesn't make sense when you first think about it, but it does later. I mean, they're just different animals. Sure. And a
lot of the functionality is built into browsers, while the app team has to build it into the app, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a coder, but I do know that they are two separate teams that work simultaneously and in tandem. But that's why features on you'll get a feature on the mobile app that's actually cool, and it'll eventually matriculate over into a browser, and then vice versa. And
the iOS YouTube app is crap. Unfortunately, the browser Safari, the browser with the basic browser with iOS, doesn't behave very well with YouTube on the browser either. So it's just it's a crap experience.
Yeah.
You can't do, just the simple doing the @ sign to tag someone is an order of magnitude difficult. You can't search. Like if I go to your channel, Nick, I can't search your videos on the mobile app. I can do it on the desktop app.
Yeah.
But not on the iOS app. It is nowhere to be found. And it's that's pretty basic functionality, I would think.
The tagging on the mobile app is infuriating because if you want to
Yeah.
respond to people, you have to like type at and then every character of their name, and then I don't know if it even tags them when you do it.
I don't think it does, because usually when I participate on the stream, people are constantly saying, "You type app," and I'm going, iOS, leave me alone. Just
It's Android too.
yeah,
on Google's own operating system, you can't tag on mobile. By on the desktop, you type at and then you start typing letters and it pops in names and you just pick the one, right? But on mobile, it doesn't work that way, even on their own thing. So
yeah. Of course, the stream is telling me that Apple is trash. Well, unfortunately, years ago, Beard and Harris decided to standardize all mobile devices and stuff on Apple. At the time, the iPad had just come out, and it was really cool. And yeah,
I
so.
got my new phone right here.
Hey,
This is
look at
a
that.
Surface Duo. Check this out.
Is that
So,
even vaguely useful?
yeah, I'm actually really enjoying it so far.
Okay. Okay.
There's some here now that I'm not doxing my notifications.
Yeah.
There's having the two screens is pretty cool. It's not you have to frame yourself properly. It's some people want it to like open up and be a tablet. It's not good at that because there's a big ass gap right in the middle of your screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's for using it's for kind of multitasking and having things on both screens or using it in book form. What I love about it for YouTube live streams especially is if you do it in the portrait mode like this or whatever, you'll have your top window be the video and the bottom will actually be the live chat, and you don't have the chat actually on your screen, which is really
cool.
That's cool. That's actually really cool. But the other thing is it's only this thick, which
that doesn't appear to be very thick.
I have a Pixel 4 that I was using, and this is like a millimeter thicker than a Pixel 4. It's about as thick as an iPhone. It's crazy.
Oh wow, that is crazy.
Yeah.
That's well, of course, with me, phones are a little different because I use an iPad constantly, so I don't do a lot of the things that normal people do on phones. My wife, she does Facebook and she browses the interwebs and all that kind of stuff on her phone. Me, I would love to have just a very small device that you could make phone calls on, and that's it.
This is a weird one to make phone calls on. I had the problem the other day because the speaker, your handset is on this side, and so you're supposed to open it up, and then you've got the phone. But I opened it up and I had it the other way, and I'm like yelling at the person. I'm like, "Why can't I hear you very well?" So because the earpiece is over there, so it takes some getting used to. But I'm enjoying it so far, and the thing I haven't played around with it much, but it integrates Office really well because it's Microsoft. That's why they built it for enterprise use, which of course I'm not in enterprise, but so it's got the Microsoft productivity is the focus of it. But I do look forward to playing with that a little more.
Yeah, my eldest has a Surface. She's really happy with, and a couple of lawyer buddies have. I'm kind of invested in the iOS ecosystem, and transitioning out of that would be just more trouble than I would care to spend.
Yeah, you'd have to start injecting yourself with testosterone so you could transition away from being an Apple.
Well, there's no need to get like that.
But anyway,
that's a weird thing. I was a Mac user way back when Macs first came out, and then I transitioned away from Macs because when I went to law school, because basically the Mac versions of LexisNexis software was crap, and of course no law firms actually used Macs.
No.
And Windows 95 came out, which was the first actually usable operating system. But before Windows 95. Windows was not an operating system; it was a DOS shell. An old word for
Windows 3.2 was
it
beautiful.
was literally just a shell.
Oh, great.
And if you if you tried to use it like an operating system, you'd be going, how do I open a file? Where are the folders? I mean, anyway. Uh, but then I mean, I told you the story of how I got an iPhone, didn't I?
No.
Okay. Well, all right. So
Did you
way back
steal
in
it
the,
from a homeless guy or something?
pretty much, yeah. No, way back in the before time when, even before the iPhone, when cell phones became quite the raging thing, I hated them. I still don't really like them very much, but I mean, I really hated them. And so, clients would get on my ass about, well, don't you have a cell phone? No, I don't have a cell phone. Don't want a cell phone. Don't need no cell phone. Don't want a cell phone. Don't have a cell phone. You know, and
Yeah.
so a very good client and a very close friend now calls me up one day and he says, calls me at the house and he says, can you get Tori to listen in on the call? I said, sure. I go, okay, so what's up? He goes, well, I'm going to put you and Tori on our company cell phone plan. You have unlimited minutes, and I'm even going to send you an iPhone. This was right after the iPhones came out. It was, they were hard to get, they were very expensive, and they were all, and all you got to do is promise that you'll carry it with you and you'll answer it. And I said, you ruthless bastard. Because my wife had stars in her eyes. I'm going to get an iPhone. I went, man, now that's fighting dirty. So,
yeah. Oh, so
yeah.
So that's how you got roped into Apple is they targeted the female.
Yeah.
And they win.
Well, it wasn't Apple. It was a client, but I mean, he had
I
gotten
know,
so aggravated at me for not having a cell phone that he just,
No, but
how do you turn down? Again, nowadays, all that stuff, everything's so much cheaper now. But in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, cell phone plans were expensive.
Just like the serpent. Tempted with an apple. Okay. That was funny.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah,
that was funny.
I'll have to mention that to that guy. I'm going to say he comes to Tyler every so often. We smoke cigars and talk about the old days and kind of stuff. I'll remind him of that. Yes, he tempted. Yes, used an apple. I never thought of that. But yeah. Anyway, that was just utterly ruthless. And I stayed on his plan until we sold his company, like in 2010 or something.
Sure. Yeah.
So,
no, it's I think right now Microsoft is what Apple was doing when they created the iPod. I've thought that for a couple years now, and really, like with the Surface line of products, Microsoft looks a lot less like Microsoft and a lot more like Apple when they were innovating. And Apple looks like they're stagnating to me.
Apple, when they brought Steve Jobs back, I remember, talking about with friends and stuff. And my comment on Steve Jobs was, he's an absolute straight running lunatic, but he's also an actual visionary. He's batshit crazy, but he is a visionary. He gets things. And I remember when they announced the iPod, and I was like, oh, great. This is the big product that Apple's going to do, an MP3 player. Even then, you could buy those things at Walmart.
Yeah, but did you see one?
Oh, my God, yes. And so they made that thing, and they sold the hell out of it. And I was like, okay. Next thing I know, I hear they're coming out with a cell phone.
Yeah.
And I'm going, you've got to be kidding me. A cell phone? Geez, come on, Apple. I mean, everybody, and the iPhone. Right. So the third device, the iPad, they're coming out with a tablet. I'm going, oh, it'll be the greatest product in the universe. Why do you say that? Because I was dead wrong about the previous two.
And iPads are really great. I don't have one. I don't have one. My kids all get one when they get to a certain age because they're really cool tools and toys for kids. But I just don't ever. I'm not ever sitting around to use a tablet. So I used to have a tablet and a phone, and then I just decided to get a phone that was big enough to be enough of a tablet.
Yeah. Well, Apple even innovated that. The trend in cell phones was getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and Apple comes along and says, "We're going to make a big fat iPhone." It's like,
yeah.
Why would you want a big fat iPhone until? With the Retina display and everything, all of a sudden you can.
And then the Koreans came in and they're like, "I will raise you a Galaxy Note, and it's going to be even bigger." And
Yeah.
and I'm like, yeah, give me a phone the size of a boombox from the 80s. So I'm like, this,
Yeah.
I want
Yeah.
it.
Well, just wait long enough. But yeah,
Well,
but yeah, I use the iPad constantly every day for almost all of my consumption of media.
mhm.
And, there may be devices that do better, but of course, I have a very innovative upgrade strategy. I've ever told you about my super secret upgrade strategy. I'm
No.
really rough on mobile devices. I mean, really rough. And we have enough people at Beard and Harris, and we provide iDevices to our people so that this is somewhat camouflaged. But basically, I'm going to destroy my iPad about every 6 months. In
Sure.
fact, the last time I destroyed one was over Christmas when I was on your show.
You
Uh,
destroyed an iPad on air?
well, no, but I was, I was on your show, did the iPad thing, went into the bedroom, went to bed, laid the pad on the thing, and it fell and cracked the screen.
Oh,
So,
yep.
but the thing is, I don't destroy them right after I get them. I wait until the model is no longer being made, and we have insurance. And so the insurance has to upgrade me to the next model. I haven't bought a new iPad in like 8 years. Well, I'll take that back. That's not true. We had to buy one time because they said we're going to cancel the insurance if you make a claim.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It was like, okay, yeah. How long do we have to go? Well, you got to go another 6 months because you're killing us. You're single-handedly you're going to bankrupt us.
Yeah, because personal property insurance, it's like $6 a month, and it'll cover like 10 grand.
Yeah, I mean, they're just but Greg, our IT guy, one of the first things he did was he bought insurance on all the mobile devices, and I was like, that's kind of expensive. And he goes, not at the rate you destroy stuff.
Right.
He said, we'll come out ahead just on the stuff you destroy. The replacement cost of one device will pay for a year's worth of insurance on everybody. Seems unkind. I mean, it's true, but
But so I my uncle, not the ones the other uncle on the other side of the family, he worked for Apple forever. And so I remember he came to a family Christmas one time, and he had an Apple Newton.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, it was the Palm, but it was the Palm Pilot like 3 years before Palm came out.
Yeah. And if only it had worked.
Yeah. And but he showed me this thing, and that was when I was like, this is amazing. That was sci-fi at the time, right?
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah.
you could write a letter and it would make the letter look better. Like after you wrote it, it would soften the lines and stuff.
Well, they had text recognition, which actually they spoofed that on an episode of The Simpsons. There was an episode of The Simpsons where Bart tells the nerdy kid, whatever his name is, to make a note of something on his Newton, and he writes it on the Newton, and when it does the text recognition, it's just complete gibberish.
But it's funny because it didn't work great. But when you think about it, was the only thing that even came close to trying that.
Oh yeah,
and it was so innovative. And so he shows us this thing, and we're like, "Wow, this is cool." And then I never heard of it again because it just tanked. But then the next thing he came to Christmas with was I don't remember what year it was. It was the iPod before it launched.
Oh wow!
And so he brought an iPod. I don't know if I shouldn't say it was Christmas. I think it was, but depending on the launch window, I don't remember. But he's like, "This is what's coming out next," and he was showing us, that wheel.
Oh yeah, the wheel.
And we were just like,
"Oh my God!"
Because I had an MP3 player, and it was like this big, and it was like the real player, and
and it had buttons and shit, and
it was made by Diamond.
That's the thing that Apple.
You could put music onto it, but you couldn't take music off of it because they were worried about stealing. So you could, because they're like, oh, if you could just take music off of it, you could just take it to another computer.
Yeah. No, it's hard. I bought an
Diamond Rio. Yeah, that's it.
Diamond Rio. Yes, I bought. I had a couple of MP3 players before, but I bought an iPod pretty early on, and it's really hard. Again, if you've grown up with these mobile devices, it's hard to appreciate it. But Apple redefined what a phone was, what an MP3 player was, and for that matter, what a tablet was. I've got an ancient. I need to dig that thing out. I've got it somewhere. I've got an ancient PC from about 2002. Okay, and it's got a stylus on it and everything. It's about an inch thick.
Yeah.
It's a big old slab thing. In fact, I remember I took that to a client's office one time and was taking notes on it, and it froze up. And the client looks at me and goes, "You didn't lose all my stuff, did you?" And I went, "No." And I never took that thing back again.
Yeah. You lost every single thing you wrote down. Know it.
Actually, but I mean, but it was just the alarm on the client's face. I was like, okay, enough of that. But yeah, I mean, the iPad redefined what a tablet would look like. And the idea of being able to browse by just, swiping across a touch screen, that was magical when it came out.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, but the thing is, you're right. They haven't innovated anything since then. The iPad was the last disruptive product they've come out with.
Yeah, they tried to innovate with the MacBook Air, but then all laptops ended up getting thin, and they didn't do anything new with the MacBook Air. It's like, oh, it's just a low powered thin laptop. It's like, well, a bunch of people are trying to do that.
That off the shelf hardware could do that, but I mean they tried the large iPad, which I never could quite. I got a friend who's an Apple engineer, and he uses it, but I mean he works for Apple, so. But I mean I never could. I mean the one thing I always liked about the iPad is, and it's one of the. I don't know if it's still the case now, but at one time it was the only device. The iPad has the aspect ratio of a sheet of 8.5 by 11 paper, which makes it much easier to use in portrait mode because you're not giving up a lot of real estate on the side. Almost every other slate out there has the HD widescreen aspect ratio, and it's worthless when you use it in portrait mode, and in landscape mode, part of the screen's not being used. So I mean, this was an incredibly innovative product, but they haven't done anything since then. And goodness, the iPad came out about 2010?
God, I don't even remember.
It's been a good while.
Yeah.
In fact, that same client, the one that gave me the phone, he came to my office. So he, like I said, he comes down periodically. He came to my office. He had just gotten him one. And I oohed and awed, and then we just went on to Best Buy and I bought one.
Yeah.
Because it was why put it off?
That's how, but see, and I see Microsoft right now doing things that Apple was doing. And like the Surface tablets are really phenomenal computers.
That's what everybody says.
They're not tablets. And if you think you're buying, like maybe the low power Surfaces or whatever, but the Surface Pros, man, you buy them, you're buying a PC that is just tiny, and they've got
Brown bought her a Surface Pro. It's I don't tend to like to use laptops again because of my aforementioned I'm rough on them.
Yeah.
So I would rather have a powerful desktop just everywhere that I might want to use a computer.
Yeah. It's well, I used my Surface Pro for a long time as my work computer, and I had a docking station at my office. And so I'd get there and I'd dock in my Surface, and then I'd have the big monitors. But when I had to go to a client's place or whatever, or go to court, I just brought my Surface with me. I had all my notes, and unless you had a really dickish judge, they didn't really mind if you pulled up your, if you had this tablet out and had all your documents on there.
Yeah, that's and that's something that the iPad is not very good at. There's file management. The basic file management you get with Windows brings with it a lot of functionality. They finally added a file manager to the iOS system, but it's still pretty crappy.
Yeah.
It really is pretty much a consumption device, a media consumption device. Producing media, or for that matter, even pulling it up in a hurry is problematic.
Yeah.
There's some good apps. I have a real good PDF app that I use called Goodreader, but it's still, I can find stuff a lot easier on my PC.
Sure. All right. Well, we've been talking about tech for a long time.
Oh yeah. Well,
let me read some.
You get old and decrepit, just kind of go off.
Let me read some of these chats, and then let's talk about the Vic stuff, and then
Okay.
we'll move on. Bad Vibe says, "Hello, Mr. Beard. Welcome back. The Peanut Gallery
Howdy.
missed you."
Thank
Nick,
you.
Nick, do try and get him in trouble. I mean, try not to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
So
Thank
Ty,
you for the vain attempt to keep me out of the doghouse.
I was
Appreciate that.
thinking in that note, I was thinking we should go through this article from the Los Angeles Times. It's called it's Meet the Woman Fighting Against Fat Shaming in Hollywood.
That too, Nick. Yeah, I'd love to talk about that. Well, unfortunately for you, I'm not drinking whiskey tonight. So
Mr. Armageddon says, "Hey, Nick and Ty, soon I will be getting a bottle of Glenfiddich 12-year-old single malt Scotch whiskey. Have any
Nice.
of you tried it before?" Yep.
Yep.
I have one
when
somewhere.
I used to drink Scotch, I like Glenlivet, but I also like Glenfiddich. That's how you say it, right?
Yeah. Yes, it's Glenfiddich, I think. A
Fiddich,
hard k.
Fiddich. It's probably
my grandfather loved Glenfiddich.
yeah.
And I actually got a 21-year Glenfiddich from his estate. So there you go. That was great. It was very good. I still have the bottle.
You had an executor that was favorably disposed to you.
No, it's a good one. I like Glenfiddich just fine. I don't usually go out and buy it because nowadays I haven't been buying Scotch lately because they put an import tax on it and jack the price of like every bottle up $15 to $25.
Oh wow.
But yeah, it's so lately I've just been buying bourbons like this. I got this High West whiskey, which is good.
I've shifted over to bourbon almost exclusively. I'll drink vodka. I do like screwdrivers and like Grey Goose or Tito's, either one for vodka. But I'm pretty much turned into just about an exclusive bourbon drinker for hard liquor.
You got to find yourself one of these.
What is that? Peg leg porker.
12-year peg leg porker. Hard to find.
Well, I'm going to a client / buddy's house tomorrow, and we're going to. I call it our periodic preemptive COVID treatments. We smoke cigars because it's a well-known fact that cigar smokers don't get COVID.
Right. Yeah. No, that Fauci said that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. No, actually, all kidding aside, that really was a thing early on. The French found out that smokers were statistically very unlikely to get COVID, but you can understand why the medical profession didn't really want to highlight those findings. Yeah. And it wasn't the nicotine either. So that would imply that there was something in the smoke. But everybody needs to start smoking to avoid COVID. I don't know if that would be the message. But no, I mean, it was like an order of magnitude lower the infection rate.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, wait, was it? You said this was the French?
Yeah.
Okay, you can't trust any smoking information from the French.
Right, because they're all smokers.
Yeah. We give cigarette to baby. We do not care.
Yes. We are not the ones that smoke the Camels without the filters. Filters are such wussy things,
Exactly. Okay, Dominus Ex Machina says, "Here's $20 to aid Primarch's Beard and Mignana in their crusade against the ruinous powers served by War Master Lemoyne and his Consluts Astartes." Thank you for that. Nova Zero says,
"Oh boy,
Ty, are you superstitious like so many role players? Would you freak out if other people touched your dice? I couldn't care less. Meddle with your D6 rolls and brushed off their cursed luck."
I have no. I mean, I've got a drawer full of dice. Okay, does that drawer look like I care who touches? Yeah, I'm not. No,
I'm gonna come to your house and lick every one of those dice.
I probably would object to that. But
you won't even know it happened. You'll be like, "Oh, hey, I got to go over here for a second," and then
what's this funk on my dice? Bring the disinfectant.
Sakaki Onsai says, "Good evening, counselor. You're looking cleaner than normal." Is that me or is that Ty? Can you say what the absolute frel is going on with your Texas judges? Oh, is for you, and why they are abnormally screwed up in the head. Also, would you ever take a judge's position?
Last question first, not a chance. First of
Why?
all, I wouldn't take the pay cut. Second of all, spending all day long listening to lawyers' posture, I would, I would go do something else for a living. I've had clients actually approach me to run for judge, and I'm like, oh God, no. It's just not. I'm not wired for that job. I don't know what's going on. One thing that has been happening in Texas, and I assume it's probably happening everywhere, is we have had a generational change, or at least we're in the process of a generational change. We've got a whole new influx of judges, of 40 something, in some cases 30 something judges. Now, for the most part, they've turned out to be pretty good. But you get something like the Sophie case or certain other cases that we won't necessarily identify. Um, you know, you have to wonder. But the thing about judges, and we were going to talk about this anyway, there's nothing magical about being a judge. I mean, uh, in my opinion, if you run for judge, it probably means you weren't quite as successful at being a lawyer, because you're going to take a pay cut. Um, I don't know of any judges, frankly, that were known to be just fantastic lawyers before they became judges. Now, the funny thing is, I know several judges who weren't particularly good lawyers who turned out to be very good judges.
Right.
Go figure
It's a
that.
different. It's a different skill set.
Yeah. But just because you win an election or get an appointment doesn't suddenly make you wise. And I'm a fan of electing judges for the sole reason that does give you some ability to hold them accountable. It's imperfect and it doesn't always work, but I think appointed judges, that's just a disaster.
What about the Supreme Court, though? Would you?
Well, I'm a wild-eyed radical on that. I would make them run for office because
No,
they're at
I
a
meant
point now.
would you accept? Like, let's say I get
Oh, me?
elected
Oh, yeah.
president in my write-in campaign.
Oh,
And so,
sure. Well, yeah. I
when,
mean, if you were to appoint me to the Supreme Court, yeah, I'd
okay.
do that. I'd do that just to go through the hearing with the Senate. Because I would do it at a very different tone, let's say, than the typical nominee. By the way, did you see that Trump released his list of Supreme Court
Did he finally
nominees?
do it? He hadn't done it last I checked.
I heard.
Oh
I
wait,
didn't see
no.
the list,
I heard
but yeah,
he put Cruz and Cotton
yes.
on there.
You heard me say that years ago that Cruz would be he'd be a much better Supreme Court justice than he is a senator. He's a good senator. I don't, he's gotten better at the Senate thing, but Cruz is a brilliant legal mind.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, he's even far left loon professors at Harvard go, oh yeah, he's the smartest student we ever had. I mean,
Yeah, I would I think he'd make
yeah.
a great, if he's not going to run in 2024, I think he'd be a great Supreme Court judge.
He's got a thing. I like Ted a lot. Of his dad's really cool, but there's something about him that he doesn't resonate with women.
No, that's
Very
because
well.
he murdered all of them.
Yeah, I guess so.
He used to just kill them and leave cryptic notes. That's why he doesn't resonate with women.
Well, the beard has helped.
Yeah.
The beard has helped. But I knew several conservative women who were very bright ladies who just said, "I don't like him," and I was like, "Why?" I just don't like him.
Yeah.
And I mean, they never could. But it was a common enough occurrence. And Ted barely eked by in 2018. Beta did a hell of a lot better than he should have. Of course, that was a funky election anyway. You had
and Cruz was recovering from Trump branding 2 years prior. That I think, and that fight really hurt him. I think with his base,
it was unwise of Ted to fight the fight that he did with Trump.
Yeah,
because the thing about Trump is, and this is you can test this hypothesis by just looking at the evidence. Trump tends to only strike after he's been attacked. Now, once he's been attacked, he takes the gloves off and there's nothing out of bounds. But, like when he started torching Ted and Ted's family, that was after the Cruz campaign sent an email around with Melania at 19 in lingerie going, can you imagine her being first lady?
Whew, I mean,
Yeah.
I have an inappropriate response to that question.
Yeah. I thought liberals were all idiots, but apparently some of them aren't complete idiots because they did eventually figure out that using Melania to attack Trump wasn't very effective.
Yeah. That was a smoking picture of Melania too. Like whatever Cruz campaign staffer thought that was a good idea was the dumbest person on the planet.
But I mean, that's the thing, right? And Ted got all indignant about that. And I'm going, dude, you picked that fight.
You wonder if he did or if he gave, because some guys delegate creative control of it. I mean, ultimately the decision flows upwards. But
if you're a leader of an organization, it's your fault.
Yeah.
What you don't do is go out. What he should have done, in my opinion. Let's say that hypothetically I had been Ted's chief of staff and that thing blew up. The first thing I'd do is fire that staffer.
Yep.
I would make a call to the Trump campaign and talk to Trump myself and say, I'm sorry that one of our youngsters got out of hand. And if Trump hit back, I'd take it. I wouldn't whine about it. Because again, when someone hits you back and you whine about it, you look pathetic and weak.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so you call up the Trump campaign, you say, look, we fired that idiot. Sorry, that should not have happened. We'll come out and publicly say, that was a misstep by a lower level or mid-level staff person. By the way, Melania looked fantastic in that picture. You should be really proud of her.
I don't think she's capable of not looking fantastic, but I saw somebody in the chat was saying that his dad knew Ted's family. Ted's dad is, I really think Ted ought to use his father more in his campaign stuff because the man, he's like Ricardo Montalban. I mean, he's got that voice. Hi there, I am Ted Cruz's father, and it's like, oh my god, he's really, but he's a great guy. Gives a great prayer, But I think Ted. I mean, Ted's been a good senator for Texas, but he would eclipse Scalia, I think, and I don't say that lightly.
He'd be a great Supreme Court justice. I think that would be the ultimate troll move of Trump.
And can you imagine
if Ginsburg finally cacks off and they put Ted Cruz in her seat? Ooh, the Twitter salt mine would. I mean, you could. Oh God, you could season the entire country of
those idiots. I mean, it's always pathetic whenever you see these hearings anyway, because these Congress critters are not in the same intellectual category as people like Kavanaugh and so forth. But my God, the difference with Ted Cruz would be an additional order of magnitude. And Ted is cut from kind of the same cloth that I don't think he'd be particularly nice to him.
No,
So I thought that would be. I like I said, I've always thought that would be a good move, but yeah, it is the ultimate trolling though.
God, to replace Ginsburg with someone so overtly pro-life and generally conservative as Ted Cruz people would melt in the street. There would be puddles of people just lying around the country.
What are they going to do if Trump wins?
You will find there will be a miracle youth elixir available and in FDA testing immediately to keep Ruth Ginsburg alive. Like she'll be eating teenagers alive on live television. No one will even question it. Just rip the arm off of a kid.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, just the general overall crazy. It was ill-advised of them to believe their own publicity a couple of months ago, when the polls were, there were polls confidently predicting that Biden was going to beat Trump in Texas. Now, somebody issues a poll like this. Okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm done with polls.
Yeah,
So
we'll see how it all goes, of course. I'm gonna try this apple pie
yeah,
moonshine that was sent to me. This is sent to me by a
how to do a
person.
live stream on election night, Nick?
Yeah.
That would be.
Watching the election for just hours, that would be
Yeah, just riffing. Well, see, I like to watch, especially if it's going to be a good night for the Republicans. I'd want to watch MSNBC and CNN and just watch the tears flow.
Yeah, it's so this was sent to me by a fan. I think it's a custom job. So if I die during the stream, you guys know who to blame.
Okay, got some whiskey.
It's
Excuse me.
it's apple pie moonshine.
Oh, well,
Mm.
well, and if it's not any good, it probably
God, it's great.
really.
Yeah.
Wow.
It tastes like no, it's not super strong, but it just tastes like it's like apple pie filling with a tiny hint of alcohol in it.
Whiskey. Well, apple pie and whiskey is a natural pairing, I suppose. Yeah.
Arcane Sidious, thank you. Arcane Sidious is who sent it. He says it will not kill you. I make it every year for Christmas. So thank you.
Very nice.
I'm glad it won't kill me. Lady Rackets did give me a funny look when I got the bottle. Like, here. She's like, what's that? Someone sent you a water bottle? I was like, well, kind of. It's full of apple pie moonshine. Like, wait.
Moonshine has to come in a mason jar. You can't be sending stuff in water bottles.
You can't mail like if you mail a mason jar.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. It's a glass. Yeah, okay. All right. You'd think somebody would make a plastic mason jar though for such things.
But it's it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Okay. Automata says, I remember at the start of 1984 reading the bit about state mandated erotic play for children. Seemed weird at the time, but maybe that's one of the aspects I didn't appreciate as prescient. Yeah. No, they nailed it. That's been a thing recently is, with kindergarten and first grade curriculums, including sexual education that involves like horrific things, that involves more than just you're a boy and she's a girl and you guys are 7. So that's all you need to know. And we'll talk more when you're like, 13, 14 years old, we'll start to increase it. No, now it's like, oh, let's talk about self-pleasure. Like, wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is this?
Well,
pardon my English.
Again, you're messing with people's kids, and in a nation with 300 million guns, I don't know how smart that is.
Yeah. Well, I think a judge in Texas just learned what a nation of 300 million guns, how they react when they find out that their family court treatments are overlooking the safety of a 9-year-old girl. Because I think Judge Wallace is probably received significant threats to.
I think it unlikely that she'll be reelected. Collin County is a very conservative county, and it's one of I think probably her judicial career is over. I mean, I don't think it's I don't take a genius to figure that out, but yeah, on that, let me know when we're going to get into that, because I did have some observations about that. But
okay, we'll get there in a minute. Let me. I've got a couple more. Everybody's just very supportive tonight. Rick Nikita says, you got memed by Microsoft. No, I embraced the meme from Microsoft, sir. Brian Nataran says, Nick, could you please sing the following in Lemoyne voice? Sorry. Oh.
I'm already laughing and I hadn't even heard it.
I want to know what lungs are. I want you to show me. I want to feel what lungs are. I know you can show me. The tune is I Want to Know What Love Is by Foreigner. Yes, I'm
Yep.
absurdly familiar with that song. I love it.
As anyone who's ever watched Miami Vice knows, but yeah.
William Smith says, I have a married life question. I've been married less than a year, known her for 5 years. Red flag crisis. She does not find Netflix Cuties objectionable and thinks it being a French film is a valid excuse. What do I do? Okay, here's the question you need to ask her. If it was made by a country of men, like maybe America or like Germany or something. I don't know, is Germany full of men? Poland.
No, not anymore.
If it was made by Poland or America, would it be acceptable then? Because if she's just writing, like, that's a condemnation of the French more than it is of the film itself. Like, well, the French are all pedophiles, so I guess it's fine, is what she's saying.
I think she's saying is that it's that French cinematic snobbery. I think.
Yeah.
Well, it's French, so therefore it's it's acceptable. But your point is valid. No. If an American film company made that film and it was objectionable, then it's objectionable if a French company did it.
Yeah,
being French doesn't inoculate you from the creep factor.
Right. So check that and tell her that you're sorry if she answers wrong. She'll have to go in the gulag with the rest of them. And it's just too bad. And maybe after 10 or 15 years of labor, she can come back out.
Yeah, well, he doesn't say anything about this, but I can promise you, I think you'd agree with me that if you once you have your own children, the perspectives change a lot.
That's the thing. Ask her again when you guys have a daughter.
Yeah.
And see if she doesn't just pick up the shotgun herself and go hunting.
Exactly.
Random Blaze says, at Ty, I feel sad for you. If/when the Vic case comes back from appeals, you will have hundreds of extra tweets to comb through from Soye's second Twitter account. We are approaching low T levels of daily tweets. Yeah, he really has gone off the deep end, and we're going to talk about one of those in just a second.
Yeah, that's well, we have we I have a very talented IT guy who's a real programmer, and so he writes tools for us to help sort crap like that. So
yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Metal Cat Gaming says, got half a bottle of Jameson Caskmates IPA edition and a bottle of Slipknot No. 9 Iowa whiskey while catching this. Keep up the good work. Like, Slipknot has their own whiskey. Oh my gosh. BTL Video Production says, speaking of polls, Mr. Ty the Suit Beard, with everything they've pulled this year, from the false impeachment, the lockdowns, the riots, etc., is Trump in a comfortable place in terms of getting voted back in, or HVT 2016?
No, I think he's going to win, and I think he knows it. There's an interesting philosophy, a theory that I agree with. The campaign that's having the most fun usually is the one that wins. And I don't think there's any doubt as to which campaign's having more fun.
The one that keeps saying weird things to black people is having the most fun.
Yeah, well.
You ain't black. What are you, some kind of junkie? You crazy?
Yeah, on a softball interview. I mean, it's like, Joe, he's on our side.
Yeah,
and that's a fascinating thing too.
Joe's like, get this blackie away from me. God, that guy.
Yeah, well, so the question that I've been mulling over is, are they actually going to let him go through an hour and a half debate?
God, I hope so. I hope it'll be the first presidential debate I've watched in forever.
Well, of course, the media is already primed to declare Biden a winner no matter what. Mm-hmm. I mean, it literally doesn't matter as to the media's thing. But the thing is, if Biden has a genuine lockup meltdown, I mean, the guy can't even read a damn teleprompter at this point. He's deteriorating in real time.
Yeah.
And if it were me, if I were the czar of the Democrat, I would cancel. I would just, doesn't really matter what I'd find some pretense and cancel based on the theory that there ain't nothing good that can come out of a debate. Because it's not just one debate. See, Trump, Biden's got to have 3 good debates in a row. And this is a guy that can't read a teleprompter for 5 minutes.
Yep. And we saw that with Romney. This is the object lesson for Biden. Romney had 2 great debates with Obama, and then one catastrophic debate, and it derailed his entire campaign.
Because it showed that he was a puss.
Yeah, because all he said was,
He,
"I agree." I agree with you, Mr. President. It's like, oh, okay, then why elect
yeah,
you?
yeah,
Why?
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, we'll have to.
But that's the problem that Biden's got is, I mean, and of course the Trump campaign is trolling them mercilessly and effectively. We need to drug test him before the thing. The funny thing is, there's any number of substances you can give somebody that will very temporarily improve cognitive reasoning. Anybody that's ever drank a pot of coffee before an exam knows that stimulants will temporarily, but the problem is they don't last that long, and they usually come with negative effects immediately on the crash. And I, you know, but I honestly, the one thing I want everybody to remember is, if I'm right and Trump wins and it's a decisive win, I personally think Trump's going to win, and it's going to be a convincing victory. It's not going to be a real
I
a real
heard.
close
I heard.
call.
I heard Biden say that he was prepared for a debate with Trump because he's used to dealing with bullies. And I was like, if you think Trump is going to come into a debate and just bully you, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
But I hope you're prepping for that, because it'll be way
Now,
funnier to have
that,
him not do that at all.
that's the thing. That's one of the things that the left is awful about, is that they believe their own bullshit, and they keep preparing for the Donald Trump cliche that they believe exists.
Mhm.
You know, and no, Trump. You saw that in the Republican convention. The tone, everything about that convention was the exact polar opposite of what everybody on the left expected. Trump's a strategist, and he's a very good one at that. Yeah, I don't know what Trump's going to do. You never. We're at a point now where you literally can't believe anything the media says.
Yeah.
I mean, really, we are. It's you might, but I was reading something that some secret unnamed source is saying that Trump's not even doing his normal debate preparation. I don't think Trump did all that much preparation to begin with anyway. I think Trump's a very intuitive.
I read an article the other day that said that Trump was preparing for this debate and he never prepared for one in 2016. These guys can't even get messaging straight.
Because they're crazy. I mean, and one of the things I'd say, as you know, on Facebook occasionally, lefties will leak through somehow, and I'm pretty merciless on them because basically, I just make fun of them. It makes me feel better, but it's like, you guys aren't acting like you think you're going to win. The left is not. The left is acting exactly like a bunch of lunatics who know they're going to get hosed.
They're hedging the bet heavily, or not hedging the bet, hedging the outcome heavily on losing. And you can see it with every single thing about the election being rigged or Trump meddling or interfering with the election. Every single article like that's just back pre-work on hedging the bet for the stories that are following the loss of Biden.
And it's so pointless because it's only going to convince the people who are already on your side, liberals. You are literally wasting a tremendous amount of energy, time, and so forth, convincing the choir. You're preaching to the choir. If Trump wins a convincing victory, all they're going to do is be clown themselves. And unlike, in the UK, when Labor got hosed, Corbyn's like, okay, I'm done. I'm out of, they're not going to do that. If the Democrats get absolutely curb stomped, what'll happen is the old Democrats are going to say, fine, we're done. And they're going to leave that party over to AOC and that bunch of screaming, gibbering fanatics. So
if the Democrats want to win, all they have to do is just convince people that if Trump wins, they'll waste the next 4 years like they've wasted this one, just bitching about it the entire time. Yeah, that might actually get me to vote someone other than Trump in, just so I don't have to deal with that. Hearing about how Hillary should have won. Oh my God!
But the big thing there, though, Nick, is you're not going to get another Russian collusion thing.
Oh yes, we are. They're going to do it again.
No. Trump is, Trump's not going to pick an attorney general that's a complete abject piece of shit like Sessions was. I've never been more disappointed in a cabinet member than Sessions. Jeff Sessions was a very good senator, very reliable conservative senator. And something when he became attorney, it's like he forgot what his job was, and they rolled him. I don't think that's going to happen to Mr. Barr.
I think the senator didn't enjoy having a boss, because senators, I mean, you want positions of real power, short of the executive branch.
Prima donnas, the
senators. You can't tell a senator what to do.
No, that's true. Every senator imagines himself as president.
Yeah,
that's a good point. In any event, I don't think Barr is going to fall for the same kind of games anymore. And I think too, I think some people are going to wind up going to prison if Trump gets reelected, because the amount of malfeasance inside the FBI and the Justice Department is actually surprising even me. And I didn't exactly have a huge, high opinion of either of those organizations.
Yeah.
This crap about tampering with evidence to get warrants. I mean, those are felonies, and at the very least, those lawyers should never be allowed to practice law again. I mean, and so I don't think that. I mean, it will be very interesting if Trump wins, as I fully expect that he will. The left is going to be. I mean, you thought they were crazy after 2016.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I think he's most likely going to win. I'm not particularly like a fan or not a fan of Trump. I think he's done a pretty good job. The biggest criticisms I've seen of him is that he's an asshole, or he's and it's like, yeah, so am I though.
I was going to say, yeah. I'm not voting for a camp counselor, and I'm not voting for my minister. I'm not, I'm voting for the guy that's going to lead the country.
But I think, I was talking to you about this earlier. We've gone 4 years with a lower level of conflict than we had before.
Yeah.
It's going down. There's less war. There was some early bombings and stuff of Syria early on. Those appear to have strategically paid off in that being the only real bombing situation we seem to have had.
Well, we were talking about that then, and we got distracted, but I'll follow up. The nature of that attack was designed to basically permanently cripple the Syrian Air Force, because it ruined the infrastructure of every base that was attacked. They hit the pipes, the fuel lines, all the stuff that's built into the concrete, right? I mean, they wrecked the bases. This wasn't bombing some empty aspirin factory somewhere. And the Syrians basically can't fly their Air Force. And if you're in the middle of an insurgency and somebody takes your Air Force away from you, that's a pretty serious blow. But I mean, who out there thinks that jacking with Trump's a good idea?
Yeah.
I mean, really.
No, he was decisive and Reagan-esque in a way, in how he's like, no, we're not going to tolerate your bullshit. Here, have some missiles, and then everything kind of stopped, and relations with a lot of countries have gotten better, and
these nonstop treaties between Israel and the Arab countries.
Yeah, and now Trump is the latest meltdown. He got nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Suddenly the left wants to cancel the Nobel Peace Prize.
Great.
I saw the Atlantic. No, the Atlantic. I thought it was the Babylon Bee when I first saw it. No. We're in a universe now where literally parody, you can't tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Nobel Peace Prize needs to be canceled because Trump got nominated.
Do it. Cancel it. I'm willing to take that bullet.
I got no problem with that, but I mean, that's just batshit crazy hysteria. I mean, even by liberal standards. But no, we've had no wars. I love
how Obama won the Peace Prize for pulling out of Iraq and didn't do it.
Literally nothing. Yeah.
He didn't do. They're like, well, he's gonna though.
Yeah, they literally gave him the Peace Prize because they thought he was cool. And I'm going, what? You couldn't give Miles Davis or some other really actually cool person the Peace Prize for that? I mean, but I mean that's the thing. Trump has beclowned several generations of foreign policy apparatchiks in our government who have top men
That's a
have
job
assured
title.
us that
Yeah.
we could, that there can be no peace between Israel and the Arabs without solving the Palestinian problem.
That is a
Top,
job title that I aspire to achieve in my life as an apparatchik. I
just
would
go to
take.
work for the government.
I would wear it as a badge of honor to be an apparatchik.
Well, yeah, because you'd be like Ron Swanson, or me. I'd be the same way. We'd be actively sabotaging the government from within.
Look, I need all of your eggs and bacon. Now hold on a minute. I know what you heard me say was all of my eggs and bacon. What you think I meant is a lot of eggs and bacon. I mean all of them.
All of your eggs, yes.
But oh god. Okay. Justin Bentley says half orc fighter here. Any whiskey recommendation for us poor folk? This is my bi-weekly payday donation. Oh, thank you. Here's a great one. This is 1792 small batch bourbon. This is not very expensive, and this is very good. It's
1792. Excuse me. I'll write that down on my paper.
The cask strength 1792 won bourbon of the year. The small batch is really it got very high reviews from the whiskey competitions, but it's like $30 to $35 at the store. It's a great bottle, really inexpensive. Go grab that. I'm not going to give you more than that. Just go get it. They're kicking ass right now. Matt K says, join the new Sophie's Army Facebook group looking for info. It's filled with 46,000 bored women and 15 male feminists who start nothing but drama and are at war with an anti-Michael group. They also have a judge doxing thread. Yeah, that's it's unfortunate. Listen, Facebook is great for some things. Facebook is bad for a lot of things. And Facebook... Twitter is where the millennials go and shit all over the place, and Facebook is where boomers go and shit all over the place. So know what you're in for with Facebook. I would stay off it. Just watch chicks on TikTok beat eggs or whatever. Dog Beerus says, Nick and Ty, what do you think the chances that Biden gets so frustrated during the upcoming debates that he tries to take a swing at Trump? And Ty, there's another Lemoyne soundtrack available.
Oh, good.
Volume 2.
Oh, good.
Okay, and I've got two more, and then I want to get into the Ron tweets. So Kyle133 says, hey Nick, big fan of the stream. Hey, thank you. My wife and I are expecting a little girl within the month. Do you and Ty have any advice for a first-time father? Buddy, Congratulations. Best job in the world. There's nothing better you will do in the entire planet than raise
and don't
kid.
Listen to all those people who are telling you how miserable it's going to be. When it's your child, it's different.
Let me say though,
I didn't like anybody's kids, but I was the most obnoxious doting father you've ever seen.
Get diagnosed with ADD or a sleep disorder so you can get some Ritalin for yourself, my friend.
Yeah, that's probably not the worst.
Because when they're little, I mean, they do wake up like every 2 to 3 hours to eat, and that's fine. It's not that long. It's temporary, but it is a shock early on.
But you're not going to really. What I mean is that the positives that are going to come out. I mean, it's truly a revelation when all of a sudden you got a child. It's like, oh my God, wow. I'm no longer the center of the universe. I think that was probably the biggest takeaway as a new father. Brianna came along during the middle of final exams in the second year of law school. So no pressure there, but no, it's without a doubt the greatest thing ever. So congratulations. And you'll do, if you'll just do one thing, love your child, or two things, love your child and put their interests ahead of your own. If you'll
Yep.
just do those two things, everything else will work itself out.
I went into law school with one child and left with 3 and a 4th one on the way.
Dang, you won that. You won that
It
competition.
was rough. Okay, last one before we delve into the Ron topic. Pie Baker says, "Hey Ty, are all Texas district court judges incompetent chup-ups who make rulings while ignoring clear evidence and deserve to watch their firstborn die of testicular cancer? Asking for a friend."
For reasons that ought to be obvious to everyone, I'm not gonna answer that question. No, they're not. I mean, all kidding aside, no, we've got some very good judges, and even good judges have bad days. I mean, you know, but you know, this thing with this girl, the Sophie thing is truly horrifying.
Yeah, that judge is a particularly special case. There's another judge that we won't mention by name here that has done some weird things, but actually I will say that judge's actions, while very weird and apparently just in poor judgment, could honestly be the result of like a bad day, bad week, just a bad period of decision making. The judge in Sophie's case, is the damage done by that judge is unforgivable, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and it seems to stem far beyond just, oh well, I might have messed up this time, but yeah. Okay, let's talk real quick about Ron. He made an interesting tweet the other day. I assume you saw it.
Yeah.
Are you okay? Do you have COVID?
Yeah, I've got COVID. At the
I think I sent you the tweet.
You did.
And it was a tweet disclosing some discussion about mediation, which, if I'm not mistaken, there's a Texas Rules of Civil Procedure rule stating that mediation discussions are confidential. Can you talk about what that means?
Well, they're inadmissible. They're inadmissible, and God, I've never in 25 years, I've never had anybody publicly disclose what went on in mediation. So this is sort of new territory. But the deal about privileges is very simple, as you well know. A lot of things in the law are privileged, i.e., they can't be introduced as evidence.
Right.
And in some cases, they can be privileged for one purpose but not another, et cetera, et cetera. But one of the basic golden rules of privilege is a party waives privilege if they publicly talk about it.
Right, and they don't just waive privilege to the specific statement that they make. They raise privilege, or they waive privilege for the subject matter.
No, this wife beating little gnome has not only waived privilege, in my opinion, for himself. I would argue he's probably waived it for all of his co-defendants. We're going to test it because I fully intend to notice the mediator for deposition.
Yeah, that's
a great hearing. That's unprecedented. I've never heard of anybody doing such a thing. But the great thing about it is, I mean, literally anything in that mediation, I think, that deals with them is discoverable. I'm not going to comment on anything he said because I'm not going to waive the privilege.
Right. Okay? See, that's the funny thing is
that'll be the remarkable thing. I mean, if it works, I'll be able to say, Mr. Mediator, what did Ron Toy say to you in the mediation? And if they ask the mediator the same question about me, I can object and say, Your Honor, that's privileged, and we haven't waived that privilege.
Now, the funny thing, a bunch of people messaged me about this. Most of them like, did you see this? I got a bunch of those Twitter messages.
Yeah.
But I also got some people saying, is this true? And I had to respond back like, I don't know, because it's privileged. And
I will not comment on it because it's privileged.
And there are people who mistakenly think that because you and I have talked on these shows and stuff like that, that you actually disclose privileged things to me, which is obviously not true.
No,
It's almost like we're both lawyers who are, professionals at keeping secrets when
kind
necessary.
it kind of like that, isn't it?
But it's and these people mean well, right? Like they're like, oh, is this true? And they just must assume that I know. But I don't. I actually don't know any of the offers or anything. And so it's like, I couldn't tell you. And more importantly, I don't want to know.
Well, I wouldn't hesitate to call another the other party, the other side out in a lawsuit if they were publicly lying about something. I normally wouldn't hesitate to call them a lying sack of shit. But I'm not going to do that in this case. I'm not going to comment on it because I don't want to waive the privilege. But I
Right.
do absolutely intend. Now, the judge may not, he may not buy it. He may shut us down. But we're going to certainly try. So I hope the wife beating little shit continues to babble and babble and babble. We're of course, we're archiving all that crap, just like we did the previous one. So by all means, I hope he blows the interwebs up talking about this crap. But I would not be very happy with a client myself if they were out there waiving critical privilege. Because the thing is, and I don't, and I really hadn't thought this through quite. I mean, I'm working it out in my head, and I got to call into a buddy who's a big legal ethics guru, so I'll get some input on that. But you know, there's a lot of attorney-client communication that goes on in a mediation. I think he may have waived that too. You know, I mean, this is so obviously, I guess they think they're going to win out at the appeal. I mean, if to the extent that there's actually a strategy here, if you want to give him that kind
Yeah,
of credit.
I don't know if
Um,
Ron is strategizing on anything. I know that I assume that they're all confident on the appeal because that's kind of how you go into appeal, especially if you won at the lower court, is you're going to be confident that the decision's going to be upheld.
yeah, yeah. Well,
And
I mean, the odds are with the non-appealing party. That's just the basic statistics. But I don't think they're that that's really a foolish high stakes game. And I doubt, it seems unlikely to me that anyone said, hey, let's do this. Let's waive privilege in the mediation. I doubt seriously that it ever occurred to him that he was doing that. But that doesn't matter. You don't get to say, well, I didn't mean to waive privilege. It doesn't work that way. So
right.
yes, I hope he continues to make all kinds of allegations about the goings on in the mediation, because that'll just make my life easier whenever I attempt to depose the mediator.
Yeah. So we'll see. Of course,
Um,
the big hurdle
well,
is the
and the thing is, anybody else that was in the room, the insurance adjuster, I mean,
right.
that's this gets this is really stupid. I mean, by any objective standard. But the silence on our side is solely because we don't want to waive privilege, and it should only be interpreted as that. So
Yeah.
take that for what it.
Well,
But I appreciate the little gnome helping us out. You know.
the we'll have to see. Of course, it all hinges really on appeal, and so I think you guys have a lot of reason to be hopeful on appeal, but I'm a pessimist in
Yeah.
general, and so
Um,
I'm trying not to like hype and get people's hopes up because appeals
no,
are uphill
no, 'cause we
battles.
really we truly don't know. There's you know we've war gamed it, and we've got a spectrum of possibilities that go all the way from we get completely blanked to they get completely blanked. You can see a path to either of those outcomes and everything in the middle. So we've taken the best shot we can take. We've done everything we can do. um, the Fort Worth Court of Appeals tends to not be particularly friendly to the TCPA, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. The Chief Justice is a very she's a very thoughtful judge, and what I mean by that is I was familiar with her before this case ever came out. She had a blog that she talked about evidentiary issues that lawyers routinely get wrong, like hearsay. I became something of a hearsay guru because that was my job in trial advocacy and the mock trial competitions in law school. But lawyers routinely screw hearsay up, and she had a very, very good series. I think it's still out there. I'd recommend any lawyer to look it up. But other than that, I mean, we've certainly done about all we can do, and you know, um, I if I had to bet money, I would bet that it gets remanded back to the trial court. But
I think
I'm
there are so many issues in it, and some of them just seem like the obvious move to resolve is to go and resolve issues.
Yeah,
And that means that
I think
I'm
it
hard
would.
pressed to think that nothing comes back. But it's
Yeah, me too. But I think if I were the other side, it's easier for me if I try to put myself in the other side's shoes. If I were the other side, what would deeply trouble me would be the fact that I put all the evidence necessary to make a prima facie case in my filings. And unfortunately, Vic's attorneys called me out on that. Because if the court wanted to get rid of it in a hurry, they literally could say we're not even going to address the evidentiary issues with the plaintiff because the defendant gave everything necessary to meet the prima facie burden of evidence. One thing that court does seem to, based on the previous TCPA cases, they do seem to understand what prima facie evidence is, and that's such an unfamiliar evidentiary standard to actually deal with in a courtroom. Trial judges almost never run into that, and so but you can tell from the appeals court that was the Khan case, one that we cited a lot. They got it, so you know
yeah. Well, and
almost soon enough. They're taking it on submission. I think the 22nd of this month, and I wouldn't think it'd take them that long to rule. They won't. I'm sure they won't rule on the 27th, 22nd. I would be surprised, but I don't think it'll take too long for them to rule after that. So, you know.
I'm gonna say this without typing it out. I've been chatting with someone in the chat here. I've also been listening to you, but Demon Slayer, buddy, go watch the rest of that video because right now you look kind of dumb because you missed the point of the question mark at the end of that title. You should just go watch the actual rest of it. It's like 5 minutes, and you completely missed it. But so that's great. Okay. That was
John
good stuff.
has a long mustache. The chair is against the wall.
Yeah, what?
Oh, classical references. Those were messages sent out to the French underground right before D-Day.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, John has a long mustache. The chair is against the wall.
Yeah.
And that was the signal to go start, blowing up bridges and tearing up phone.
Gotcha.
Stuff.
No, the person was saying stuff like,
yes, and it was also done in Red Dawn as a call out. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I wrote a title. Did you see that some cops in Utah shot an autistic kid the other day? A 13-year-old kid. The mom called the cops for help because the kid was having a mental episode, and they show up, and within 5 minutes they gun the kid down. They shoot him like 7 times or something stupid.
Why?
That no one knows. The kid, there's no weapon around, but they shot, and it's 13. But
I'm a big back the blue guy, and I'm very pro law enforcement and all that kind of stuff. But damn it, stuff like that happens. It's like,
yeah, and the kid lived. The kid lived through it, which is the good news. But had real damage in his abdomen, so he might have to have, he might be on a bag the rest of his life and stuff.
Have body cameras and stuff.
I have no idea. But the title of my video was "Police Shoot Autistic Kids, Defund the Police?" ? And the conclusion, of course, I spent like 5 minutes ranting that defunding the police isn't actually the solution.
No, no,
That
it's
that
not.
that that's not how you actually handle this, but it's maybe either offloading like mental health issues to someone who's qualified to deal with mental health and not expecting police officers to be qualified to deal with mental health and to let them focus on policing, or to send maybe instead of 2 officers, 1 officer, 1 mental health worker, something like that, partnering with organizations who can help defuse these situations that don't actually need violence. And that's not defunding the police, that's actually taking away stuff that the police aren't supposed to be doing and freeing up time for officers to do better things.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, but I think one of the problems would be, of course, knowing that that's what the call. We be curious to know what the mother actually said when she called nine. I assume she called 911.
I tell you what she probably didn't say, and that's what the chief of police came out and said was, I thought I heard he had threatened someone with a weapon or something. Which I'm guessing the mom didn't say about her 13-year-old autistic kid who didn't have a weapon who was in their home. Um, so it's
Yeah, there may be some explanation that exculpates the cops, but I can't really imagine what it would be.
yeah,
And,
it's
and
and well, the annoying thing is under the law. I mean, I guess if he attacked them in some way or something, they may have been legally justified in using some force, but there's no good way to sell the headline of police shoots autistic child. Like it just
no,
doesn't
no,
ever, there's not that brilliant ring to it that you really want.
no, not really. Well, and that's one of the things about we as a country we've been dealing with this problem since television first came out, but it's gotten worse and worse and worse, and now I think we may have reached an inflection point where the most bizarre, unlikely, one in a million occurrences are being plastered on everyone's TV as though it happens all the time.
Right, yeah. Now, it's
And
it's not like a bunch of autisms are being shot every day by the
no,
cops. This is
no,
certainly a weird one-off story.
but, you have a million interactions a day, a week, whatever the number is. One or two of them are going to be, aberrant. Um, but God, what a tragedy, though. I mean, I, and it's two, and what's weird is it's 2 cops doing it. So that
Yeah.
means that both of them had to decide that was a good idea.
And it's yeah, and I don't know
So,
about the size of the kid or anything. I mean, there's pictures of him, but
oh
but
yeah,
you
listen,
you can't
some
tell
there.
you can't tell from the pictures, but the mom just she's like he's just a baby, he's little. They could just tackle him. And so I don't know, what but
Yeah,
from the pictures I can't actually determine if he's little or not.
you know.
I've seen some big 13-year-olds.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. When I was a teacher long ago, especially that's a weird age for boys because some boys literally are grown up at that age, and others haven't even hit their growth spurt yet. So there's no telling. But the only thing that's going to get the police off the hot, okay, since we don't know what happened, I guess you'd ask the question: what could have happened that would justify this? What plausible thing could happen? The only thing I can think of is he came out with something that looked like a weapon.
Yeah. And there has to be and that's what I said on the show
I mean,
on
police
the
officers don't just go shooting people like that.
not normally. And so the question is, yeah, what other part of the story is this?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah, my main point
But
of
the
the
optics are awful regardless. I mean,
yeah,
it really
there's
doesn't matter.
well, and
Uh,
that's
you know,
that's one of the things I said. It's like frankly, even if he had a knife, that's gonna sound like a bad story.
yeah, yeah.
But in the story, it did say no weapons were found. Now that doesn't mean there's nothing that looked like a weapon.
Right,
It
yeah, that
doesn't
just
mean he didn't reach for an officer's gun, which is entirely possible. Um,
I pulled out an airsoft. I mean, who knows? Who
Maybe
knows?
he threw his arms back into a Naruto run. He's charged at the
Yeah,
cops really
well,
fast.
that normally would be grounds for shooting, but well, I think like a lot of these things. Here's the thing: when the police do something aberrant, just out of the blue like this, okay, when you have an officer that's been on the force for 5 years, let's say,
Hmm.
all of a sudden he's just going to go randomly shoot someone just cause it doesn't.
No,
Anything's possible. It doesn't. I mean, I don't know how long, I don't know how experienced the officers were, but I suspect, like most partner teams, you've got a, you've got an, you've got one guy that's been around the block a few times and one somewhat less. But you just, if they were prone to doing it, they'd have done that in the first week or two.
I try to picture or try to frame cop interactions in my head this way, that I don't believe until I'm given evidence to the contrary that a cop sets out to kill someone
I
on any
agree.
given day. Even Chauvin, who I think, and I know there's some new stuff about Floyd that I've got to cover, but even Chauvin, who I think did a pretty egregious thing, I don't think he woke up that morning going, you know what, I want to kill this guy. I don't think he even walked up to the situation thinking he wanted to kill the guy.
No,
I don't think
yeah,
he wanted to kill him
that's,
while he was laying. That's why I
I,
think murder 2 is stupid. I don't think they can prove intent.
oh, they
But
overcharged. That they beclowned themselves. They overcharged it, and
yeah,
they're gonna, uh, and of course, if the evidence turns out to be solid that he actually died of an overdose and would have died regardless, that's going to be inconvenient.
they're
There's
gonna
a
have
lot.
to
Uh,
have someone really convincing and really good to tell the jury that the expert's wrong.
so
And
what they
I'm not
did.
saying
So
they
you know what
can't
they
do
did in
it.
the Rodney
That's the
King
strategy.
trial. Rodney King was, the officers that were tried for violating Rodney King's civil rights, they were acquitted. It was interesting because the beating of the beat that video is hard to watch.
Oh
Right
yeah,
now, if you watch the whole video, something that only got showed one time that I saw on TV, the very beginning, Rodney King bum rushes the cops, and he's a
right.
big guy,
Yeah,
and he was wired up. But I was reading, I was in law school when all that stuff happened, and
that's funny.
I
I was
was
in middle school.
yeah. Well, so the trial, I was in a trial advocacy class, and the professor talked a little bit about the tactics that were used by the officers' counsel. They desensitized the jury by showing the video over and over and over and slowing it down, and just you know that that by the time it was over, the jury was bored having seen it so much, and that's how
Yeah,
they dealt with. And I think probably you'd expect Chauvin's attorney to do the same thing, just saturate the jury with that video over and over again, and take this. You and I think I've you've heard me use this term. I think I've heard you use it too. It's called drawing the stinger. You know,
I've never
uh,
used that term in my life. Don't ever accuse me of that again.
well,
No,
well,
no, it's I get it though.
but,
Yeah,
but yeah, that's the thing. That's how I think I would try to defend it would be. But you're right. I mean, the optics are hard to get past.
yeah.
And,
And
you
the
know,
question is, will you have a judge that lets you do that?
I
Um,
don't think in a criminal trial, I don't think the judge has got much discretion. You're pretty much allowed to put on damn near any defense you can in a criminal trial.
well, you
And
might
if
be
the
making that case on appeal.
right, yeah, well, that'll be the thing too, and and that's the troubling thing, right? Something that you would hope wouldn't be the case, but
Well,
is the potential for violence so visceral that a judge would actually not do their jobs?
the here's my framing of the Chauvin issue. I thought when it happened, I thought we now have an opportunity to have a real discussion about police violence, of anybody. I don't think it's
Yeah,
important, and I think we should always have discussions about state violence, because when the state takes the life of a citizen, it,
right.
even when justified, we should really examine it, because that is the ultimate snuffing out of rights. And it may be
I agree.
justified. It absolutely may be. And so I thought, here we have an opportunity to do that. We lost that opportunity right away because people decided to burn down everything in sight
Yeah.
across the entire
You
damn
know,
country. And
yeah.
so now the question is, okay, now that we have lost that opportunity and squandered it, we now the
Oh, and
next
politicized it.
yeah,
Let's don't forget that.
right.
Is a Democratic judge going to actually be able to do their job?
That'll be a good question. I mean,
You
we
know,
don't even know if it's going to be in Hennepin County. I mean, the judge might remove it.
I don't see how I don't see how he can get a fair trial in that county.
But the thing
But
is,
then again, where could he get a fair
if
trial?
they remove it to like my county, which they wouldn't remove it to my county, but outside of the Twin Cities metro, if you move out of there,
Yeah.
you're suddenly swapping the politics of the judge and more importantly the jury.
Well, that's what happened. Again, the Rodney King, you probably ought to read up on the Rodney King on that trial, because that's exactly what happened. They moved the venue to Simi Valley, which was basically 99.9% white,
Hmm.
and the cops were acquitted. And that was, of course, that was an angle on that too. Yeah, I agree with so when a ship, when a navy, in the Navy, the U.S. Navy, the Royal Navy, when a ship captain loses his ship, no matter for what reason, it doesn't matter, he's court-martialed. There's a in the Royal Navy, the captains still have swords. The captain will walk in and place his sword on a rack on the table,
Yeah.
to symbolize that, because that is such a serious thing that it doesn't matter. You're gonna that they're gonna examine that thing for the same reason that you're talking about. It's such an important thing. I agree. Anytime a life is taken by the state, it ought to be heavily investigated. That said, you know, I I've learned way too many times in my life, oddly enough, especially after going to law school, that things are invariably more complicated and grayer and less certain than we think they are based on the media reports. That's true even, by the way, of this Sophie Long case.
Oh yeah.
My problem in that case is I can't actually imagine what facts could exist to actually make this,
Yes.
a
And
reasonable outcome. I mean,
this is a good time to
other
switch
than
to that
something,
too.
yeah, other
I
than something
actually
just so bizarre, like the father just completely fabricating all of this and the child going along with it, and that's crazy. I mean, anything's possible, but you know,
yeah, and that's one
I
of the
mean,
things I've said a couple times, I believe, about the Sophie case is um maybe it wasn't the Sophie case. I just said the almost the exact same phrase 2 nights ago or the night before that
great
where
minds do think alike.
it's
So,
it's that
so do senile minds, by the way. But that's anyway.
listen, but we don't know it.
Let's say with great minds. So that sounds better.
But it's it's this idea that nothing is this straightforward, or is straightforward at all when you get into the law. There's always something that makes the issue more than what you're seeing, and that doesn't necessarily mean that the decision has to be like the decision could be still straightforward, but there's a story that leads to what happened. And in the Sophie
Mhm.
case, like there is a massive backstory to how we get to this point, and we don't know it right now. And I'm hoping we get to learn more of it. But like, okay, just some food for thought. It's a little weird for Sophie's mom to suddenly start being horrifically abusive. Like that's a weird
But
thing.
it wasn't. But she didn't have custody of her kids, though, right? I
No, but
mean, which is itself bizarre.
she was married to Michael. And Sophie's 9. They've been divorced for 3 years, so we can imply at least that for 6 years she's involved in this kid's life,
Yeah.
and and so you have to wonder then, was there abuse going on beforehand, for example? And there may not have been. It's not
Well,
entirely.
as I
It's not an
understand it, the abuse supposedly happened by the boyfriend, not by mom. Mom
but the
allowed it to happen, but
and watched,
oh,
observed the
that's
abuse.
right. I forgot about that. Ugh.
And so, but I mean, the boyfriend could have triggered it all. A drug addiction could have triggered stuff.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Well,
but but again, just like there are 9 years of backstory to this little girl and this mom that we don't know. And so it's like,
what I want to know is, how does this happen, Nick? How does a parent? Okay, what the stream needs to understand is Texas has an almost irrebuttable presumption that both parents should be involved in a child's life. It
Right.
is damn near impossible for a parent, particularly a mother. I mean, yeah, in theory, there should be no distinction between mothers and fathers, but in the real world, there are. But for a mother to not to basically lose all access to her kid, that's you've really got to try hard to accomplish that.
Right.
And so that goes on for 3 years, and then out of the blue, suddenly a judge decides that we need to give the kid back to her.
Right.
I'm sorry,
Exactly.
what WTF, as the children say.
Yeah. So we've got two big gaping holes and questions
Yeah,
in this story. One, how does like, yes, both, there's a presumption that both parents are going to have access to the children. But let me rephrase that presumption accurately. There's a
okay.
presumption that both parents, but especially the mother, will have
Yes.
access to that children. That's how
I'd
family
say
court works.
as a practical matter, yes. It shouldn't be
Yeah.
that way in theory, but that yes,
Yeah, and
there's a
legally
definite.
it's not written that way legally, but
No,
practically that's how it works out.
the reality is those are the odds.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
so
you take 1,000,000 kids abandoned by their parents. Guess what? Most of the abandoning parents are gonna be men. You know,
yeah.
that's that's just playing the odds. And the legal system, is designed at the end of the day to actually solve problems, and it's going to be responsive to that. Our high minded ideals about gender equality notwithstanding, but
Right.
for a mother to find herself at that point is itself extraordinary, um, very unusual.
Yeah, so there's a big question there. How does what set of facts are presented to a Texas judge to remove custody of the minor to the mother? And then the second question is what set of facts? And this, honestly, I've seen stuff like this where it was a complete fabrication,
Mhm.
um, that happens. But what set of facts are presented to the subsequent hearing to get the access transferred back to the mom who didn't have access to the kid and away from the dad who did? Like, what stories had to be told? How did they
Yeah,
justify it? How did they frame it? And those are complicated questions that don't, it doesn't mean that any of it's even true or real. It's just these are weird facts that we have to resolve.
in the stream, Tina Perez makes a comment that God, I hope, is not correct, but I fear she's probably right. Many
Uh
women give their daughters to new boyfriends to make them happy. They don't want to be without a man.
That is one of the most depressing things I've ever heard, and even if it happens once, it's too many times, and you know it
Yeah, I
happens
just
more than that.
yeah, and that's the thing too, guys. I mean, for the stream to understand is this is hard to talk about when you're a parent. Those of y'all who are not parents, it's hard to talk about. It's especially hard to talk about if you have daughters. This is, you know, uh, I'm sorry. This judge needs to be held accountable and needs to be basically court-martialed and required to defend this decision. And maybe there, look, maybe it seems, you know, on a par with the odds of a meteor hitting, destroying civilization in the next 24 hours, but seems highly unlikely. But maybe this is a complete fabrication on the part of the father. That's possible. Seems extraordinarily unlikely. And how do you swing that pendulum? This is not a case where the judge said, okay, we're going to shift back to some kind of joint custody until this gets sorted out. She went from mom has no access to here, mom, here are the kids. Now, I'm sorry. There ought to be a very high level of evidence that that was in the best interest of the child. And it better not be some damn judge playing God.
Yeah.
I fear that's if I was a betting man, and I'm probably going to get myself in trouble with the state bar of Texas, but fuck them. I don't care. Judges that play God ought to be taken out and shot because they're jacking with people's lives. And that's a first thought when you were telling me about this case. I think I said that in our conversation was the first thing that pops into my mind is, so when did this judge forget that she's dealing with real people's lives and that her rulings actually have real world consequences? When did that no longer matter to her? Now that may be grossly unfair to the judge. As I said, this may be, there, but I'm sorry, to get the court off the hook in this case, you'd have to have evidence, strong evidence, that this is a complete fabrication by the father, and that somehow he got the 9-year-old daughter to go along completely with it without there being any inconsistencies or problems or anything like that. And by the way, where the fuck was CPS in all
They
this?
were there.
Oh
They
my
were
God.
involved. That's the other thing. CPS was involved. There was an amicus attorney, I assume, appointed to advocate on behalf of the child.
Yeah.
There was some there. One of the one of the requests that the dad's attorney made to the judge didn't rule on at the time, was that because the judge said that she didn't want the daughter being taken to a doctor or like a psychiatrist for a forensic evaluation, because she had already endured a couple forensic evaluations, and she didn't think that revisiting the trauma was in the best interest of the child or some shit like that.
So the judge, no, wait, but stop. That means then there was trauma.
I know how that sounds. I get it. But so the dad's attorney said, "Wait, judge, how about, if we get an amicus attorney back in here?" Because this is also weird. They had an amicus attorney who had an active motion before the court, but they dismissed the amicus attorney before resolving that motion.
Okay.
And they had not.
I'm sorry. The obvious conclusion is the fix was in somehow.
They hadn't
That's
appointed
what this looks like.
right, and they hadn't appointed a subsequent amicus attorney. I don't know what the motion was for.
Well, it sounds like the judge didn't like the amicus attorney doing her job.
Yeah. So the dad's attorney said, "Well, when we get another amicus attorney, are they going to do another forensic evaluation? And if they do, can we actually get it done by a psychiatrist or psychologist this time, or someone qualified to do so?" Because the amicus attorney was not qualified to do it. So apparently that amicus attorney did an evaluation of a 9-year-old, but is obviously not a licensed
No, an
mental
amicus
health
attorney,
worker.
for the stream, an amicus attorney is another attorney that's appointed to represent the interests of the child. But that person is an attorney. they're not a social worker. They're not a trained psychologist or anything like that.
In theory, you could have a psychologist who is also an attorney, but they would have killed themselves a long time ago.
And the reality is, in most cases, the amicus attorney rubber stamps everything, because there's really nothing to, it's a check the box kind of thing. But if the amicus attorney filed a motion, the court didn't rule, then that itself is fairly extraordinary, to dismiss an amicus attorney.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if the judge dismissed them, if the amicus attorney recused themselves or something. But that was one of the questions at the hearing was, are we gonna get another amicus attorney because we have an active motion by the attorney before the court?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what the nature of the motion even was.
And again, I've never been in this judge's court. I don't know her. But I'll tell you, I have seen this particularly in the family law space. There seems to be a fair amount of just making it up as you go along in family law court.
Oh yeah. It's
really, I mean,
the most frustrating thing is that family court doesn't have the same rules as the rest of court.
No, and I managed the successful reelection campaign of a family law court judge who's a friend of mine, and was a good judge, but she was awful at that. I used to tease her and say, when are you going to issue your rules of civil procedure? Because I didn't practice in her court. One of my lawyers got really crossways with her because he insisted on trying to apply the Texas rules of civil procedure in her court.
You can't do that in a family court.
Fierce. But I mean, that's the thing too, is in family law court, it just seems to be a whole lot more of, no, I'm just going to do what I want to do. And congratulations. If that's what happened, congratulations, Your Honor. You just moved us closer to a third world country. because that's what you're doing.
Well,
You know,
here's how they do it. They just, and you'll notice this in guys, if you watch that Zoom hearing, or
yeah, I got to watch the hearing. I haven't had a chance to watch that
or if
yet.
you even watch the leaked video from the prior hearing, uh, you'll hear the judge just say, I find it's in the best interest of the child that ... And family court attorneys believe, or not attorneys, judges believe that if they just say those magic words, then everything is okay. And the reason they believe that is because that's how it is. If they find
Yeah.
something in the best interest of the child, then it is in the best interest of the child. And ultimately, that is the legal standard required for family court, because there isn't a federal Supreme Court to slap the states down to say that
No.
that is bullshit.
No, it is, and I'm sorry. The best interest of the child standard is, I think you'd agree with me, one of the most pernicious things that our legal system has ever come up with.
Because it's not the best interest of the child. It's the thing that I think is right from the judge's perspective.
Well, what it does, Nick, is it trumps and throws out all notions of due process.
Yeah.
It literally gives the judge, who, by the way, is just a lawyer. Yeah, and probably not a particularly good lawyer, frankly. I mean, again, I'm just shooting straight. But in any event, there's no particular reason to assume that this was a particularly good lawyer, right?
Yeah.
Because they change jobs. People who are really good at what they do don't tend to change jobs. Being a judge is a different job. All right, so you got somebody that was just a lawyer, not suddenly imbued with the wisdom of Solomon when they put the black robe on. So yeah, let's get a legal standard out there that will just let them do whatever the hell they want to do, and then clothe it and give them cover. Um, yeah, it's there, and we've had, we've defended clients from CPS. That's, one of the things that I've actually done. Again, when you represent some of the clients you represent, they got grandkids and kids that get in trouble and so forth. But you know, I remember having a long conversation with a CPS worker who was overreaching. And I said, I don't care. We're not going to go along with it. And if I have to, we'll fight you all the way to the Supreme Court. But you and I both know y'all won't go that far, because if the Supreme Court ever actually hears a case involving what you're doing, it's going to be a fundamental due process issue. The right to raise your children, by the way, is a fundamental right under the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah.
And that means that any law that impairs that is subjected to the highest level of scrutiny there is. So CPS, that's why you can't find any cases on it, because CPS, they bail. But I was telling her, I said, what it troubles me greatly that you can literally show up to somebody's house and say, with a police officer in tow, and say, hi there, I'm from CPS. Prove to me that you're a good parent.
Yeah.
I said, as a parent myself, that's horrifying. I said,
oh, go ahead.
But what's worse, Nick, is here's the thing though. If you don't let them do that, there are going to be some kids that'll die who otherwise wouldn't have. I mean,
Yeah.
It is a tension. And that's the thing about the law that everybody needs to bear in mind, is it's not perfect. And good God, in family law especially, our ability to create problems is orders and orders of magnitude greater than our ability to solve. Anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, oh, you froze up for a second. There, you're back. Okay, perfect.
Hello.
I was going to say, I have a friend who had a CPS issue with an ex, and when CPS came to talk to my friend, they were saying, they asked about discipline and stuff like that, and I can tell you with confidence that my friend would never lay their hand on that child. Actually, almost to like a frustrating degree. Just will,
Sure.
where it's like, just grab them and move them or whatever. But no, the child was never in danger in my friend's care. But one of the things my friend would do is send the child to their room when they were having a fit and close the door, right? And CPS is there to actually investigate the ex, because the ex had used some force that was, in my opinion, and I think I'm not going to get into it, but many people's opinion, inappropriate. Now, not saying that they were malicious, they had used an inappropriate level of force, and there were some questions about their ability to raise a child, and maybe they should get some parenting classes or something. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But when they interviewed my friend, and they're like, wait, you put your child in the room and close the door? And they're like, yeah, they're having a fit. And if you put them in the room and close the door, they're removed from the reinforcement. Like a parenting class answer here. They're removed from the reinforcement of their actions, and they have to calm down. Oh, you can't close the door.
Yeah, that's the sound of the goalpost being moved on you.
Yeah, and it's like, wait, what do you mean I can't close the door? You're
your
here
friend is on trial.
Yeah. And it's like, you're supposed to be here telling this person they can't use force against a child, and you're telling me that I can't put my child in. And this isn't a closet. This is a room, like a 12 by 13 room, a full-size bedroom. Like, you're telling I can't put my kid in their own bedroom to calm down when they're having a fit?
Yeah,
And
show me where is that written down in that? Yeah, well, but that's a problem, right? It's all subjective, and my run-ins with CPS, I am certain there was no abuse. These were situations where there were vindictive reporting, and anybody can
that
call
never
CPS.
happens.
Yeah, I mean, and so my operating procedure was I gave them immediate access to the kid at my office. They can interview the kids, they can interview the parents, they can go to a house visit, but I'm there at every step of the way. And I made it very clear to the CPS workers, I know you've got a job to do, and that's fine, but we will not be cooperating with you except for you to determine that there's no abuse. You will not be getting involved in my clients' lives, because that's the real problem with CPS. They come sweeping in, and most people who get CPS called on can't afford a lawyer. Even the ones that can often don't think about it. If you can afford a lawyer and CPS shows up at your house, get one immediately.
Yeah,
can't stress that enough.
Because they show up with a cop, and they're like, look, we need to come in and talk to your kid. We're from the county, and we've got some concerns about your child. And people are so immediately, and they should be, terrified of that line of statements that they go, oh yeah, come in immediately. I definitely want you to think I'm not hurting my kid.
Right.
It's like, that's
ideally
not the approach.
Ideally, you say, stop. I'm calling my lawyer. Right. If you have a lawyer, again, my clients, I'm on speed dial, so it's a different situation. But no, but what CPS will do is they'll get in. You'll sit there, and as a parent, you'll voluntarily give away your rights by contract. You'll sign off and say, yep, I agree to do this, that, and the other thing. And now you're effectively on probation.
Yep.
And you get yourself into this molasses of trying to get done. I don't play that game.
Lemon Party says, can't you just tell CPS to fuck off? Yes, you can. And
but
unless they
go ahead and have your lawyer on tap, because what they'll do is they'll go to a judge and get a court order.
Right. But unless they show up with that court order, and this is where a lot of parents get ham-boned in the first place, is they show up and the parents let them in and start talking to them immediately, and then that's just sitting there building their case for a subsequent order. But if they show up without an order and they say, hi, we're from CPS and we want to talk, you can literally say, fuck off, and close the door. Now, I wouldn't recommend that course of action. I would say, no, thank you. I don't really want to talk to you, and close the door.
I'm going to call an attorney, and then if you want to give me your business card, I'll call you back. There's no abuse going on right now, but unless you've got a warrant or are willing to have this officer force the issue, I'm not letting you in, and I'm through talking with you.
What's great about being a lawyer, though, is if they came to my house, I would say, fuck off, and close the door.
Well, but that's the thing, Nick. You and I will never see. They don't come to people like us.
No, not a chance. Because it's like, I've got a 1911 behind my back, and you're on my property. You have about 10 seconds to get off it.
No, but I mean, really, that's one of those areas where the minute the legal system said what's most important is that we protect a child's life regardless. That sounds so obviously reasonable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
but like so many other glib statements, the implications of that can become truly horrific because that that standard can literally justify anything the state wants to do.
I love this expression. It's popping up in chat. Hippity hoppity, get off my property. It's killing.
Yeah, I like that too.
Uh,
I'm the girl. I'm here to do what's in the best interest of your children. Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
Let me read a couple more of these chats. Kyle Cowden says it's less than 3 weeks, and I lay down my badge for the last time. The end of 31 years with Dallas and over 40 years that I haven't worn some kind of uniform. Looking forward to more live streams and raising bees. Man, that's a career
Kyle,
shift.
well, Kyle, thank you. I mean, I know you did it for pay, and it was a job, but still, thanks.
Thanks for not shooting people. No, I'm just kidding.
Thanks for not shooting anybody that deserved to be shot.
Well, yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's true. I guess I don't know if you've shot anybody. No, but seriously, thank you for serving the community for so long, and I do hope your bee raising goes well.
Yeah, that's an interesting shift.
Yeah. BTL Video Production says, first off, I now want to make a fan-made Ty Beard logo, tie the suit beard in pixel art form. New project idea. Also, thank you, Ron, for lending them your personalized dildo. If they knew you were this masochistic. Gross. Bad Vibe says, just a reminder, according to Chris Dorner's written statement after being fired for reporting police brutality by a fellow officer, allegedly the LAPD commanders were involved with Rodney King. Okay.
That's interesting. I've never heard that.
Kenny Jones says, now that the Cuties movie is out on Netflix, is it as bad as you thought it would be? And what is Ty's opinion of this controversy? Having not watched it, yes, it's as bad.
Yeah, yes, I haven't watched it, but again, we're back to that thing of how could you possibly what context could possibly exist to not make that creepy as hell?
Some guy posted clips of the movie, of the show or movie or whatever it is, on Twitter, and was talking about how awful they were. And in, I think it was 2 of the clips, the camera is focused on the ass of a child, like because they're twerking or whatever, and it's showing the movement. And I'm like, look, if I give you all the leeway in the world and say, okay, make a movie about kids twerking to show that kids twerking is bad, please, for the love of Christ, use a wide angle.
Well, obviously it's prurient. I mean, it's designed to appeal to pedos.
Right.
That's why they're doing it. I mean, look, this isn't very complicated. There's no art here. There's no sophisticated, storytelling. This is a bunch of damn pedos that are making movies. And what is up with that, by the way? Just as a general question about everything, every time I turn around, wealthy people are winding up being a bunch of damn pedos. What?
Well, and what Night Roads mentioned this, and I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know, but I read the same thing. It says, I heard that one of the children shows their chest.
Oh my God.
Or they maybe pull up on one side or something. And again, having not seen
10 or 11-year-old girls, right? I mean,
and I don't understand how the fuck they get away with that without getting the axe, because please put it in my hands and put them in front of me.
Netflix has turned into a complete deviant piece of shit company. I'm about ready to cancel mine, although I like Netflix. It's convenient. But I mean, at some point, I don't know what the hell's wrong with them. Between that kind of crap, giving Democrat, washed up hack Democrat politicians with no credentials whatsoever in entertainment, an insane amount of money for nothing, best I can tell.
It's someone saying it's not one of the 11-year-olds apparently. Well, until I find out that it's not, I'm gonna continue to demand the axe.
It's creepy as hell.
Yeah,
really. I mean, and I got to be honest. I'm just not interested in the rationale for why it's somehow okay. When you got 11-year-old girls twerking, I'm sorry, it's creepy as hell, and you ought to be shot. And by the way, we're back to some of the conversations we've had over the last year. You're messing with people's children. And if the law doesn't take that kind of stuff seriously and enforce it, parents will start. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
I you know I don't think there's anything I wouldn't be capable of if one of my daughters was assaulted. Let's say the way that Sophie Long says she was assaulted.
Oh my God. I
I don't.
have I have a
I
swamp in my
truly
backyard.
I truly no, and what I mean is I am capable, and I think most fathers are, of violence on an unimaginable scale, not just to the perpetrator, but to anyone that enabled it.
Yeah, do you know how many acres of people I could put in the swamp behind my house?
And guess
Not only is
what?
there a swamp behind my house, there's 1,900 acres of government swamp behind the
Yep.
swamp that I own.
You're
I
gonna have
will
to put it in
put
a
all of
swamp.
them in
You
it.
just got to get somebody like me or you on the jury because I don't give a shit if they've got it in three-dimensional camera footage of the guy gunning the scumbag down. Nah, I have a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, yeah. No, Judge,
You know,
actually, can I find his grave and urinate on it, please?
you
Uh,
know, I don't know if this movie has aged well, but I saw what was the Grisham novel and McConaughey movie? Oh, was it A Time to Kill?
Time to Kill, yeah, great, with Samuel L. Jackson.
Yes,
Yeah, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell!
absolutely. Yeah. Well, when I saw that movie, Brianna was maybe two, something like that, and it was a hard movie to watch. I've
Oh, the
intended to go back.
description. The description from Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, at the end when he's doing the summation. Oh my God.
He
But
kills
that's
it.
the thing. Yeah, he does. He really is a tremendous actor, and but you know, there's that people you're playing with fire when you're enabling this kind of shit. You really are. And the thing is, I'd sleep like a baby after I did it because, I mean, you just I don't,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is
No,
this is stupid. This kind of stuff is stupid beyond all belief. To say nothing of just gross and creepy and vile.
yeah, Sophie's mom's boyfriend, for example.
Oh,
I would probably sleep better than I do now, knowing that
mhm.
that scumbag was decomposing in my
He,
backyard.
with the caveat, if he did it, or at least, I mean, if the evidence is solid that he did it, absolutely should be. I mean, there is not a punishment that is too severe for that or too long and lingering. That's just, I mean, and I just, but yeah, but both these situations, this movie and this Sophie Long case, it's one of those things where you go, okay, what facts could possibly exist to to not make this utterly disgusting and vile? And I can't, outside of just, I mean, the movie is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I have no present intention of watching to find out,
No,
frankly.
I no,
I
I'm
saw I saw those 3 clips on Twitter and I said, "You know what? You know what? It's bad fucking enough. I don't care if the rest of the movie is a golden portrayal of film. These 3 clips are enough that say I will not watch this."
you're trying to sexually stimulate pedophiles with those videos.
You know what's you know
So
what's
I don't want to
amazing?
hear about the rest of your fucking movie.
You know what's amazing, Ty?
you know,
To me is so the writer of the movie, the director or whatever, she said, that she's trying to shed light on the danger of young girls sexualizing on the internet through imitation of older girls. You know what I didn't?
by sexualizing young girls
Well,
on the screen. What
there's
the
that, but let me get to the point of, you
sure,
know what
sorry.
I didn't need help with knowing?
Is that's bad?
That's bad or a problem. Like, I know because TikTok exists. And when I was at Disney World with my kids in February, I'm walking around Disney World, right? This is right before the pandemic, so nobody's wearing masks. And all I see fucking everywhere are these 12, 13, 14-year-old girls doing dances from rap videos on like they've got a camera propped up on a light pole, like their phone or whatever, and
Where the
they
hell are their parents?
right there, and
Oh my God.
they're doing like little dances with like sexualized moves and stuff, and I mean everywhere at Disney there are these girls doing TikTok, like waiting for a crowd to pass so that they can have the castle in the background or whatever to do their little fucking dance. And everywhere I go, they're all over. And I'm like, this shit is out of control. I didn't need this dumb lady to tell me that it is by putting more kids in that position. I already know because I just went outside once.
Yeah, well, yeah, we didn't need your help on that. And of course that's self-serving bullshit anyway. Again, we're gonna call attention to the horrible sexualization of girls by sexualizing girls.
Yeah, show some of the shit the FBI has in the child porn archives to call attention to how horrific it is. That'd be great. Yeah, thank you. Please do.
No,
please.
yeah.
We don't need it.
Well, again, it's self-serving. What I want to know is, again, how fucking dysfunctional do you have to be sitting there as the head of Netflix or whoever's in charge of their programming? How utterly defective and worthless as a human being do you have to be to go, that's the movie we need to feature?
You know what's the problem is? The problem is, well, Netflix is the problem, but you know where the problem originates, and this is how it got greenlit, I guarantee you. Well, it did well at Sundance.
No. Yeah.
Because yes, I'm sorry to all of the non-pedophiles at Sundance, but there's a bunch of pedophiles who go to Sundance and laud on bullshit because they're like, oh, it's artistic beauty. It's like, no, you're just a creep. That's the real problem. And so it does well. It gets awards at Sundance, like, oh, a magnificent tour de force of avant-garde exploration of young girls' sexuality. Wait, what the fuck did you just say at the end there? Let's go back to that avant-garde thing.
Big record scratch. What?
Right.
Yeah.
It's the shit going through Sundance and Cannes and the enabling people at these art house film festivals that allow this crap to get made. And that's, I'll tell you a movie I saw a premiere of that was actually really, really good. It's a movie called Minnie's First Time. And the movie is about an underage girl. I think she's 16 or 17 in the movie. And it's Alec Baldwin's daughter. And she starts turning tricks, pretending to be an adult. But the thing is, here's the amazing part of it. They used an actress who's like 22 to do the show. And, portray themselves. And I don't think there was actually a real nude scene in the movie.
I don't think you can actually.
No, I don't think you can either. And it's actually a pretty good movie. And the chick in it was she was one of the chicks in Twilight, but not Kristen Stewart. Nikki, what's her name? Nikki Reed. Gorgeous girl.
Watch a lot of Twilight, do we, Nick?
No, I just remember she was in the OC, and I met her at the premiere. That was the whole thing.
Okay.
So like, I was like, I've never seen anything this person's in, but so she was in the OC and she was in Twilight. And yes, I did watch the stupid Twilight movie series and hated it. But yeah, so
no
so
comment.
I met what the guy who made the trailers for Twilight was fantastic.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to say. And so like you watch the movies and you're like, oh, these are shit. The trailers are cool. These movies are crap. But no, so I saw the movie, but here you go. You have tackling, and they're tackling a ton of issues in Minnie's First Time, really involving the absent parent. Carrie Ann Moss is in it. Alec Baldwin is in it. Luke Wilson, Jeff Goldblum. I mean, phenomenal.
Oh, wow. That's a cast.
It's a ridiculous cast. And it's like this.
Well, and a 17-year-old girl is, she's sexually mature, right? I mean, it's not it's
And remember that the actual girl playing the part is over 20 years
yeah,
old at
yeah.
the time.
You know,
Very
it's
fucking important.
yeah. It's once they pass through puberty, now you're talking about sexually mature people. Okay, it's still creepy when they're too young and all that kind of stuff, but we're talking about 10-year-old girls here, right? This is and like I said, you hear all this stuff, on the interwebs about there are these pedophile rings and all that kind of stuff, and then you see crap like this, and you go, suddenly all those conspiracy theories don't sound quite so crazy anymore,
No, not at all.
and
Well, and
you
what
know,
what what as the guy who I do the mini painting streams with brought up was that they they auditioned 650 girls for the part. And then when I mentioned that on the last stream to Chuck Dixon and Brett Smith is I think Chuck said, and they're gonna make a fortune selling those audition tapes. And then my soul died, right? because yeah, there's video of 650 prepubescent girls twerking to try and get a part on a movie about girls twerking or whatever.
again, where the hell are the parents?
Yeah.
You know, to the super chat guy that's about to have his first daughter. You know,
Buy
that's
a
why
buy
that's
a
why you're
shotgun.
important. Well, that's why you're important. Because I'm sorry, any parent that lets their daughter do that kind of stuff at that age, I don't care what the audition or whatever, they've abdicated their responsibility as a parent.
Yeah.
It's that simple. And
If my kids ever say I want to be an actor or actress, no, you will do that when you are not under my roof because
no,
I can't.
it's
Oh, Jesus.
that decision is actually very, very familiar to me. Um, I won't go into detail, but yes, it's there's not uh, it, if you do your due diligence as a parent you are obliged to do. There's no way you could let your child go and be an actor.
No, no. Uh,
I've done that due diligence, by the way. So I'm just telling you, you can't. When it's like, oh my god, no. We ain't doing this. Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the defectiveness. Yeah, and I don't think this was going on. One of the common things. Well, it's always been going on. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not like this.
well,
Not like
according
this.
to
Because I
Corey,
can tell you right now, the men that stormed ashore at Normandy Beach would have strung that director and every film, every one of the film crew up on from a lamppost. You
well,
know.
the Corey that isn't dead. I think Corey Haim is dead, but Corey Feldman's still alive.
Yeah, he's the one. Yeah, everybody thought. Well, everybody said he was crazy when he came out with his stories of abuse.
Oh, and
But
they made him into a crazy person, and notice he's gone from talking about it now.
yeah,
But yeah, I think it's been going on for a lot longer than people want to admit.
oh, I think in Hollywood, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me. But I'm just talking about in general. I mean, we're hearing a lot of disturbing things, and of course, the response of the people saying it's all a conspiracy is it's all a conspiracy, and there's no evidence, no. They're just dismissing it. They're not offering counter evidence or anything like that. And the lawyer in us, certain things when you're a lawyer are the equivalent of fingernails on a chalkboard, right?
Yeah.
And when someone makes an empty denial of something, doesn't that just go, okay? So my bullshit detector just went off.
Yeah.
um, yeah, well, it's just part of the legal education process.
Yeah.
Because when you're in law school, you literally are. Did how long did it take you to get tired of the question? But why? Mr. Rekieta.
Immediately.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I got to the point.
Because I have a rocket launcher in this scenario. That's why. Leave me alone.
It came to me in a dream, Professor. I actually said that one time. Mr. Beard, are you going to defend a client on that basis? And I went, okay, never mind.
My answer was because the opposite or the alternative is bullshit.
Everything that guy said was bullshit. Greatest rebuttal argument in TV in lawyer movie history. My cousin Vinny. Everything that guy said was bullshit.
Everything that guy said was bullshit. That movie
easily the best lawyer movie ever made. In my opinion,
by far.
I can't even think of anything that's even close.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Vinny, you blend.
But it's amazing. No, okay. So Rhinoceros Rex is reminding me. Yeah, there's some guy. You said was he on Ethan Ralph's stream, on the Kill stream? There's some guy debating the Cuties movie and saying that it was fine or whatever. But he's like, when I was looking at these girls, they were hot. And
what?
And he's like, and I don't care what you say about me, but that's what they were, and I think that's what they're supposed to be. And it's like, oh, sorry, sir, you get the gas canister.
Yeah, no, you're a pedo.
Please leave some cyanide for the next client. Geez.
Yeah. Well, look, like I said, we're back to that thing of what facts could possibly exist to make this okay, and I can't even come up with them.
Yeah. Is there actually, okay, so this is an opinion question. Is there more of this stuff going on? Or are we just finding out more about it in the past? Really? Hold on. Goodness. Since Trump got elected, did you notice that? Once Trump takes office.
Well, yeah, because unfortunately, and again, I'm trying not to politicize everything, but let's be honest, all this shit seems to be happening among people affiliated with the left. I think the left, as a generalization, I think the left lost their collective fucking minds when Trump got elected.
Yeah.
Look, it was a pretty glum day for me when Bill Clinton got elected and then reelected, and when Barack Obama got elected, reelected. Those were glum days. But they had a complete psychological meltdown, and they haven't recovered. So I think you're onto something. I think it has been going on, and they're so unhinged at this point that they're not even paying basic attention to things.
If Trump did this, Trump campaign, trust me, if you did this, what your October surprise needs to be is a release of all of the orders Trump gave to the DOJ to go after pedos as hard as possible. Because I have a feeling that actually happened when
oh yeah, they've been slowly. I've been seeing news articles. You have too, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Over the last week or two, where 48 pedophiles arrested in Nashville or some place.
There's a sting that's been going on, and it's got a weird name, Operation So and So, and they just picked up like 5 guys. One was a former detective.
If you want to see, Biden gropes young girls just about as creepily as he does women.
Oh, he's terrifying. Yeah.
Oh no, he is a legitimate sexual predator. He gets off on it. You can tell just by watching him. But yeah,
I've been sniffed by Joe Biden, but I sniffed him back at the same time.
Yeah. I had a Secret Service agent that popped him when he tried to grope his girlfriend.
Really?
He got oh yeah. That's 2009 supposedly. He said Biden walked up and groped his girlfriend in the breast, and he popped him. he got reassigned as a result of that. But I mean, yeah. Oh, again, the amount of predatory and entitlement that implies is beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
no. Yeah. That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, an
'Cause
across the board assault on pedophiles, and then you drop the October surprise.
if
Name all
they've
these Democrats that have gotten wrapped up in it.
you don't even have to name Democrats. Just like how resonant is that
Yeah,
with what we
yeah,
were talking about earlier? Middle America is, by the way, one of the first things Trump did when he addressed his Justice Department was say, we're going to put a priority on child abuse and we're going to start putting these bastards in jail forever.
yeah.
And then they just show like order after order going after that.
Yeah, that would especially, and the thing is that'd be very tactically smart because again, one of Trump's primary weaknesses with suburban women.
Yeah.
Although I think Kamala Harris coming out in favor of prostitution is going to help with suburban women.
Now I'm pro prostitution too.
Well,
so.
all men are, but I'm just saying I'm not sure that soccer moms are going to find that to be the resonant issue.
But yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know what they've got, but if anyone from the Trump campaign is ever listening to this, I think if you want to hit your base and you want to hit the hearts of undecided dads and moms out there, is you start pointing out that you went after people going after their kids.
And do you know what the glorious thing of that's going to be, Nick? If they do that, you'll actually have the left defending pedophiles.
Mm-hmm.
Because they
It'll
are
be great.
Pavlovian. They're Pavlovian. Trump's got the greatest strategic advantage over his opponents that you can have. He literally knows that he can induce any behavior in them by simply advocating the opposite.
Oh yeah.
It literally is almost that bad. I mean,
I've seen a couple things recently. I can't think of any of them right now, but I know I've seen things where it's like Trump did it, so they're advocating against it, and it's like, this is the most obvious trap in the world. Why would you guys be on the side of the unobvious? I don't know. I did want to ask you something else though. Have you followed the Kenosha shooting?
Yes, I have.
What are the odds if you Ty went crazy one day and you grabbed a gun and you shoot 3 people at a public space? What are the odds all 3 of them would be convicted felons and one a horrific pedophile?
Yeah, you see what that shows is that Antifa and BLM are basically now attracting the absolute scum of humanity, people who can't function in a civilized society and are now just using it as an excuse to rage against the system. But what was remarkable in that whole thing, and I saw that you did some videos, but I was real busy. But of course, I was on that story.
Listen to him cut me deep like this.
No.
I saw, but your videos were really trash. I didn't want to watch.
Well, I couldn't, Well, no, I mean, if you had tuned into Facebook, you'd have seen my almost in real time. The striking thing about that to me was the degree of control and discipline that Rittenhouse had.
That's what actually bothered me about the police report. And there's that report. You have a meth bag in your hand. That's great.
No, it's a dice bag. That's what we old school people put. Oh, is that what they put meth in?
That's what they put meth in. It's Crown Royal bags.
God, is nothing sacred anymore?
So, no, just Crown. I saw a guy who made an entire set of pants out of Crown Royal bags. It's like,
well, no, I mean, back in the old days when dinosaurs roamed the earth, this is what you carried your dice in.
Yeah,
they didn't have dice bags. Dice bags became a thing when they started noticing gamers were putting their dice in Crown Royal bags.
Gamers and meth dealers.
Yeah, well, okay, there you go.
What? So there was a journalist that they interviewed. The police interviewed, and that's in the police report. His probable cause statement.
Yeah,
and
he was. Yeah,
the problem
is that
I
the
had
one that was following him?
Yeah, the problem I had. That's actually, I believe, a guy from like a right-leaning publication. But the thing that annoyed me about it was he said at the beginning of the article that he said that he's fired some AR-15s in his life, and he felt that Kyle was handling the weapon improperly. And I was like,
what the hell's that got to do with anything?
no, but here's the problem. I've watched the video from before the shootings, and it's strapped, hanging down. He has trigger discipline. I'm like, where?
The trigger discipline is especially easy to see because he was wearing those blue gloves.
He works for the Blaze. The guy works for the Blaze.
Yeah. Well, I think that guy was probably just, shooting his mouth off. But at the end of the day, here's the thing. I mean, there's no question that the second and third shootings were self-defense. I mean, none whatsoever. The first shooting is almost certainly self-defense, but there's some gray area just because you don't have video of exactly what happened.
Yeah, the video's kind of far away.
Yeah, but what you do have is you have someone clearly trying to get away from this crazy bastard, and he gets cornered. He runs into an area where he gets cornered, and the guy runs up, and according to the testimony of that journalist, the guy grabbed the gun.
Yeah,
tried to grab the rifle. And so he shot him.
Did that probable cause statement blow your mind?
Oh, that was such talk about be clowning yourself. The charges are crazy. They misstated self-defense was a defense for the first 5 causes of action, or the first 5 charges. Absolute defense. The 6th, he was carrying a gun and he's a minor. The second half of that law flatly says that only applies if he's carrying a short-barreled rifle or shotgun.
Or a handgun.
And
yeah.
I mean, it's because, as you can imagine, we immediately got on. Of course, it exploded on Facebook, and I was in the midst of it. And of course, there are all these, a child's carrying a gun, that's illegal. No,
Facebook is where boomers shit all over the place.
I know, yeah, I know. Fair's fair, But yeah. I was going to tell you. So some shithead somewhere actually got so angry at something I posted, because I'm sure I was insulting them and laughing at them. That he tried to get some other people to report me to my employer. Well, now, Nick, listen, I want to make this perfectly clear. If someone reported my behavior to my employer, I would have a very stern conversation with myself.
I had that happen early on in the VIX stuff.
Yeah,
it's like someone actually called my office
to report you.
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, that guy's an asshole.
Like, flattery will get you nowhere. You couldn't put together Rekieta law firm. I mean, anyway.
I don't know if they thought. Maybe they thought like my dad had hired me or something. I don't know what it was, but it's like,
yeah, no, that was my homies were laughing at the idiot. I didn't even see the post, but I was told about it. I was like, well, I intend to have a very stern conversation with myself.
You couldn't make my day better than calling me to complain about me. God, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's like when the other side of a dispute, calls your client complaining about what an asshole, like a business deal.
Oh yeah.
He's being a complete asshole. Would you pull him off? I was like, oh, thank you. You can't buy that kind of publicity. But yeah, but I was, written there. There's no question that those charges are absolutely laughable. When
it first happened, I will own all of my words and opinions. When it first happened, he got and they arrested him. I said, you know what? I think he's probably innocent, but an arrest in this situation seems reasonable because you got 3 dead people, you got a shooter with a rifle, and I think and my assumption was that when they wrote the probable cause statement, they were going to just write out that he shot these 3 people, and they weren't going to write an homage to self-defense in the complaint. So then when it came out, I'm like, why did you, if you know all this and you're admitting all this, why are you charging him? Because you've made a prima facie case, or I would say you've made a,
you think that DA is going to get reelected in Kenosha?
No.
Not a chance.
But they've made a preponderance of evidence case in the thing, because that's how it usually goes, right? When you raise an affirmative defense in a criminal trial, you have to prove your affirmative defense by a preponderance of the evidence. And so they've made in their statement the preponderance of the evidence self-defense case. Kyle's defense attorney should just have to walk in and say, "We rest on the complaint, Your Honor."
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
innocent of all charges.
Well, yeah. Will the state stipulate that this complaint is accurate? Because we're willing to stipulate that. Okay, we win.
Now, have you heard though? So you know about Linwood crowdfunding?
Yes.
But did you hear that Kyle showed up for his first hearing and had a public defender?
I did not hear that.
Well,
Lynn's not a criminal defense attorney.
No, but they had a criminal defense team. Now there were some accusations about one of the guys, so he stepped down, Pierce, because he has some financial issues. So he stepped off the board of the crowdfund, which made sense. Right. But I don't know that meant he stepped off of the criminal case or not. But allegedly, Kyle showed up and had a public defender. So now I'm like, wait a minute. They raised over $600,000 for this kid. Where's the defense attorney?
Surely that, I don't know. I mean, I know I didn't know that, but was it just an arraignment though? I mean,
I don't know. Yeah. It had to be just a first appearance, but now
is it possible though that the public defender was appointed before Lynn got involved in the case, and so they just let him go ahead and plead not guilty or something?
I have no idea. That's
the only way I can make any sense out of that.
What I know is that Lynn's been on the case a while. Pierce stepped down a while back, several days ago, maybe even over a week ago. It seems to me that they could find a criminal defense attorney in that area to step up and be there.
Yeah, I mean, you'd want local talent.
That's a bail hearing. Case. I mean, you gotta.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious about what's going on there.
See, unlike you, I was lucky. I saw the video. I became aware of the shooting by watching the video of what happened. So I was able to immediately, I was like, holy crap. I mean, there couldn't be a clearer case of self-defense for the second and third shootings.
Yeah. The second and third.
You have one guy curb stomping him. The other idiot with a skateboard. I'd just start shooting people who carry skateboards on general principle if it were me. But, I mean, there's just, and then that dipshit, Mr. I'm going to try, puts his hands up because Rittenhouse is about to end him. And Rittenhouse doesn't shoot him. Oh, and by the way, the kid cleared a jam in the middle of all that. By the way. I mean, well, that kid has that rare, I think that kid, he's one of those rare 1 in a million, 1 in 10,000 people who have supernatural coolness under fire.
He was calm as like his jog. It was controlled. It was calm because people would be tempted to full sprint for 10 seconds to try and get away from the danger and then gas out. He doesn't do that. He keeps a steady pace. He just keeps moving away. Some people were like, I read something where they like, he fired recklessly. I was like, he hit only his targets. He missed the one guy, which was, unfortunate in my opinion that he missed the one guy.
He missed it. He didn't kill him, but he blew his arm off basically.
No. So he shoots the first guy. And then the first guy who does the jump kick on him, he missed that guy.
Oh, he fired at him. I didn't realize he shot at him.
He fires once or twice, but he fires up because he's down and that guy comes down on it. And so he fires up.
That could also just have been, jarred the trigger. I mean,
so he missed that guy.
The other guy leaps over him, hits him with a skateboard, and then tries to grab the rifle, and he shoots him.
Yeah, he tags that guy right in the stomach.
And then the dipshit number 3 runs up with his pistol.
He literally violates the Geneva Convention.
Yeah,
if you think about it,
and tries a dumb shit video game move to boot. And Rittenhouse blows his arm off. That guy, so that imbecile. I mean,
I want to point out, guys, that were this an armed conflict in an actual war zone,
he could have been hung. Been hung.
What that guy did is a war crime. You cannot fake a surrender.
It's called perfidy. And it's a grave breach, which means you can string them up by a lamppost. Now, what I thought though was cool was he tries the smooth video game maneuver before getting his arm blown off. And by the way, I don't know, you may have seen this. That idiot, he goes to the hospital, and his buddy out on social media says, "Yeah, my bro's doing good," and he says his only regret is he didn't kill the guy. I'm going, well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Rittenhouse's defense team is
Just
you
throw
know.
that, Your Honor.
And by the way, why is that guy not under the jail for being a felon in possession of a handgun?
But
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's a Democrat running the county.
yeah. That
Yeah.
guy should be on Fed charges. That's what the feds
Yes.
need to do, because
Well,
that's a Fed.
and he will be. He will
Yeah,
be. I mean,
because that's both a state and a federal crime.
yeah. But as far as I know, that guy hasn't been charged with anything, despite being a felon in possession of a handgun. But that's another disturbing thing about this whole situation is the number of Democrat prosecutors who are letting scumbag criminals walk because of political reasons.
Well, it was the
Uh,
I heard this argument a couple years back when someone, people were talking about gun crimes and the loopholes at gun
that
shows,
don't
and
exist.
right, they're talking about all these loopholes and stuff. I think it was Buck Sexton, and he says there were 88,000 fraudulent purchase requests for guns. The feds, where they lied on their form, right?
Yeah.
I forget what the form is, the request for a license to purchase a handgun or a firearm. There are 88,000 of those, and the feds prosecuted, I think, 0 of them. And they're like, prosecute the actual crime instead of talking about these non-crimes and talking about having to pass more laws. There's a law right here. Prosecute it. But here's another example.
That's not the goal. The goal of the exercise is to punish normal law-abiding people. It's not to actually put criminals in jail.
Right. And that's the thing here is
horrible in our place.
You've got Kyle, who appears to have acted. I mean, he even retreated when I think personally a duty to retreat is a breach of your Second Amendment rights. He goes ahead.
I don't think Wisconsin has a duty to retreat.
They do. They do.
Okay.
They have
I didn't see it in the statutes.
Their castle doctrine extends only to your residence.
Yeah, but is there an explicit duty to retreat? I didn't see it in the statute, but I might have overlooked it.
I believe there is in the justifiable use of force, deadly force statute, a duty to retreat. But
he did.
He did. Yeah, and I think a duty to retreat should be unconstitutional, hands down.
I do too.
I think one of those states is waiting for a case where a guy doesn't retreat, but everybody goes, yeah, but there's no one in this situation who should retreat. And I want them to fight that all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court to find that.
Oh, I think so. Well, now after the Heller decision, when the right of self-defense, Heller is a great decision on a lot of reasons, but it essentially enshrines a constitutional right to self-defense. Which it's a damn shame that we actually had to litigate that. But
I think it's also a bad decision in a lot of ways. But
it's not ideal.
Scalia, you had one job: make it perfect.
Yeah. Well, stop with the dicta about when states can ban guns and what kind.
Don't differentiate between a handgun and an AR-15, and say that the handgun is in common use, but an AR-15, which is the second highest selling frame,
which
after
is beyond ridiculous.
Yeah. He's like, well, it's not in common use. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Look, Scalia is a member of the elite.
Was now he's a member of the dirtworm community.
Yeah. But the point is, I agree with you. I think that imposing a duty to retreat is a violation of due process. It also, for any number of very good reasons, it's stupid law.
Yeah.
Because the process is the punishment, as we both know. And so when prosecutors are allowed to second guess people who are in a very, emotionally charged situation, I mean, I was glad Texas got rid of that doctrine. But no, Rittenhouse was just, he had the same kind of cool that you read about people like Audie Murphy, for example. just cool as a cucumber in a stress situation. And I don't think that was the result of training. I think the kid's just wired that way. And,
Yeah.
you know, but he, you know, I'm sorry, those fuckers needed killing. I mean, I just,
Oh man, I will
society is
not
so
shed a
much better
tear.
off. Society is, society's better off when some people don't wake up the next day. And
Uh,
those people were part of it.
a child
But
rapist and then a domestic abuser who both decided they were going to burn down gas stations and car lots got killed. Oh my God, criminy
that's too
fucking
bad.
river.
Well, here's the thing. Every single time this happens, right? We find out we find out that these people are the worst kind of scum of the earth. That's what's out there rioting. I think Kenosha is an inflection point. I have a theory that if anything blew the election for the Democrats, if they get hosed, like I think they will in November, Kenosha is going to be the inflection point because let's face it, most middle class people don't really care all that much if inner cities get burned out. They really don't because we don't live there.
Yeah.
You know, Kenosha is a smaller town than Tyler, Texas. Not much smaller, they're about the same size, but Kenosha is small town, small city America. It's a blue collar community. They thought they were electing moderate Democrats. That's unfortunate that they would vote for unicorns. And I kind of feel bad for them because, when I found out that Santa Claus didn't exist, nobody burned my house down. But,
Mrs. Claus did.
Yeah. But Kenosha is Kenosha is a blue collar middle class town. And I think a whole lot of people in the suburbs went, holy crap, that could happen in my town.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, moving the riots outside of urban centers is a tactical mistake. If you're talking about this from in the perspective of like we're at war or whatever, and you actually have some like hypothetical ability to control sides, moving riots outside of urban centers is a terrible plan because you will piss off people who would otherwise support you. That's the thing. And you see it. What was it? The mayor of Portland or Seattle like was all rah on the riots until they got to their neighborhood.
Governor Nurse Ratchet of Michigan, that vinegar-faced, hypocritical.
How do you really feel about her?
Well, that's about the best thing I can say about her. I mean,
she's awful.
She's awful. She built a $1.1 million wall around the governor's mansion. Now, this is the same woman who said that physical barriers don't work on the border. But how do you spend $1 million on a wall? Even in anyway.
My favorite move was my favorite move was when she opened the area of the state where her family has a boat at a marina. And then her husband called the marina and is like, hey, we need our boat for the weekend. They're like, oh, for Memorial Day, I think it was. They're like, we can't do that, sir. And he's like, you know who I am? You know who my wife is?
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you my wife's rank?
It's fascinating. Donald Trump has wiped out an entire generation of Democrat presidential contenders by simply letting them govern as they see fit.
Yeah.
It's a remarkable achievement, really. He's committed the equivalent of political genocide against the left by just simply letting them do it. And what I find fascinating is the degree of self-control the man's got. He could have sent the troops in, but no, he's going to make them ask him. Out of respect for federalism. No, I do think Kenosha is going to be the inflection point.
I saw an article a while back, and this was earlier on in COVID, and I think it was before the riots, and it was Trump. This should have been a favorable headline, but it wasn't. It was Trump could have had control or could have taken control over the situation, but he didn't. And the guy was lamenting that he expected Trump to take undue executive authority on COVID, and then Trump left it to the states, and he's like, he should have taken it even though it would have been wrong. And he's like, you're just mad that he didn't do what
2-year-old.
You wanted him to be an authoritarian, and then he didn't do that.
No, and that's the thing. They keep running against this caricature that they fabricated.
Yeah.
And I'm just telling you, Trump, you know,
And I mean, to be honest, I thought he would, and I was surprised that he didn't, but I was happy that he didn't too.
I didn't, I got to say, I didn't think he would do it. But then again, he acts very consistently to the majority of clients I have. You know, as we've talked about, I tend to represent successful business people, self-made successful business people, and they really are quite consistent in many ways. Um, you know, to anybody that thinks Trump is some kind of an idiot or a lunatic or anything, you can't run 100 different companies successfully and be an idiot. You just can't. It's not possible. Oh, but there were bankruptcies. Yes, 95% of all new businesses fail. Best I can tell, about 2% of Trump's new businesses fail. That would imply he is a businessman of epic competence. You know, so no, no, he's not going to play their game. The Republican convention showed that. Everybody expected a mean-spirited, bitter, angry, you know, thing, and it looked like something Ronald Reagan would have put together. And by the way, where do the Democrats get their production people? I thought they had access to Hollywood and stuff. That convention looked like a damn Zoom meeting.
Oh
It
God, yeah,
was horrible.
yeah. And
Um,
the worst parts were when they had the convention Zoom meeting up, and they had multiple versions of the same person to
yeah,
make it
God, that was
as
yes,
if the world can't see that there are three mutant looking guys that all resemble that creep from the Goonies.
yes, yeah. The amateurishness was astonishing, and I don't even have a real high opinion of the DNC, but I was shocked by that. I wasn't really surprised at how crisp and how sharp the production values were of the Republicans because, well, you know, Trump's a businessman, and um, what are the odds that he actually knows how to, you know, sell things and run ads and stuff? I mean,
No,
now
he's a terrible salesman.
he's a terrible salesman. Yeah. Well, you know, the age old thing in all competitive activities is you need to fight the enemy you actually have, not the enemy that you fantasize you have.
Yeah.
And that, you know, and that's true of football, that's true of war, it's true of politics. And I think one of the big problems the Democrats have got is they're running against a caricature, but the caricature isn't actually on the other side. And I think, you know, and I think too he enjoys getting their expectations going in a certain direction and then flipping it on them. It wouldn't shock me one bit if in the debates he doesn't just come in and just be the nicest guy you've ever seen.
I think that's I if I were
Wouldn't
him,
shock me one bit.
that's what I would do. And
Yeah,
I would let Joe Biden fire at me all day and just be like, "Well, Joe, I'm here to talk policy." You know, and that's if he
yeah,
does that, he'll kill him and it'll be
yeah,
great.
yeah.
And
It's
then he'll
yeah,
have to kill Kamala Harris. No, I'm just kidding. Uh,
yeah. By the way, is it just me, or did they actually manage to find someone with a laugh as annoying as Hillary Clinton?
They did. They
Yeah,
did do that.
you know,
And we're all supposed to pretend like Joe Biden isn't going to be found incompetent immediately after taking the oath of office, or maybe even before, and have Kamala just step in. Because
I think he needs a legal guardian now.
I
That's
think so too, but I think the idea is they're gonna run a senile, ridiculous man thinking he'll get elected and then remove him and allow Kamala Harris to be the first woman president. And it'll be that would be the worst case first woman president ever because you
ever,
literally got
ever.
it on the back of a man. But I genuinely
Well,
think that's
Hillary
the
Clinton
idea.
too. Hillary Clinton she owed her political accomplishments to her marriage to a successful male politician.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? These Democrat feminist icons, you know. Yeah, I was asked. One of my friends on Facebook asked my opinion of Kamala, you know, wanting to legalize prostitution. I said, well, she wants other women to be able to succeed the same way she did. I mean, that's, you know, but
Oh man.
yeah, we really are though living in some crazy ass times. I don't I
It's
don't think it can continue, but you know, what 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 really is unexpected, though. I mean, I knew that Trump. You saw the freakouts when Trump got elected. I mean, it was hard. There were when tens of thousands of liberal women think it's a great idea to put vagina hats on and parade. Right? Yeah, you knew right then that they were kind of coming a little bit unraveled. But they've been basically in a nonstop mental breakdown for 4 years now, and I don't know there's any coming back from that.
Well,
You know,
they'll have to excise the crazy, and they might not be able to.
I don't think they're going to be able to. They're not going to be able to do what Labour did in the UK. They're going to. What'll happen is they'll blame the old farts in the party, and the old farts, for better or for worse, are actually the voices of I mean, when Nancy Pelosi is your voice of sweet reason in your party, right? you know,
Yeah.
um,
I just
because
like that she has to have her jaw attached like Bruce Campbell did in Army of Darkness, because it's
yes,
going to fall
yes.
off at any moment, because that she's a creepy skeleton.
Skeletor, yeah. Well, and of course, that. What do you think? What do you think about how bad is that? Is the salon gate going to blow back on her?
I think it's funny, because I was set up. Set up. You set up an appointment to go into a salon.
I mean, someone lured you into setting up an illegal appointment.
Yeah, it's like,
What
what
I wonder is,
are you
how's
going to
that playing
argue
with-
that you didn't know the law? Oh, I'm sorry. That's not an
Yeah.
excuse for anybody else.
What I want to know is, I wonder, do women care about that? I would think that they would, but
I
you
think
know.
I think women in the area really were taken aback by that. I don't know if it's enough to change like a San Francisco voter to turn. She's San Francisco,
Well, no,
right?
it isn't necessarily. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's her district is safe, but it's not necessary for them to become Trump voters. What you want is them to be demoralized
Yeah.
and just decide. Because here's the thing, there's psychology I think at work here. I've seen this in wargaming, so I'll analogize to politics, where you know once someone gets it in their head that they're going to lose, they then don't care about it anymore. Right? That's the coping mechanism.
Right.
Well, I don't really care about this game. I'm getting my butt kicked, but it's not that important. Well, voting requires some effort. Not a lot, but it does require some effort. So anybody that doesn't really care about the election probably isn't going to vote. And I think that's the, I've been asking myself, the sheer hysteria and ridiculousness of some of the news stories. Trump hates the troops. Yeah, okay, whatever. I mean, my God, even Bolton took his hand off the knife that he drove into Trump's back and said, "No, that didn't happen."
Yeah.
I mean, but I mean, I was asking myself, who in the world would believe this crap at this point? And then it hit me like a ton of bricks. They're not trying to persuade persuadable voters. They're trying to keep their base fired up.
Yeah.
They're worried that their base isn't even going to show up.
Well, because their base hasn't. I mean,
well, and
the
the
biggest
polling
show up
already is showing that most people think Trump's going to get reelected.
The biggest showing the base had was when Trump beat Hillary, and that's in the past like 5 elections.
Mm-hmm.
And
Obama, that was largely a result of the returns coming in, because it was pretty obvious that Hillary was in trouble within an hour or two of the polls closing on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hell, California was still out there. So yeah, you're right. Rasmussen, I think. Anyway, one of the, or maybe it's real
Rasmussen.
Clear politics. Rasmussen.
Rasmussen.
Rasmussen. They were talking about whoever the hell it was. Whoever it is, and you know who I'm talking about, damn it. They made the point that in the last, 17,000 presidential elections, that anytime there was a significant enthusiasm gap, the person who had the greater enthusiasm won. And I think they defined an enthusiasm gap as like, I don't know, 5 or 6 percentage points or something. There's like a 17 point or 12 point double digit enthusiasm gap between Trump voters and Biden voters.
Mm.
And that can't be good news.
No,
You know,
no. Well, and how do you get excited over Joe?
no.
Uh,
Well, here's a telling thing. When I tangle with lefties and I get tired of making fun of them, um, I have pretty much what I call my rhetorical kill shot. And with one single exception, not a single liberal has ever replied or stayed in the conversation after I say this. I rebut whatever stupid thing they say, then I make fun of them, you know, and then I say, and you do know that Trump is going to curb stomp your senile, creepy, girl groping derelict, don't you? Nick, not a single time has a liberal responded. Now, you know how mouthy liberals are. You know how they can't, not a single time. And the one guy that did came back with something like, he's just said WTF. And I said, well,
Wait a minute. Counselor, you
yeah.
just told the court that not a single time did this happen, but then you said the one
Well,
time that it did. That's the
except for that one
definition of
time.
a single time.
Mea culpa, mea culpa. It's late, but no, I mean, but the guy that did the WTF, he just said WTF, and I said, well, what part eludes you? Is it the creepy, the senile, the derelict, the girl groping, the curb stomping? Help me help you.
Yeah.
But I mean, the point is, I bet I've posted that 30 or 40 times in the last few months, at least that many times.
Imagine unironically posting on Facebook 30 to 40 times ever.
Oh. Yeah, your mama.
I'm gonna tell her.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, scratch that. Yeah, shit. Stupid, smart ass kids, but but yeah, but the point is that they do know that, they know
Yeah.
it. So all you people out there in the stream, if you encounter lefties that you just want to shut them down, say that to them. Trump is going to curb stomp your senile, creepy derelict, and you know it, don't you?
At least what you could say with Obama was there really was this wave of people who felt like for whatever reason it's time we will now have a black president, and that excited people, and that actually that fairly excited people on the right, even if they weren't going to vote for him. It's like, well, but I guess it's a good thing that we got a black president.
It was,
and
Obama came in with the most tremendous amount of goodwill of any president I think has ever taken office.
Yeah, and then he
remarkable that he pissed it away as fast as he did.
I was gonna say the amount of toilet paper stuck to the bottom of his foot as he left was amazing.
Oh yeah, well, because he was awful.
Yeah,
he was a lousy politician. He was not a leader. He was literally an empty suit. And, that's unfortunate.
And some mom jeans. Ooh.
Yeah, well, there was just the whole effete. I mean, let's put it this way. He definitely wasn't pitching, if you know what I mean.
Him on a bike was the funniest thing I've ever seen him. Why would you ride? You're the president of the United States. You could ride any bike on the planet, and you pick like the goofiest, girliest looking bike I've ever seen, and then you put a helmet on and you wear like stretch jeans from the Gap. Like, what happened to you? Why would you ever do that?
He was also the first female president as well. I mean, really, he was a classic limp-wristed, effete liberal male. I mean, it was nauseating. I remember seeing shots of the war room when they were doing when they killing Bin Laden, that kind of thing. What was striking was this is the war room. The commander in chief is in the war room, and what is he doing? He's hunched over in a completely submissive position to the real men around him. And I'm going, oh my God. You remember that bowing? Remember that bowing fetish?
That was ridiculous. Yeah.
I mean,
stop bowing. You're important.
The man is a beta male through and through. But nonetheless, you're right though. Obama was no one has ever squandered more goodwill more quicker and more effectively than he did. And it also didn't help that the Republicans ran the shittiest candidates ever. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
in a universe that includes Bob Dole. Okay. you know,
Well, what's great is I can say this. There's one beautiful thing about the Obama's marriage relationship that I've picked up on is that I know for a fact that Michelle had him pegged from the very beginning, and you can take that as you will.
could have gone my whole life without that middle image, but I can't argue with that. Uh,
It would. Well, let's do the chats and then
sure,
probably wrap
sure.
up because we've
Oh yeah,
already
golly.
gone.
Once again, we have garrulously. By the way, I don't know if I told you, I have nominated. I have named Larry as America's raconteur emeritus.
He's that's a
Have you
good
been
title.
listening to his podcasts on his forbidden trip across America?
I listened to the first couple, and I'm gonna get to the others because they're
Yeah.
so good.
Oh yeah, he's got a great voice. I get him to do. I like to get somebody like that to do my voicemail at Beard and Harris. Hello, you've called Beard and Harris. I mean, that would be cool.
He owes me a voicemail recording.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Because I've been a patron of him on Patreon, and that
I need
was
to be I need to be a patron of his too because I get genuine value. Yours too. I probably ought to do that too.
well,
I
I don't
just send y'all pizza.
I don't know if you, in all honesty, I don't know if you should until the case is over.
Oh yeah, right.
And so yeah, just because
Yeah.
again that the appearance of impropriety, which there obviously wouldn't be, but I just don't want any.
Nah, that's fair enough. I think we had this conversation about a year ago, as a matter of fact.
But Larry's is definitely worth it, and what Larry used to offer as one of the perks for the higher contribution levels, and I think it still is that he would record a voicemail message for you, like your pickup voicemail. So he actually owes me one, and one day I need to write a little script for him to collect.
Oh yeah, I mean that would no. Let him write it. He'll write it better.
Well, that's true. That's true.
He'll know what to say anyway. Just Larry, if you're watching, love you, buddy. But yeah,
someone asked Larry who? Larry Blydner. That Larry show on Twitter, on Facebook, on Google Podcasts or Apple Podcasts, it doesn't matter. He has the voice of the Velvet Angel. I don't know what.
Yeah, he does. He's on the Chad Dad stuff too.
Yep, he comes on the Chad Dad show.
He's the cool dad.
Yeah. Oh, he posted a picture the other day when they had the heat, the real hot day in San Fernando Valley.
Oh yeah.
And he had his analog thermometer, said it was 121. He had the digital was like 134.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That was awful. Yeah. Yeah. Larry also, I think, did he invent the term pointy chick?
Yeah. Yep.
It's a perfect slang word.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because
he
you know exactly what it means. It's a work of art in and of itself. But yeah, Larry's the cool dad on the Chad Dad things. In case y'all
are. Blydner is Bleidner. Yeah. He's great. And really, I will say it till my dying day. One of the tightest, best produced, like 25-minute podcasts there is. It's a
seamless, absolutely seamless.
The audio. The quality's excellent. The editing's excellent. And he tells just a great story, like 25 minutes every week. It's amazing.
Yeah. And if there's editing going on, you can't tell it.
No. When I say editing, I mean the production of his, his intro and just the, balancing the audio levels, stuff that I have no idea how to do any of that properly. Yeah. He's amazing.
Yeah. True dad.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do the super chats and then we'll wrap up the show here because it's already going to be pretty late. Gadamlu says it would be a shame if the local mosques got a hold of the information of the people behind Cuties. Would not want to be in Mogadishu, Paris, if that were me. Sakaki Onsai says, note about scummy DAs. Joey Gibson and another member of Patriot Prayer suing Multnomah County DA Mike Schmidt for selective prosecution based on politics. News story and racket streaming at 11:22 p.m. CDT. That's, I hate to say this, but there's one lawsuit about the guy who got shot in the Chop or Chaz or whatever, suing the police for failure to protect. He's gonna lose dramatically. And this guy, Joey Gibson and Patriot Prayer, suing a DA for selective prosecution, you're going to have a real tough time.
It would have to be so egregious because guess what? DAs, their job description is selective prosecution.
Yeah.
I mean, that our legal system, for better or for worse, and I think it up until Soros started funding left-wing DAs, I think it was for better, is that we gave discretion to prosecutors because they can't win every case.
Yep.
And it would be unjust to require prosecutors to prosecute every accused crime.
It'd also be impossibly expensive.
It'd be impossibly complicated, and it would be a waste of the taxpayers' money and yada, yada, yada. But that's the thing. These people are destroying a system that has worked very well for over 2 centuries. All because they're pissed off that Donald Trump won. Now, I'd ask anybody, do you want lunatics like that actually in charge of the country? I mean, that's...
I don't want anybody in charge of the country except me.
No, I don't either. To me, gridlock's always been a feature, not a bug.
Look, I don't have faith in the government to faithfully or to properly execute people. But if you put me in as president, there will be federal executions daily because I have faith in me to judge properly. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. You're on thin ice.
That would be I don't think I'd have a hard time with that either. But it's fascinating. Our government was designed around the premise that we cannot trust our elected leaders, that they are bastards and outlaws that can't be trusted and can't be relied upon and will steal us blind if given half a chance.
Yep.
Our entire government system is built around the notion of frustrating the government. It's and it has survived remarkably intact for 230 years, 40 no, yeah. 240 years now.
It outlived all of the founders' expectations, which is great.
Well, they were realistic men. Franklin, we've given you a republic if you can keep it.
Yeah. Bad Vibe says the pathetic thing about the left is that the single issue identity political issue cannot coexist. Many contradict each other and will end up splintering the party based on identity. And why they have no policy today. And that actually, I think the right has been learning from that lesson over the past several elections, and they've backed off of some of the single issues that they used to hold on to because they realized that the big tent under Reagan was more effective than single issue voters that followed.
Well, the problem with single issue voters is if they don't get their way, they go home, and you can't build a lasting political structure with that kind of attitude. No. I don't think. And the splitting up of single issues is interesting because the problem that the left has got, as would anybody who does this, there's an infinite number of slices in an infinite number of directions, and I don't care who you are, you're going to eventually not be in the right slice.
Yep,
it's inevitable. White women are starting to find this out. White liberal women are well, no, it doesn't matter that you're female. You're not a female of color, and of course, women in general. The fascinating, bizarre interaction of transgendered rights versus women's rights. You have an entire political party literally dedicated to the proposition that men should be in the bathroom with women.
Yeah, and they're all in on it.
And yet the majority of women vote Democrat.
Speaking of not that, but kind of in a way that, did you see that 2 professors now have stepped down for claiming to be black when they weren't?
Yeah.
In completely different places. And they're liberal professors too. It's not like these are
Well,
like
of course.
it's not some sort of racist thing. They're like the people who would say specifically that was bad. And they've now done it.
No,
And it's
when you
amazing.
start rewarding, well, when you pay significant rewards for certain behavior and you have no mechanism for enforcing the integrity, of course you're going to get that. I've been unable to find in the federal laws or in cases or anything else any actual legal description of what a black person is.
There was one. It was
Well, I'm aware of the one drop type thing, but even it's circular, Nick, because you presume the existence of a black parent or whatever.
yeah.
Well, what makes them black?
What was it? It was was it Dred Scott? Was that the one where when you actually look at I don't remember. I think it was Dred Scott, the train car, where it was the black guy in the segregated train car. And
Yeah.
it was a really bad decision because they upheld it. And
Dred Scott was.
I think it was Dred Scott. But when you
yeah.
look at it, like Dred Scott looked like a white guy. That's why
It's what they call the one drop rule. But what I'm saying is that's not much of a rule, because where did the drop come from? How did you know that person was black?
they knew. Yeah, but
That's the problem. I mean, the point is there's no actual legal definition today anyway
of black.
of black.
Right.
It's just if you claim it, you are. I was convinced, when I made applications.
Plessy versus Ferguson.
Plessy, yes, that was the one.
Thank you, Juan.
Yeah, he did. He even had curly hair, as I recall. But I mean,
like red hair,
like white people curly hair. Not. I mean,
they picked him because he was like 1/64th black or something. Like he was more black than Elizabeth Warren is native, but but it was very
apparently
attenuated.
98% of the U.S. population is more Native American than Elizabeth Warren. but I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. So now it's Sean King's turn to step down. You mean Talcum X? Sorry.
No, he's.
Yeah, but I mean that's the thing. Somebody asked me about that on Facebook, so I got to looking. I'm like, holy crap, there is actually no definition. And if you think about it, how could there be?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, because what is black? Like, would you have to define a list of countries of origin? Because
I was
because it doesn't work that way either. Because you could have a black parent who's a Chinese national citizen.
Country of origin doesn't get you anywhere.
Yeah,
particularly with integrated societies. I mean, France, you could be a black person from France. And of course,
only if you have a cone head.
Yes, we are from France. But but even then, how would you prove that genealogy? I mean, if you try to define it like that, most of the African Americans in this country wouldn't qualify because you wouldn't be able to prove it. Anyway, it's an interesting notion though that basically, legally speaking, you're black if you say you are.
Yeah.
And so I used to jokingly say,
unless you're a professor, then you are until you decide you need to step down real quick.
Well, yeah, but I think what you're saying is it turns out that a lot of liberals turn out to be hypocrites. I'm shocked by that.
Well, my whole thing was, hey, maybe if you just stop caring about race at all, like then it doesn't matter if you were black or not.
It'd be interesting if they would actually judge people by their character and not their color.
Seems like somebody said that a while back.
I wish somebody had. I wish some great philosopher in the past, maybe if they had said that, we could deal with that.
Bad Vibe says Michelle was the first husband. Mr. Obi-Wan 2020 says Trump says COVID vaccine will roll out in late October. If the Dem states mandate it, think their base will show up on November 3rd.
That may be the greatest trolling of all.
Yeah. If the October surprise is we've got a vaccine and we did it faster than any vaccine you've ever heard of, that'd be a good one. I won't take it.
No, I think it's unlikely. It would be. Although we've launched the equivalent of a Manhattan Project style assault on it too, but
I believe that I heard that the exchange for the accelerated thing was an immunity from liability, from products liability for the pharmaceutical companies who are making it. And I'm like, nope, I'm out. You can put me in like the 15th round of.
I think I'm willing. I think I'm probably willing to risk getting COVID.
Yeah, I'll just go take it, please.
Over letting pharmaceutical companies make a vaccine that they're not going to be liable for. Is it a complete immunity, or
I
surely
don't.
gross negligence would
I
be?
have a feeling that if the pharmaceutical companies are going to get a mandated vaccine, it's going to be an annual one like the flu. If I had to get, well, we'll have a COVID-19 because you've
Yeah.
already seen the articles about reinfection rates and stuff like that. So it's like, wait a minute. Are they going to pull this bullshit where I'm going to have to go get a COVID vaccine every 6 months? By the way, if I was a pharmaceutical company, it would be a 6-month recurring vaccine.
Well, yeah, I mean that would be yeah.
I'm a genius. And that's
Well,
what
what you
worries me
want,
is I think that someone else is as much of an asshole as I am.
well, or just a greedy bastard. But
That's
I
what I
think
meant.
we're
That's
saying
what I
the same
meant.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, because what you want is you want that to be the case, but you don't want to hold the government hostage. You want the government to be writing you military grade checks.
Yep.
Pay me the same thing you pay General Dynamics for building fighters. That's where the real big money is. That would be devastating. Although the economy rebounding has had to have been depressing for the left,
Yeah.
but they should have
Well,
expected that.
we'll see. We'll see. Nova Zero says, under Trump, we see less war and something is finally being done with the China problem. All he needed to do was stop abandoning the allies in APAC like Obama. India unleashed the Tibetans on China. Oh my God, the salt. So there you go. That's,
True.
he's done some
True.
very interesting things with
Well,
foreign
Trump
policy.
proceeds from this bizarre notion that his primary allegiance is to the United States.
Yeah.
Something that hasn't been the case in the U.S. State Department since before World War II.
Right.
If I were president, the first thing I'd do is reassign every person in the fucking State Department. I would relocate it to Barrow, Alaska. You've heard my theory about that. That's the northernmost city in the United States. You're inside the Arctic Circle, and I would put the IRS and the State Department and probably the FBI at this point all in Barrow.
That sounds like a good plan.
Mm-hmm.
Dungeon Master.
There's probably some frozen tundra up there in Minnesota and Wisconsin that could be a good surrogate too.
Ty, it was like 35 degrees the other day. Please do not remind me of what I'm about to endure.
God. It was over 100 a week ago here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Dungeon Master says, I'm looking to get into the Warhammer universe. Which books would you guys recommend? A friend of mine recommended the Gaunt's Ghost Omnibus. That's a good start. I like the Ultramarines Omnibus. Uriel Ventress 3-part omnibus is great. And then also Eisenhorn, Xenos, Malleus, and Hereticus are fantastic places to start. All 3 of those will introduce you well. But Gaunt's Ghost and Eisenhorn are both Dan Abnett, and he is the best writer they have. Great at introducing people in. So pick one of those. That's what I would say.
What he said.
Yeah.
What he said.
Changus Khan says, since Ty's here, use Lemoyne's voice to say, Corn Pop was a bad dude. He ran a bunch of bad boys. So I learned about roaches and I learned about kids jumping up on my lap, and I love kids jumping on my lap. You are a sinner,
glorious.
sir. Cave says, prediction, in about 2 weeks, Biden will have caught COVID so he can social distance from the debates entirely and come back just before the election as a courageous survivor. Won't be enough.
You know what?
And will just be the death knell of the campaign. It's possible.
But you know what? That's not a bad excuse.
Yep. Mr. Biden, sir, can you just please cough a couple times? What? Yeah. You crazy? Some kind of junkie?
First thing Trump would do is, well, I think we need a blood test, don't we?
Yeah. The Coke Master says, hey, Rackets, could you shill Cord's ball hernia GoFundMe? He's too broke to super chat it, so I'm doing it for him. While at it, could you also shill the GoFundMe for a Oren's sister's brain cyst surgery? Thanks a ton. Holy crap. Not easily. Those are here. I'll put the hernia surgery. These are from the Dick Show, right? Some callers on the Dick Show. Here's the hernia surgery. I'm going to put it in the chat. And then I'm going to do the brain cyst surgery as well in the chat.
How's Dick doing, by the way? Have you had him on your show lately, or?
I haven't had him on my show in a while. I was talking to him the other day. I think he's doing fine. His Patreon's still killing it. I don't know how that guy. Yeah, I'm gonna just do 25 grand a month in Patreon to do one show a week. What the fuck did he do right?
Yeah, well, he's like literally one of the funniest people ever on the planet. that helps.
I have some disagreements with him recently. He's taken kind of an opposite stance on cuties and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I know that people have been hammering him on that, but that's what?
Dick have kids?
No.
There's the difference right there.
Yeah, I think it's a big.
No, I mean, I truly, and I don't mean it to be condescending to Dick. I think that really is the difference. You just once you have kids, you see these things way, way different.
Yeah.
And that's not to insult anybody's intelligence who doesn't have kids, because I didn't get it either.
No, it's not an intelligence thing or anything. It's just that something changes in you when you have kids. And it's annoying because shit used to like not mind bothers you now.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I can't watch movies that have children in danger. It's too difficult to watch.
Yeah. It's really harrowing.
Plus I had all these brilliant plans and stuff about how I was going to be a parent, right? I knew before Brianna was born exactly what I was going to do. And I didn't do any of those things.
Yeah.
It's like,
talk
about your battle plan not surviving first contact with the enemy.
When you and someone else like give that smug look to parents because their kid is like crying at a Denny's or something, and you're like, look at those assholes not fixing their kid's problem.
Yeah. Why can't they make that kid stop? Yeah.
Just wait. Why don't they just stay home? It's like, you know what? Fuck you. No.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. One thing I actually did enjoy getting out of being a parent is the ability now to completely blissfully not notice other people's kids screaming and crying. Because that's one of the things you'll get is all of a sudden that will never bother you again.
Yeah. I don't care when the kids cry. I actually get more annoyed at parents now. Like I don't hear the children, but I hear the parents
yelling at the kids,
or just talking ever. And I'm like, you shut your mouth.
That's really the misanthrope in you coming out. I'm not sure that has anything to do with your parenting exactly.
Silky Johnson says, "Hey Nick and Ty, what is your opinion of the insane law that piece of trash in California drafted and was passed that gives a judge discretion if a person is caught having sex with a minor within a 10-year age gap? Why isn't that guy drawn and quartered?" Okay, there are two things about that law that are important to know, and neither of them are great, but it explains the law better. That law only applies to homosexual relationships.
Yep.
And the other thing you have to know is that it brings the status of homosexual relationships to the already existing status for heterosexual relationships. So
there was already a law in place that said that for heterosexual.
It's like 14 or 15-year-old plus heterosexual pedophilia within 10 years. So basically 14 and 24. I don't know if it's 14, but it's either 14, 15, or 16. And then it goes up 10 years. And then they said that it was not a mandatory addition to the sex offender registry, because basically what I think they're trying to do, or what they were basically doing, is protecting female teachers who had sex with their students. is that, so like a 24-year-old or 26-year-old teacher who has sex with a 16-year-old student isn't going to go on the offender registry is
That's a
my
trap.
yeah. But so what they did though was they brought the line for sodomy in which
Which
is just
used to,
legal
which
term
used
for
to in the,
homosexuality.
well, and used to in the law be a crime.
Right.
And just because the Supreme Court allows something, that doesn't magically comb the language out of the law.
Right. So they
You
just
know,
brought
it's
this statute brought the law for sodomy to the same level that the law was for vaginal intercourse with a minor. And that doesn't make it good, but it explains why
it
that bill
explains
exists.
why they did it.
You shouldn't be mad about this bill. You should be mad that it was already the
yes,
law for
that's
everybody else.
I didn't know that part. I
Yeah.
didn't know that part. Okay.
So that's missed because how bills are written, it's really, you've got just references to sections of other laws, and unless you do a deep dive and really go in and look at all of those sections that are changing, it looks crazy. And it is crazy, but that crazy was already there. This isn't a
Yeah.
new level of crazy.
They're simply harmonizing the crazy.
Yeah. And
Right? I mean,
why they're not drawn and quartered, I don't know. Kill your politicians.
no,
It's a joke,
I
you
think
two.
you're on. I think actually you hit it on the head. It's to keep women.
I really do. I think that's the only thing I can think of.
right.
Because I
I think you're
guarantee
right.
you get a 25-year-old male having sex with a 15-year-old female, male teacher, female student.
Oh, he's
and
gone. He's under the jail.
He's going to prison. He'll be a sex offender for the rest of his life. You get a 25-year-old female having sex with a male 15-year-old student. She'll probably get probation and won't be on the registry. So that's just, and I think that's the exact discretion they wanted to put in the hands of judges. And I think that's wrong. I think that's unequal treatment under the law. And I think it's bullshit.
It is unequal treatment under the law. No question.
Okay. So that was that one. On Your Knees B says that media witness against Rittenhouse is from The Blaze, except the fact The Blaze is Glenn Beck property, and he is an extreme anti-Trump boomer neocon. Take that for what it's worth. People like him don't change allegiances. I also know that when Glenn Beck started The Blaze, he didn't only hire conservatives or even neocons. He hired liberals as well.
I thought that Beck though has sort of had a. I think he's made his peace with Trump, hasn't he?
I haven't listened to Beck in like 8 years, so I couldn't
He's on
tell
the
you.
radio. He's on the radio in Tyler in the mornings and at certain times when I drive into the office, and I've heard him, just like literally for 5 minutes.
I used to listen to his show all the time. I liked it until he got so doom and gloomy that every show was about the end of the republic, and I'm like, okay, please, just talk like a funny man. Just be a funny man and have funny opinions. I liked that, but then he got all doom and gloomy, and
he deserves. In my opinion, I'm not a huge fan one way or the other, but he deserves a lot of the credit for the Republican recovery in 2010 that took the House back, because he basically was one of the driving forces of the Tea Party.
Yeah,
he got a lot of people, a lot of women actually, who really were political, not really all that interested in politics. Something about him resonated with women a lot. My wife watched him every day. I got to the point I got tired of seeing him on TV.
Yeah. Derek Sy says Beck actually made a video apologizing to Trump and that he's pretty pro-Trump now.
Well, no one should apologize for being a Trump critic before Trump was elected, because there wasn't any particular reason to think that he was going to govern as a conservative.
No.
But he did.
He gave a lot of reasons that he wouldn't.
yeah. But he has governed consistently as the most conservative president in my lifetime, and that includes Ronaldus Magnus. Now, like you and I have talked about, I always cut Reagan slack because he did have to defeat the Soviet Union, and that
you always get credit when you defeat some commies.
Yeah, well, ending the threat of nuclear annihilation. Maybe you had to make compromises with the Democrats on that deal.
Yeah. But I mean, I have I have the collector set of Broke, Arguing with Idiots, and an Inconvenient Book autographed right there on my shelf. I liked Arguing with Idiots. I thought that was a funny book. Uh,
Is that a Beck? Is that a Beck book or?
yeah, all three of those
Okay.
are his
Yeah.
books, and I used to listen to him a lot. And then I got tired of hearing that the world was going to end every single day.
Yeah.
Very Mormon of him to
Well,
do that.
just very, yeah. Guys, look,
And stop crying, Glenn.
oh
Stop
God, yes,
crying.
God, yes, God, yes, yeah, yes, and yeah. But
Yeah.
again, that resonated with women.
Yeah.
He did something else that I actually, if you remember when he did his show, he used a blackboard, an old school blackboard.
Yeah, he had to
And
make it custom for his stupid
well,
show. It was great.
you've seen my office where I've got the dark green dry erase boards that have the grid pattern and all that. That was inspired by Glenn Beck because it occurred when I was watching him on that show. I said, "Holy crap, that's actually easier to look at than a normal whiteboard." And I've used that. I've used those ever since, and clients love them for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, and the other thing I have to give Beck a lot of props. He really pioneered independent creation by making the Blaze. Now, I think his Trump stance has really kicked his ass on the Blaze, and he probably burned a lot of goodwill and credibility in how he approached Trump. I mean, for better or worse, I just think that's what happened.
A lot of Republicans failed to understand the degree to which Trump resonated with the base.
Yeah, and
in fact, a whole generation of rhinos got wiped out.
and I think like everybody, any of us riding this independent wave, owes some homage to these guys who really pioneered it. And Beck, I mean, he created a news company out of nothing. And you can like or dislike the Blaze, that's fine. But he showed that you could do it, and not only do it, but you could get onto satellite television. You could get major distribution, and you could build something that no one thought you could do. And that was a voice to counter CNN, MSNBC, and this stuff, and to be pretty successful at it. So he should get some credit for that.
Well, yeah, and what little I've listened to his radio program, like I said, mostly because it just happens to be on when I'm driving to work. He's still a bit whiny, gloom and doom, but not like he was, 4 years ago.
Yeah.
That's what somebody in the stream said. Yeah, he hated Trump when we need to unify against Hillary. Yes, that's true, but he also sees the error of his ways, and he's now back on the team. And
but so did Ben Shapiro, and I still like that little muppet.
Yeah, I got to agree with Vox on that. I find Shapiro annoying.
I find him annoying too, but you know what? He really annoys the left.
He does.
And that is funny.
I don't think I hate it. I don't hate him like Vox does, but
no, I don't like listen to his show or anything, but I do love when he gets in a debate because he chops them apart. And the funny thing is they always underestimate I'm like, the guy is like this little weird, kind of unlikable guy. You think he's not gonna over prep for this debate and come in and murder you at the Micro Machine guy's voice?
He's got that creepy goblin thing.
Yeah.
Yes, master.
But he talks like he could do Micro Machine ads. He talks so fast, and he just and he just hammers it out. He does like a 6-hour show in an hour. And so when he gets on a debate and he just blah 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 blah, he filibusters them on their feet, and I like that about him because it's funny. I don't care about him or like his opinions. I just like when he does that to people and makes their day ruined.
Well, the thing is, we need everybody we can get on the team, and I'm perfectly willing to extend the hand of friendship to a never Trumper who goes, "You know what, I was wrong." That's fair. It happens. What's inexcusable is supporting Democrats while claiming to be a conservative.
Yeah,
because you're just a lying sack of shit at that point.
Flandre Scarlett says Obama is also a superb chameleon. He can fluently speak and act progressive lefty publicly while also fluently speaking and acting elite because he is one. Thanks, Chicago Machine. He's fawned over to this day by the Democratic establishment for a reason. Yeah, he did really well. I mean, Obama did really well with the left in general because he did everything they wanted, right? Which is
he was a tabula rasa. They projected onto him.
Mm-hmm. And he did the things where he said publicly all of the correct things, but then in private he just killed people. And I mean with drone strikes and stuff like that. Yeah. And big injustice of the Guantanamo, and then at the same time he's literally murdering the people who would otherwise be going to Guantanamo.
Yeah, and he was doing it because he didn't want the thing is that was not in our best interest to do that.
No.
Say nothing of the due process issues. You want to capture those people and interrogate them. That's how you break the terrorist networks up. So he was doing the country a disservice because basically he just didn't want to jack with it.
Well, and the other thing is, there's you don't want to jack with it. And one thing my national security professor, who was a CIA attorney for a while, he said having the guy in the orange jumpsuit for the pictures is a problem. Having a pile of ashes is not that big of a problem. So you just bomb them and then they're gone. And there isn't a guy like crying over his gnarled rat-eaten Koran from Guantanamo, although Guantanamo is really pretty nice for those guys. They got a soccer field and everything. But you don't have that picture of them in like the individual cages in the orange jumpsuit. If they're just dead on the ground in Afghanistan.
Oh, listen, I have no problem with stringing them up. But as a general rule, though, we wanted to capture them to get the intel out of them.
Well, if you're stringing them up, you can capture them, get the intel, and then string them up.
I think that's a perfectly rational compromise.
Yeah. Tengen Ken says, saw the Dune trailer. I wasn't sold on it from your talks with Peacock, Ty, but now I'm in. At the very least, I think the cinematography will be excellent.
I'll tell you what troubled me, though. Almost nothing in the trailer with the guy that's playing Paul Atreides. I don't think he's got the presence to carry that role off. I could be wrong, and I hope I am. But looked like everything else was pretty much pitch perfect. The Thopters looked right. The characters, converting Liet Kynes into a black female was stupid. I mean, but Kynes wasn't. That's not a huge plot point either way.
Yeah,
my concern is
I don't even know who Paul Atreides is. I've never.
He's the main character. He's essentially Dune.
I'm trying to troll you.
Yes, I know. Essentially, Dune is a retelling of Lawrence of Arabia in a science fiction setting. I mean, really, the parallels are obvious. But it has also pissed off liberals, apparently. I saw Yellow Flash had something on that, and so that alone makes me want to go see the movie.
We'll see. No one important says, hope Monica Rial survives the irony that is Uzaki-chan. She will be voicing a character who consistently bullies a man while also trying to have sex with them or something like that. Uzaki-chan.
A man?
No. She's voicing a female who is
right.
Yeah, who bullies a high school student while also trying to bang him or something. I don't know. This anime stuff. Who knows? Cole Kiddo.
Yeah, apparently moral consistency isn't a big factor with.
No. Did I see a thing, chat? Was it real? Did Funimation put out a statement that they're going to be revisiting the lines of Uzaki-chan because they don't support bullying? Was that a real tweet or whatever from them? Also, Uzaki-chan has giant cans and is highly sexualized.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I'm looking so forward. If assuming
they're college students, okay. Well, I don't watch that show, guys. It doesn't have ninjas or robots in it.
I am looking so forward if we get back to if it gets remanded back to the trial court like we expect, to introducing a Tarrant County jury to essentially kiddie porn put out by Funimation. I'm That's going to be fun.
Okay, Cole Kiddo says 2020 plagues, protests, and pedophiles. Oof.
Yeah.
Magnus says, tell Irby to shut the fuck up. I'm trying to tell a story. Also tell Lost that he's a little bitch. You heard Magnus, guys. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, about halfway through your Dixon Smith interview, and it's good stuff. Haven't watched comics content in a while, so thanks for the fun show. Hey, make sure to back their Indiegogo, Black Tide Rising. Looks really good. It'll be
Oh,
good
yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. That's
So check it out. Skeet Neat says, Dear Nick, here I am to say, ahem, fuck the Thalmor and the Imperium again, but also fuck Vivek too. Fuck that ball boy. Oh my goodness. Fat Keck Boy says, please remember the other 9/11, 9/11/12, aka the Benghazi attack. Press F for the men who died that day. Ambassador Chris Stevens, Diplomat Sean Smith, ex-SEAL Glenn Doherty, and Tyrone Woods. Yes, F for all of those guys. Alessandro Tavera says, hey, Ty, did you check out the Dune trailer yet? We just talked about that. Jillian Seed says, Ty, long time no see, got my first gun, 22 Heritage Rough Rider.
nice.
Also, if hiring lawyers in 2022, hit me up. Sick of commies and Tyler sounds based. So Jillian must be in law school there.
Yeah.
Red62 says, sing in Lemoyne's voice.
Get a cleaning kit for your gun, by the way, and learn how to clean it right.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Sing in Lemoyne's voice. All I need is the air I wheeze. Gasp. What song is that? All I need is the air I wheeze. Hayami says, Yo Ty and Nick, guess what? All Pizza Huts in my area have permanently closed due to lockdown policies. I'm super sad. Well, the Pizza Hut in my area closed because it was a weed delivery operation. You would order a pizza and send a code word or whatever, and they would put the weed in the pizza box and deliver it to you. With
funny.
the pizza, which to me, that's efficiency right there. That's capitalism.
Yeah. You have to admire the business model there, I suppose.
I don't know what goes better with weed than pizza. Jillian Seed says, Thai cigar recommendations.
I wouldn't know, Nicholas.
I don't smoke weed either, but I've watched all the movies with the memes. Jillian Seed says, Thai cigar recommendations. Got a great cigar bar nearby.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
They're looking for cigar recommendations.
Of course, I do Cohibas because I have the fortune of, there are angels out there that send me boxes of Cuban cigars, clients that go overseas and stuff. And so I've literally not been without Cuban cigars for like 10 years. So I
Okay, so Cuban Cohibas. What about the non-Cuban Cohibas? Like the Dominican ones and stuff for the.
They're probably pretty good, but I'll tell you something. The affection that Cuban cigars are given is deserved. They really are just a better smoke, and they're I mean, it's no.
You hear it here, guys. Ty Beard praising the communists for their beautiful commercial operations that are superior to the capitalist ones.
It must be the soil or something. Because don't get me wrong, there are plenty of good cigars.
I gotta calm down. I almost said a really spicy joke.
Yeah. Take it down a notch.
Yeah, that one was.
But no, a good fresh Cuban cigar is notably good. I mean, I remember the first time I had one, I was like, holy crap, I'm getting a buzz off this thing. It was, they're good.
The blood in the soil is on the track to the joke I was going to say.
Okay.
But it was way spicier, and I will not say it on YouTube. You'll have to contact me on my Discord.
Wow, a joke you wouldn't say. Jeez.
Not on YouTube. You can find the joke in my Discord if you want on a live chat Wednesday or something. Cringe Lord says, Ty, if you have a confidence level on appeal, what is it? If you're not that adventurous, what was your top argument in your opinion on appeal?
Oh, we had numerous arguments. I think the top argument is just simply, are you kidding me? if this isn't defamation, what is?
Yeah.
I mean, and the fact that the other side put in all the prima facie evidence required and then some in their filings. So you know,
Right. Yeah, I think those are the real I mean, it's
yeah,
I hate to say like the top arguments because they're just that's just the argument is
yeah.
well,
There's, I mean,
you've
you have the technical argument that the court failed to apply anything resembling the standard required by the statute.
yeah.
That's, but just at a meta level, it's almost a, oh, come on, you've got to be kidding me type argument. Um,
Yep.
so
Adam Wooford says, "How much noise if a man made cuties would the world be like the world was ending?" Yeah, if a man made it instead of a woman. Also, Jeff Hicks from World Class BS Channel wants to do a Warhammer 40K stream. Would you be down for that? Probably. Send me an email. That's how I typically schedule out streams, and I'm really bad at it, but just that's the best way to get a hold of me. Send me an email and we can set something up. But if you just leave it at this super chat, I'll forget about it. So, yeah, get me in contact and I'll talk to him. Kyle Robertson says, Nick and Ty, what are some good whiskey recommendations for someone who doesn't drink whiskey? Just had to sit on a jury for a
Jack
family
Daniels.
no. Just had to sit on a jury for a family sexual assault case, and now I think I'm an alcoholic.
It's hard
Yeah.
time.
Okay, Jack Daniels might be good for that one, actually.
Nicely played.
Gosh. No, if you don't drink whiskey and you want a good intro whiskey, I like Oban 14 or Dalwhinnie 15. They're both scotches and they're both a little spendy. However, Oban 14 is like a wine. It's got a lot of fruity sweetness to it, but not it's still a whiskey very much. It's not like too sweet.
What about Gentleman Jack? Is it a
Gentleman Jack's good. No, I like that.
Yeah.
I actually like the Jack the the smaller batches that they do. The Gentleman Jack,
Yeah.
the higher quality stuff is actually quite good.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna diss that. Just a regular like $12 bottle of Jack Daniels is sad to me. No, but the Oban or the Dalwhinnie are both very smooth and sweeter. Almost the Oban's more like a wine that almost like a cognac, right? It's like a wine that's ultra concentrated, and the Dalwhinnie is just a really good, smooth, not burn your face off Scotch. So check those out.
Yeah, what he said.
Okay, let's see. Melissa Cross says Trump will carry Florida and Pennsylvania again. Simple math.
Then he wins.
Yeah.
Then he wins. No, I mean, really, if Trump carries Florida and the other states that he carried last time, he only has to have Pennsylvania, Michigan, Minnesota, or Wisconsin.
Yep.
Any one of those, and he wins.
Yeah, and I was in Florida, and it's a little biased because of the area I was in. I saw one Biden sign in all of Florida.
Yeah, you can't get Trump signs here in East Texas. I was here in Tyler. I asked my officer, why don't we have a Trump sign out there? And she said, I've gone to 3 different locations. They don't have any. I mean,
yeah.
It's the enthusiasm gap's definitely different. But do you think, Nick, that there are Democratic strategists out there saying that Minnesota might be in play?
It's possible. I mean, my area out here, you will find more Trump signs than Biden signs. The Minnesota is just you got to understand. Minnesota's like 5 million people, and 3 million of them are in the metro area.
Yeah, I guess the $50 question there. Minnesota didn't. I mean, Trump got reasonably close even in Minnesota.
He was within. It was 40,000 votes.
Yeah,
that's real close when you're talking about. 1.5 million votes being cast or 2 million votes being cast. 40,000 is quite a
makes you wonder how many people in Minneapolis are going, I think I've had enough of this.
Yeah. That's a very real possibility. And the Democrat mayor of Minneapolis,
the boy mayor,
the Democrat governor put up an embarrassing showing on it, and if that carries on to Biden, and if Biden's out there praising the peaceful burning down of a city, it really could. It
and your
doesn't take much
governor
to flip.
Waltz, he's still basically just got the state locked down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, from what I've been reading, he's and he just keeps moving the goalposts. I mean, there's we have 10 cases. That's too many. Well, I mean, obviously, like I said, if I were a liberal, I'd be really pissed if these guys wrecked my life to defeat the Orange Man and then whiffed it. That would be bad.
Yeah. So we'll see. Minnesota was definitely, it was in play last election. It's potentially in play this election. You got a lot of farmers, and you just pissed off a lot of people by burning their house to the ground. Or not their literal house, but you know what I mean. Their businesses and their.
And the
their
thing
areas.
is, what lefties don't seem to understand is I can't find a single Trump voter, a confirmed Trump voter, who says to me, I voted for Trump last time, but I'm really disappointed in him. I'm not going to vote for him again. Not one. So if that's representative, and I think it is, then you can anticipate Trump getting everybody that voted for him last time is going to vote for him this time. And I think the Democrats are not seeing that correctly. They have bought into the delusion that Hillary Clinton was such an awful candidate that any Republican could have beaten her. And I'm sorry, that wasn't the case. Trump won that election on his own merits. Now, Hillary was awful, no question. But, she was also extraordinarily well funded, had overwhelming support from the media, yada, 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 all those things. And no, I don't think any Republican could have beaten her. I think she would have beaten any other Republican except Trump. Because any other Republican would have cared what the media said about him, and would have let the media define. Maybe Cruz wouldn't have. Maybe.
But, Colin in the chat says to tell Ty that he's one person who is disappointed in Trump and will not be voting for him again. So there must be at least one.
There must be one. Your story.
Yeah, well, it's.
I'd be genuinely curious why. How has he disappointed you exactly?
Yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe if he decides to share.
Because if you elected the guy on the policies he said he was going to do, he's done everything he could possibly do to get those policies across, and far more than most. So if you're saying, well, I'm not going to vote for him again because he didn't get the wall completely built, well, you're just an idiot. I mean, you're holding him to an impossible standard, and you're going to vote for the Democrat over that bullshit. You're a liberal pretending to be a conservative. If you're a conservative, you simply can't be angry at Trump's policies. You may not like his tweets and all that kind of bullshit, like that matters. But, now, if I was a liberal, I'd hate Trump's guts. But,
Super Alfredo 64 says Soye's crisscross jump parody. Monica's fat steps will make you.
I'm sorry, Nick, I got to interrupt you. Let me get this straight. We're going to elect Joe Biden because Trump banned a toy.
Well, they didn't.
Fucking a bump stocks. Seriously?
Well, did they say
somebody said that? Somebody said that was Trump banned the bump stocks. So what?
Well, but that doesn't mean that they're willing to vote for Biden necessarily. They just might not vote for Trump.
Well, right. Yeah. That is a distinction without a difference. The point is, again, let's be grown-ups about this. Let me get this straight. Biden is a better choice than Trump. You're a pro-gun person, and you'd rather have Biden because Trump banned a fucking novelty item that, by the way, you can make out of a rubber band. Give me a break.
Let's see. Colin answered, though. He said, mostly because I'm disappointed in his conduct as well as some of his recent policy decisions. I don't hate the guy, and I'm not voting Biden.
And Colin, I'm sorry, but you didn't tell me a damn thing. You said, what recent policy decisions specifically do you disagree with?
Oh, my God. I'm going to get you guys to a bar together so you can talk about this.
Well, no, this is class. Here's the problem, Nick. And again, I don't know Colin from Adam. I'm just simply saying I'm already doubting that Colin is actually a Trump voter because he hasn't identified a single actual thing. What policies has Trump done that you think are so bad that you will vote for Joe Biden this time? If you can answer that question, I'll believe you. If you can't, I'm going to call bullshit.
Sorry. I have to sing this super important song.
Uh-oh.
Monica's fat steps will make you jump, jump. Lemon's voice will make you cough, cough. And I will be a simp, simp. That was the crisscross jump parody from Soye. Thank you for ruining my day. Rhinosaurus Rex says, just a heads up.
You're a true professional, Nick. I got to tell you.
Rhinosaurus Rex says, just a heads up. Pre-orders for the new Bandai Space Marines is live. Salamander and Imperial Fist chapters up for grabs. Both are listed at $100. Motherfucking.
You know, for decades, I have said, surely they can't raise prices anymore. And for decades, I have been wrong.
Well, they're these guys. Can you see this?
Oh, those are full size. Okay. Those aren't the actual miniature.
No,
$100 for a model.
It's it's a very.
I guess it's in line with Games Workshop pricing.
It's not Games Workshop. It's Bandai. So I mean,
no. What I mean is, you'd pay $100 for a Games Workshop figure that size. So
I think you pay much more than that for the for the knights and stuff. Those things run like $400 or $500.
You know, I realized I haven't done any serious miniature painting in like 2 years now. I because of various things, just being too busy. But are they still doing? What is it? Forge World? Is that the resin casting?
Forge World is like they do models that I guess they license the right to make them from Games Workshop, but they
did insanely big stuff too, like actual 28mm Titans.
Yeah, they do. They do. Games Workshop has some too now, though. But Forge World does as well. Forge World costs like their models are way more than Games Workshop even.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean they've always been. I mean, and something like the Baneblade, for example, Forge World did those long before Games Workshop made a kit. It seems like they did the Thunderhawk. I had a scratch built Thunderhawk. I still got it. It was half finished. The hull and everything is done. The detailing wasn't done, and then Games Workshop came out with a kit, and I'm like,
that's what you get.
What are you gonna do? Yep,
that's what you get
every single freaking time.
Anyway. Green Bullet Prod says, as Lemoyne, Ron, 2 words, shut up. Daka Babo.
But don't you think Ron would say right back at you, raspy? I mean, that's just.
Yeah. Daka Bova says, thought of this today and haven't been able to get it out of my head, and Ty's here, so Lemon sings. They're
working you over on the Lemon songs. Thank you, by the way, stream. That I always do find those humorous.
This is to the Blue Mountain State opening, apparently. Give me a con! Give me a salute! God damn it. Nia says, mothers and CPS are both notoriously generally complacent or involved in child sexual abuse. This case is only unusual in that it became widely known. Look, we don't need the black pills today.
God, I hope you're wrong about that.
Bad Vibe says, don't forget that 2018 Netflix had another movie called Desire that was also content problematic. And the C and the P are important there. Mario Carter 13 says, Cuties is a cinematic triumph. Roman Polanski. Geldwager says, Nick, check Discord. I sent you something. You can share it with Ty and chat. I'm still shocked by it. I don't like doing this in the middle of shows.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna. Oh God. No, I'm not gonna read that on stream. Thank you for sharing, but we're gonna avoid that one. Tony Neve says there's several EOS against EOs against human trafficking.
Executive orders.
Oh, executive orders against human trafficking. Yep. Cal Clay says, think Italy would loan God Emperor balloon for his win. I have no idea. Devin Zachary says, tuning in late. You guys seen Cuties yet? No, and I'm not going to watch it.
Nope.
Gary Flanagan says, the Dems have been peds since Shirley Temple. Gross. Cal Clay says, if Trump says he'll lose, the left will concede.
That's funny.
Devin Zachary, thank you for the donation. Cal Clay says, can Cruz run for president? Yes. Imagine a Canadian-born American. Wonder if he would paint it pink in honor of how we burnt down the pink house undetected. Devin Zachary says, Vaush is the smartest person. I'm sorry. Why am I watching this stream? I must be brainwashed. This rhetoric is disgusting. Long live Justin Trudeau. Rose's New Beginning says, sea porn and abuse is a global problem, not just the left. I agree. I agree with that fully.
It is a global problem, but it does seem to be disproportionately concentrated, at least in this country.
I don't know if the act is being disproportionately concentrated, but the apologies for it is. Yeah, that's the thing. Sure. The justification of it is largely like you'll find.
And therefore, I think it's reasonable to presume that if they're apologizing for it, more of them like it than the side that's not apologizing for it. I mean, that's a reasonable inference.
Yeah, well,
that happens to be a little tick of mine. It doesn't get us very far to observe that such and such happens on both sides of the spectrum. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Really, you figured that out all by yourself. That says nothing. What does say is when one side is disproportionately engaging in a certain behavior, that's the point. I just
Hurry Up and Wait says, hey man, I'm glad to catch a stream again. Been a while, been gone for 9 months.
Dang, where you been?
Hope you're well. Missed this stuff. Hey, thanks. Love you, Maddox lost. Boulder Boy sucks. All of that is true. All of that is true. Well, welcome back, man. I'm glad you're able to catch a stream. Hopefully things have been going well for you. Cal Clay says, Punisher can kill rioters if he says he's on the left. Cal Clay says, if choice between abducted by Dark Eldar or Death Guard, which would you pick and why? Gonna be unpleasant regardless, but endless suffering, or Nurgle Pet? I'll take Nurgle Pet. I'll take Nurgle Pet over Dark Eldar abuse any day. I can't fit that many spiked things in my rectum.
Yeah, I was going to say Dark Eldar because they're probably somewhat hot, the chicks are, but then I thought, no, you wouldn't get the hot chicks, would you?
Nope. And if you did, it's probably going to be worse for you, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. So no, I think I'd go with Nurgle too. Better to just be, absorbed by some biological horror.
Jason of the Great Awakening says, as painful as this time is, the death throes of evil still makes me happy. Yeah, well, seeing evil defeated is good. Bad Vibe says, also based on Sophie's statement to either CPS or her representative, I believe that Sophie was trafficked, and I believe that maybe why the judge recused and ran. Yeah, that's something we didn't really discuss.
Multiple. She's flatly said she was assaulted by multiple different men.
Yep.
That almost would certainly be trafficking, if assuming it's all true. If this judge is compromised in any way, she should be hung from her toes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
In Minecraft over a pot of boiling water.
Because they're supposed to protect the weakest among us from this kind of shit, right? I mean,
yeah.
If our legal system can't do that job, then what good is it? And that's a fair question.
Yeah.
And so any judge that would allow any kind of extraneous consideration to affect that really ought to be held personally liable. Don't get me started on the whole, judicial immunity bullshit. That's
a long conversation for another day.
Yeah, we don't have time for that. That's the doctrine that says you can't sue a judge just cause.
Yeah. Because they're a judge, basically. Of course.
Yeah, and it's not, as far as I know, it's not codified anywhere. It's just judge-created law. So judges decided that judges couldn't be sued.
Yep.
You know.
Peter Pete says a white Black Lives Matter guy was telling me how he's helping me because I'm black. I told him the best help he could give me is taking a shower with a toaster.
Nice. That may be the best super chat of the evening.
Ben Frail asked if did you ever read The Lost German Slave Girl? I have not.
You know, in the 70s, did you ever read the Gore novels? Or are you familiar with the Gore novels at all?
No.
Okay. Well, again, the 70s were a different time, obviously. The guy's name was John Norman, and I think they may be available again, but they were basically just soft core bondage fantasy novels. But the thing is, they were actually pretty good fantasy novels, but they had the whole softcore slave girl bondage thing on top of it. And when you're 13 years old reading that, it was quite memorable.
Well, yeah, I mean, who doesn't need? I think we could do that in everything, and that'd be
Yeah,
funny.
yeah. It's you know, and the titles were like literally "Slave Girls of Gore" or something like that. It was,
Milked at Her Uncle's Farm is available on Audible, I think it is.
oh boy.
Timothy Reaper says in Führer Lemoyne voice, you got the coof, baby. You got China's present to the whole world. You got the wheeze. You got the hacky hack. Bad Vibe says Talcum X, he only wishes he was Tobias Whale Black Lightning villain, an albino person of color people. I knew an albino black kid when I lived in Houston. His name was Rufus. It was pretty interesting.
Rufus.
Yeah.
Actually never known anybody named Rufus.
I know one guy named Rufus, and he was an albino black guy that I went to elementary school with.
Now, against that, I actually do know and am related to two people named Bubba. Actually named, no, I'm not kidding, named legally Bubba.
I'm related to one legally named Bubba.
So there's that.
Yeah.
You know.
Bad Vibe says the thing about Trump is he is actually fairly moderate as a Republican. The left just pushed their agenda so far left that Trump just had to say, "Nah, fam, that's too far." You know, I was thinking about the albino black kid again, though. Would it be blackface? Would it be blackface if Rufus like darkened his skin?
I don't know. Would it be blackface if you white-faced yourself up to look like Rufus?
That's a good question, because yeah, he was way paler than I am.
It gets strange on the edges.
Yeah, now I need to know. Like, I need to find an albino black guy and put him in blackface and see if that's okay or not.
What would be the deciding authority? Where would you go for the conclusive ruling on this? Oh yeah, by the way, so one of the reasons that Dune is pissing off the left is the old cultural appropriations thing. Yeah. Now you understand that Dune takes place many thousands of years in the future. We don't actually know how many thousands.
They have knives made out of milk.
Right. And there is a culture. There's a desert dwelling culture that uses a patois of vaguely Arabic sounding names. There is no Islam, and the Fremen religion in no way resembles Islam. The Fremen themselves do not resemble Arabs in any way, except they use some vaguely Arabic words. But somehow that's cultural appropriation. Just offer that out there.
Yeah, I have no idea. Metal Cat Gaming says, I was taking a shot while Ty was saying that he would be excited to have the jury see what Funimation's been releasing. I smiled and started coughing on the shot. There you go.
I might have gotten carried away, but that would be pretty funny.
Asia Fraser says, sing Mana Mana in Lemoyne voice. What's Mana Mana?
That I don't know.
I don't know what that is. Mana Mana. I don't know.
Mana Mana.
Bad Vibe says, I think you have that flipped. You order the weed and you get the pizza for free. Can't devour a pizza without the munchies, or so the stoner movies suggest. I think you had to pay for both of them. I don't know.
I doubt they'd be giving it away for free. I mean,
yeah. I
just admire the enterprising nature of it, right?
This is why I don't do drugs, though, because I would be like nervous to order drugs from a Pizza Hut. But apparently stoners are just fine doing that. They're like, just No, you just call up the Pizza Hut and tell them extra oregano or whatever.
Well,
And
have you ever known any ever met any drug dealers?
yeah,
I mean,
actually,
people,
plenty of them.
right? Okay, so people buy stuff from those people all the time.
I know, and
As,
I couldn't do it. That's
no,
what I'm
I
saying.
agree. I agree completely.
Yeah.
Forget all the other reasons why doing drugs would be a bad idea. But yeah, I mean, you're literally putting stuff in your body that you that a drug addict sold you.
Yeah.
That's hmm.
Uh, Timmy Carl says, "Can you promote Kyle Rittenhouse Give Send Go legal fund because Facebook censors the link? Also, what is your take on the case?" I think Kyle's got a pretty clear case of self-defense. The scary
Is gonna be owning a lot of Kenosha's money before this is over.
the scary thing is that it's criminal court and you always have a chance of getting absolutely boned, but I think as long as he has competent representation that he should end up walking on this case on all 6 charges.
I can't imagine a jury in Kenosha, okay, finding him guilty of those things. And I could be wrong, but I mean, I'm picturing the jury, basically blue collar white people, and you show them that video, and you're telling me you can't get a couple of them to go reasonable doubt.
Yeah. I mean, I think he should win at a pretrial dismissal, frankly, on an affirmative defense.
Oh, I would be suing the city for malicious, whatever Wisconsin's version of malicious prosecution is,
Yeah.
because you know damn well this is a political prosecution. And because liberals are idiots and can't keep their mouths shut, you know there's emails and text messages to that effect.
Well, I think they should go ahead. They should go ahead
No.
and move for dismissal based on a
Mhm.
lack of probable cause. They cite to the probable cause statement that they provided and say this
That
probable cause.
exculpates.
Yeah,
that
this probable
exculpates
cause
the
statement
accused.
exculpates the accused. So why are we even here, Judge?
Well,
They've
so that's
made our
so
argument.
interesting question, Nick. Maybe you were ahead of me on this. So that's the thing, right? If you put the probable cause up as part of your petition, you're asserting that it's accurate, are you not? If you're the prosecution.
Yeah.
So you
I
would
mean,
be a stop. You would not. You would be
it's
stopped from denying its validity because you offered it as evidence of his guilt.
and not just that. It's you have to reach the requisite level of cause based on that statement and any attached evidence or affidavits to it. So and I've had this happen in one of my cases where the prosecutor's probable cause statement failed to include the evidence that they said proved the guilt of my client. And it wasn't like they mentioned the evidence, but they didn't have it.
They just forgot to put it in the petition.
Yeah, it was a
as I recall that thing actually exculpates Rittenhouse.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, so in my case, it was the evidence was an alleged social media post, but they had my client, like they threatened him, and so he deleted the social media post, and they never screenshotted it or screen capped it. So then when they brought the probable cause statement to the judge, and we challenged the probable cause statement, the judge says, you didn't actually keep the social media statement, and you don't have it recreated in the statement. So we don't even know what he actually said.
Yeah.
So how are you going to do it? So in the Rittenhouse thing, it's similar because it's like, okay, if you're going to bring probable cause, you have to bring enough cause to show that he's guilty. If you have all this exculpatory statements in here, you haven't overcome it because it's a preponderance of the evidence to me stating that he isn't guilty.
I think I have an explanation for why he got charged and what the real game here is.
Oh, what's that?
I don't.
More riots were coming if they didn't charge him.
Well, sort of. No, look, it's a Democratic DA. They elect their DAs, I guess, like they do down here. He had to charge him with something, or he was never going to get. He was never going. He'd get primaried out of existence. So what he does is he just throws whatever he can throw together, throws it down, and when they don't even indict him, I guess they indicted him. Did they indict him? Have they had?
I mean, I don't know if they have.
See, I'm not sure that they could indict him with that stuff, right? Because the prosecution is offering up exculpatory evidence.
See, they didn't grand jury indict him. They just In Minnesota, you don't have to have a grand jury indictment either.
Oh,
So
okay.
Wisconsin's
Okay.
probably
Okay.
similar, where they can do a grand jury indictment if they want, and there's strategic reasons for prosecutors to do it, but they don't have to, and they can just charge.
Yeah, but here's the DA's play, right? He gets to he knows damn well he's not going to win this case, but he can blame his defeat upon the judge, the jury, this blah 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 blah.
Well, we tried our
And
best, yeah.
but we tried our best, right? That's right. And that's a disgusting thing that happens, but it does happen all the time.
Yep.
Where you said a lot when you're dealing with government agencies, like the SEC is really bad about that. They'll run it to trial, knowing they're going to get defeated, so they can blame the court internally.
Yeah, there's a great book by a Minnesotan guy named Howard or Harold Root. It's called Cardiac Arrest, and he is a medical device manufacturer here in Minnesota, because that's a pretty big industry, and he was charged with something, with some violations of advertising based on FDA regulations, and he ended up winning. His company spent $20 million defending him.
Yeah.
But he ended up winning, and his defense was the prosecution rested. The defense stood up and said, "The defense rests, Your Honor," and sat down. And he won in federal court in Texas with a judge that had 0 acquittals in his criminal record. The federal judge, he was a hanging judge, right? And they had
they couldn't even. So basically, they didn't even have a prima facie case.
Right. what they had against him was he and his company denied doing what they accused them of. But even if they had done it, it wasn't actually illegal. But they just ran with it, because if you could get a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar medical device company in prison for falsely advertising medical devices, as a prosecutor, you get to be a governor. That's just how prosecutors think. Is that my political career goes
Well, you remember
on a big conviction, on a big
the Duke lacrosse case, where that piece of crap prosecutor Dennis Nafong, he's actually practicing law somewhere. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's like on one of the territories out in the Pacific or something. But I think I may be getting him confused with somebody else. Anyway, but that was his deal. He tried to railroad some young men strictly out of political ambition.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, and it appears to have happened in the Trayvon Martin case with Zimmerman as well.
no question. Question.
When some of the allegations about how they basically completely fabricated a witness and all knew it, because the original witness wouldn't testify.
There.
Yeah, they wouldn't testify, and so no, not that they weren't there. That the girlfriend of Trayvon Martin, who was on the phone with him at the time that all this happened.
That's right. Yeah.
She was originally going to testify, and she changed her mind. So they had like her friend or whatever just literally read her shit to the court. And they sold it as it was her.
Yeah.
And it, like, but the names don't match. Like, well, that's her nickname. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And it wasn't.
They should be disbarred. I mean, they should not be allowed to practice law, because
yeah.
Again.
Okay, let's keep moving. Kiyatomi Chutanichi says, for Ty, what color would your ideal dice set be?
Black or red, or black with red lettering.
Okay, so death or communism. Death Trout says, my dad bought a Trump sign 2 months ago. He just got it today. Rhinosaurus Rex says, if you're looking for good story suggestion, my personal favorite is the Deadwood cigar. Oh, Stogie suggestion.
Stogies.
My personal favorite is the Deadwood cigars. Crazy Alice and Fat Bottom Betty's are great. Sounds good. Joshua Vidrine says, have you heard of the Antifa arson arrests. Nope.
Is that, is that the guy that set himself on fire?
I
You
don't know.
saw those, didn't you?
I saw a guy get Molotov cocktailed on the feet and do the
Yeah. Yeah.
do a little dance.
I don't think I'll ever get tired of watching that video.
Uh, Guys, I like pineapple. In like when I go to Hawaii, I buy pineapples because they're delicious. Pineapple on pizza deserves the rope. Um,
No, no, I don't know about that. I'm going to have to gently disagree with that. My daughters introduced me to pineapple on a pizza, and I was appalled at first, but uh, when it's cooked, it tasted fine. But then one of my daughters decided she didn't like pineapple on pizza anymore, and it got very complicated at that point. So,
because it's disgusting.
I,
You can
look,
disagree and be
people
wrong.
put
It's okay.
anchovies on pizza, man.
People are wrong every day, Ty. There's
People
nothing.
people put salty minnows on pizza. You're gonna gripe about
I
something
don't.
as innocuous as
Who put? I know people do, but I don't. You know what I put on pizza? Meat. I would put a steak on a pizza if I could.
Oh, I don't order. No, no, I'm sorry. I don't order pineapple pizza. God no. I'm like you. I'm a meat only kind of pizza guy, but I'll eat it. It's not. I don't know that
Oh,
it deserves the death penalty.
an Antifa guy was arrested in connection with deaths from wildfires in Oregon, including a
Oh,
12-year-old
I
boy,
heard
his
something about
grandmother, and
that.
his dog. Oh, crazy! I hope he burns in
Yeah, there
hell.
was some talk, and again, what I read just briefly, there's some talk about some of these fires were being started in red areas by
Hmm.
Antifa shitheads, and you know,
Yeah. I if he did that, may he burn in hell. Mario
yeah.
Carter 13 says, I appreciate when people put up signs to warn the neighbors, beware of dog, deaf child at play, Biden Harris 2020. No one important says, even without Uzaki-chan, there's Shimonetta, where Jamie and Monica voice two sexualized high schoolers, where most of their lines are moans and cum jokes. Hillbilly Skeptic says, giving illegal citizenship is a recent policy reason not to vote. I guess. Did Trump give illegal citizenship? I don't know about that, but maybe.
I'm not aware of anything like that.
I have no idea. He may. I'm not denying it. I just literally don't follow it. Velvet
So,
Nightmares.
but we're going to elect the guy that wants to open the borders to everyone. You
Maybe
know, well,
we are
again,
now because you said it.
yeah,
Your fault. Biden just
that's
got elected. It all comes back to now.
yeah. Somehow I knew it was gonna end this way.
Velvet Nightmare says Biden. Come on, man. You know the thing. Aiden Paladin says, I wake up, watch the amazing stream with Chuck Dixon. Oh, thank you. And now you have Ty on crushing the grift. Well, Aiden, I hope you do know that I did win the grifting world championships.
Crushing the grift, man. That's a title for something.
Yeah, it's my
I mean,
autobiography.
yeah. You need to write that down. There it is. That's a title for something.
You
Crushing the
know,
grift.
I defeated Anita Sarkeesian. I defeated Dick Masterson, and I ultimately prevailed over Ethan Ralph in the grifting world championships. I am the winner.
Yeah. Well,
Nationally and world
I always thought
recognized.
you were world class.
So
You know.
thank you. Tony Neve says, Google Tony Podesta child art. No.
Yes, that's creepy as hell.
Yes, I've seen it, and no, thank you.
Yeah.
Hillbilly Skeptic says Trump is giving illegal citizenship via unconstitutional executive orders. Can a federal judge extend it to all illegals? And again, I'm not familiar what you're talking about, but I will suggest actually that a president of the United States may have the authority to give illegals citizenship through an executive order because they are the sole organ of foreign relations, and they may determine that is within the purview of foreign relations. And if they do that, that's a hard thing to be challenged in the courts.
First of all, I'm not aware of him actually doing that, and
I'm not either.
I think it's unlikely that both of us would not be aware of this. So it sounds to me like something that's been blown way out of proportion or pure bullshit. In any event, we're still back to the original question of okay, so Because of that, you'll vote for Biden, who's going to open the borders, who says he's going to open the borders.
Yeah.
You're grasping at straws.
So I don't know if he did that or not, but I would say that that's actually possibly within the president's power in a weird
Yeah,
way.
it may be. It may be. But again, I think it unlikely that neither one of us would have ever heard of anything like this.
Well, I made that argument when Obama actually he gave resident cards to like 2 million people or something like that, and people were freaking out. But he only did it for like 2 years or something. He gave him a temporary thing, and I was like, you know what? I actually think if he would have gone farther, he would have been more within his power. But long story short,
I was trying to remember that. Was it you and I that were talking about the Supreme Court case? No, it was another buddy of mine. So the Supreme Court basically said, yeah, Obama shouldn't have done that DACA thing, but we're going to let it stand.
Yeah, well, the Supreme Court said Trump is shutting it down wrongly.
Yeah.
So we need to let it stand until they do it right. It's like, what?
Yeah, I'm really tired, but the funny thing, I was talking to this very smart friend of mine, and he made the observation that decision, if Trump gets reelected, will come back and kill the Democrats, because it would allow Trump to do all kinds of things like, I don't know, change the tax law with an executive order. And as long as it lasts long enough, well, then we're just going to anyway. There was something defective about that case's reason. Of course.
Oh, the whole idea that a president can't just shut down a prior executive order with a new executive order.
Asinine beyond all belief.
And the court has no business ruling on that. In all honesty, that's literally a political question.
Flip tails that day. Because I'm now convinced that what Roberts does is he walks in every day, flips a coin, and that determines how he's going to rule.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's no intellectual consistency to his decisions.
But you know what I like about this, and this is the interesting thing that I want to see more of, is that the administration just kept shutting DACA down anyway.
Yeah.
And they basically they're quietly pulling an Andrew Jackson. And here's the question. I mean, the Supreme Court can make a ruling, but the Supreme Court should have no authority over one executive order removing another. Ever.
And again,
ever.
That's what, across the board, we've got people that are not paying attention to the way things actually work. They think just because they say it or pass a law, it's going to happen. It's the same mentality that could possibly trigger a civil war at some point. I don't think that's highly likely, but I think the probability is a lot higher than I did, 5 years ago. The Supreme Court, if they abuse their power enough and they run into the right president, and Trump might be that guy, what happens when the president says, you know what, why don't you just go ahead and try to enforce your rule?
Yeah. I've been, what I wanted him to do it on was, it was a while back, and it was the immigration stuff when he tried to do a temporary ban on the specific countries that he
should have just gone ahead and pushed that.
No, what I wanted him to do was I wanted him to remove federal air traffic controllers from Hawaii. Because that's where the case is brought and the ruling was brought.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, remove or furlough the federal air traffic controllers in Hawaii and get a court
economy down.
Get a court to try and force the executive to hire someone.
Yeah. That's an agency that the executive has total control. I'll tell you when this will happen. Maybe if Trump wins, first of all, whoever wins the presidency, I think they're going to get the Congress too. I think this is going to be one of those sea change. We're not going to have divided government. Remember that the first 2 years of Trump's presidency, there were any number of rhinos that were chafing at the bit to find a reason to impeach him. And even after 2018, there were enough rhinos that it could be close. Well, we cleaned a bunch of them out in 18. We'll clean a few more out this time around. If he gets reelected, it's his party. And as long as they can't find enough, the requisite number of senators to impeach him, he can get away with it, because that's the only real thing the Supreme Court can do is hope that the Congress will simply remove the president.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's Trump's party, and it is just about Trump's party now, Mitt Romney is about the only hold. Do we have any serious rhino hold? We got that shithead Ben Sass in Nebraska who can't figure out if he wants to be John McCain or not. I wish
Yeah.
he'd make up his mind.
I wish he'd just resign.
I do too. Well, he's an asshat. He's another one of those rhinos that just couldn't wait to show the world how he was going to stand up to the president.
And he sold himself as like a Tea Party conservative. That was
absolutely. Well, he's Jeff Flake. He's Jeff Flake with better press and a better name.
Yeah.
But other than him and Romney, I can't think of any real rhinos left in the Senate. I don't include what's her name from
Murkowski.
Maine. Yeah, she's a rhino.
That's Alaska.
No, the
right?
other one. That's Alaska.
Susan Collins from Maine, right?
Collins is a bonus because that's a blue state, and they'd normally have a Democrat. Yeah. So I don't think you can really call her a rhino. She's more than we deserve.
Well, she's kind of like the Democrat congressman in my area, Colin Peterson, like pro-gun, pro-life Democrat, because he has to be. Otherwise he would be replaced in a heartbeat. But he's very big pro farm guy and he's chair of the ag committee, so he gets a lot of money.
He needs to change parties is what he needs to do.
He should, but I think I don't know that he's actually pro gun and pro life, but that's how he.
No, he's
acts.
towing the line,
keeping his place. TLJ Screwjob says, Ty and Nick, Christmas or Halloween? That's an EFAP meme. I don't know what the meme is, but I'll pick Halloween.
Whoa, oh boy,
Christmas or Halloween? That's the question.
Christmas.
Okay.
What I can't stop myself. What the hell is EFAP?
Every frame a pause. It's a channel, a YouTube channel, and they watch like something and they pause just constantly and talk about stuff. So
it's not perverted or disgusting or anything.
No. It's not.
Wow, that's a change.
It's not perverted or disgusting. I just don't know the meme they're referencing from it.
Okay.
Bad Vibe says fruit goes on pizza, tomatoes, peppers, and pineapple.
Tomatoes and pepper are not really fruit. That's a myth propagated by communists.
Yeah, and pineapple doesn't go on pizza; it goes in the gutter. Only when you're going to put it on pizza.
Where's the hate for pineapple coming from?
I like pineapple. I don't like it on pizza. Cybertaz says,
apparently there are strong feelings on that point. I had no idea.
The chat has been arguing about pineapple on pizza for like 35 minutes now.
Oh, okay. Well,
Cybertaz.
Can't we all just get along? I mean,
no.
You could have half pineapple and not.
No, you can't. No, you cannot, because that will seep in. Not. That juice will cover the other half.
Seep in. Yeah.
No, I know this because I ruined other people's pizza by making it better because I had jalapenos on my half. And you put some good.
Oh yeah, jalapenos will
that juice will seep over into the other half, and it's just great watching Minnesotans eat jalapenos on pizza.
I am not a big pepper and jalapeno guy, but I'll tell you something. In MREs, some MREs come with a cheese and jalapeno sauce that is beyond sublime. I'm not kidding. And I've never seen it. I've never seen a commercial product, but it's a cheese spread with jalapenos in it.
Yeah.
And it's just delicious. Take that for what it's worth.
Cybertaz says, rip Leafy's Twitch channel. Yep. RIP. He just started, but he attacked the thoughts, and you cannot question the thoughtery. That is where Twitch makes all their money. You can't do it.
Look, going after the hot chicks is never a winning strategy.
It's
it's just not. And I mean that's one of those global rules. It doesn't,
It's Ken Jennings Kiwi Farms says Sophie's statements to the amicus in that recording to me appear to be genuine and not fabricated or coached. If the amicus heard these accusations, is there any liability to the amicus? I've yet to see any evidence so far that Sophie is lying. Poor kid. Yeah, me either. What do you?
I
Okay,
wouldn't
so
think so.
yeah, because
Um,
they're just not going to hold attorneys or judges
no, because you
liable.
won't. Well, you won't get anybody that'll take an amicus case. I mean, that's not big money, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, it's
$500.
actually yeah,
You know,
you might
it's
be
not.
getting $40 an hour.
Yeah, I mean, as much as anything, if a judge appoints you as an amicus, you take it almost as a concession to the court. Okay,
Yeah.
fine, Your Honor. You do get paid, but it's not big money. You're not going to make a career out of it.
Mm-mm.
The amicus's role is basically just to be an advocate, but you know, not a high standard. And the amicus is not a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. Plus, it does sound like that amicus did do something, uh, filed a motion of some kind.
Yeah, but I don't know what that motion was.
Yeah,
If it might
you
have
know,
been, it
it's
might have
it's
been awful.
customary for amici to actually file an answer in a lot in cases where they actually are. It's a mock kind of thing where they at least down here they'll file an answer in opposition to whatever to whatever it is, but not in it. But this is a contested matter, so no, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea.
It seems unlikely the amicus could be in trouble.
Well, hopefully we'll have documents soon and we can take a look at it.
Yeah, I was
Uh,
unsuccessful by the way getting a hold of my folks.
that's fine. I think Ken might have the documents coming really soon. So hopefully, as long as the court gets kind of on the ball with that.
I'm not of that population that says children don't lie. That's of course ridiculous. But I just don't think it's highly likely that the girl could tell that convincing of a story, and apparently she's done it multiple times. You know, and it just the whole case stinks. There's something about it just doesn't sound. You know.
Hmm.
Oh, the dad
Uh,
made a motion to remove the amicus attorney. That's interesting. Somebody said that in the chat.
yeah, yeah, but I think the amicus
Maybe the
attorney.
amicus was
Well,
pro mom.
Siren, the reason I mention it is because when the dad was, the dad's lawyer mentioned to the judge that the amicus attorney, they asked if they were going to appoint a new amicus because the amicus attorney had an existing live motion before the court that had not been resolved. So
You
that's
would think though they wouldn't bring that up unless that motion was somehow in favor of the dad, though.
maybe, unless they just wanted to nail down
Yeah,
the
I
issue
think
to
so.
prevent an appeal or a mandamus.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. Uh, Got to see the documents. Edris Rex says, question for Ty. As a veteran of the old guard, do you have any advice for a DM about keeping the adventure interesting for themselves? My players are loving my game, but I'm struggling to find unobtrusive ideas that will keep my engagement with the game.
You got to remember that your job is to entertain, and if you entertain, you're doing it, and you got to find a way to get gratification out of that. That's We're not novelists. Inside every dungeon master is a frustrated novelist, I think. And we're not novelists, we're storytellers. We're actually modern versions of Homer, if you will. um, I take genuine pleasure in the fact that my players are having a good time, but you kind of have to learn to do that. That'd be my advice. And hey, look, if they're having a good time, that means they're going to tell everybody they know what a great DM you are.
Well, there you
That's
go.
what,
Win the DM championships. Aiden
yeah.
Paladin says, Ty, they sell that jalapeno cheese product at Little Caesars.
Do they? Okay. Okay. Well,
You'll have to find one.
I wonder if it'll stack up to the MRE cheese jalapeno though.
Usually hard to stack up to an MRE. Ryan79 says, Buffalo chicken pizza is great. I do like buffalo chicken pizza. I'm not going to lie. Bad Vibes says, I don't know if it's great, but I like it. Bad Vibes says, the amazing thing is how much info has been released. Body cam, CPS interview audio, CPS phone call, etc. Well, it's been released on social media. The question is how much has been introduced into court. And I mean, I'm sure all of it will get introduced. But there's a distinct difference between generating interest and even outrage on social media and having evidence be not only admissible but also valuably probative in court. You can get a lot of anger and furor going by showing stuff on social media that'll have no bearing on the outcome of a case.
But if the rumors are true and this judge fled the state out of
Oh
fear for
yeah,
that's
I'm speaking generally, uh,
yeah.
and like, but it just because we've seen a lot of stuff doesn't mean that all that stuff will have value. That's all I want to say. Just be careful with that, because a lot of people kind of get in the idea that, oh, I've seen this, therefore the judge will see this and see it the same way I do, is a
Yeah,
stretch.
also you're assuming that everything that's relevant is out there and it's probably not. I mean,
Yeah. Um,
I'm struggling to urge everyone not to draw any conclusions because we don't have all the evidence
I
yet.
thought you were gonna say I'm struggling to urge people not to draw and quarter the judge.
No, I'm not going to go that far just yet.
Yeah,
Because
I will.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's I want to hear. I'd like to hear the court side of this, but I think it's kind of incumbent upon someone to explain to us how this could happen, why this is not a complete collapse of the judicial system.
Yep.
I think it's a fair question.
Okay, and last chat of the evening.
Last but not least,
Wolfman says, "What are your thoughts on Rodizio grilled pineapple?" I have no thoughts on it. I've never had it.
what that is, yeah,
So,
but it's pineapple, so it's probably
yeah, probably, as long as it's not on a pizza. Uh, all right, guys. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you, Ty, of course.
hey. As always, I have a good time. Thank you, stream. It's always fun. Been a little while. I've been.
I'm
And
are you doing the thing on Sunday?
I was thinking about it. I've got something that may interfere, but I can probably move that. Are you gonna jump in?
I'm trying to work it out. There's something in my way right now, that I've
Yeah, he's a pretty good DM. He and the game is a pretty good. It's actually a really good derivative of classic AD&D.
well, I
Um,
I don't know anything about Buck Rogers, so it's hard
you
for
don't
me
have
to.
to. It's really just kind of generic science fiction. Um,
So I'll have to. I'm trying to move stuff in my schedule.
Players are good too. The other player is Flint going to play in this one
I think
or
so. I
yeah,
don't know who all is playing. I think he is, though. I think they were waiting on confirmation from you,
yeah.
and I've
I
been
think
invited. And
say yes because I can probably move my Sunday thing. I've got to send Mike a text back on that. So
I talked to Lady Rackets about it earlier, and she said there's this thing going on. Oh, she has a meeting, or there's there's
AD&D is spectrum disorder.
yeah,
Okay,
there's
I
a
really can't argue with that.
there's a no there's a homeschool meeting that at least one of us has to attend,
She
and
needs to do that, doesn't she?
yeah, usually she does happily. No, because
Yeah.
I don't take notes at that type of stuff, and she does. But there's like something else that might be happening that might require me to be like present,
Yeah.
rather than on a show. And so I just have to resolve that. And if I can, I'm gonna be on it. But I'm already gonna be doing D&D tomorrow. I'm doing D&D on Sunday, and so this would be a third role-playing game
It's
session
a repetitive thing lately.
the
So,
weekend. Yeah.
did did we ever do this? I've lost track of time. We ought to at some point do a little stream on homeschooling and all the oddness that is homeschooling.
We
Uh,
should.
yeah,
It's been requested. We've never done a full one, but it
yeah,
would be good.
it's, yeah, it's a whole different. By the way, as a result of the COVID, I'm assuming homeschooling in Texas is up 400%.
Oh yeah, it's booming all over the place.
It was very, very dubious of the teachers unions to allow people to educate their own children for a while.
One of the Well, in our area, one of the schools said, well, kids can come back, but only for 2 days a week. And
It's like,
I heard it, and we were in, like, a bunch of people were around, and I just burst out laughing. I said, it's so great because the lie of public education is it's just being brought to the forefront over and
yeah,
over and over.
they're,
It's
yeah,
just babysitters.
absolutely. No, I mean, really, well, what's happened, and I figured this would happen. All of a sudden, a bunch of parents got their kids at home, and their kids weren't getting into trouble, weren't doing drugs, weren't doing a lot of things they were doing at school, and as a result of school. And while maybe the education wasn't optimum, I would be very surprised if there was any serious decline in the actual learning, because actual learning is such a minimal part of public education.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think even private schools to a large degree are overrated in that education stuff
You're
myself.
paying for a babysitter. I mean, either way, that's the main benefit of the school system is it is a babysitter. The vast majority of people can do as competent of a job teaching their children with the help of a curriculum that a school does, and they can do it faster.
No question. And of course, nowadays the resources available to homeschoolers is light years away from what it was 20 years ago when we homeschooled. When we did it, it was, I mean, you had to put together a lot of the curriculum yourself. But what happened was the educational publishers went, holy crap, there's this large group of relatively affluent people that will buy our stuff. And so they just repackaged a lot of the curriculum that the public schools were using.
Yep.
Um, the advantage of being able to tailor the learning to your specific child is hard to overstate. You can't, I mean, if you have a child that is either especially fast or especially slow, homeschooling is going to be of particular value.
Oh yeah.
Because public education is they have to aim at about the 40th percentile. And if your kid is outside that is significantly away from that, you could easily impart 2 or 3 times the amount of learning per day.
Mm-hmm.
It's yeah, yeah, we ought to. It was an interesting. It's probably I'd like to hear about how y'all are doing it, because again, y'all are, we're done. We stopped homeschooling effectively, several years back, but with all the new stuff, and of course, Texas is Minnesota very homeschool friendly.
It is.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It wasn't. And then I think it was 30 years ago, um, the Homeschool Legal Defense Fund kicked the shit out of the state in court. And after that, it blew up because they tried to have like teaching license requirements for homeschool parents and stuff like that. And they came in and they blew that out. And so
We're back to that fundamental right
yeah.
thing. Yeah. Strict scrutiny. Yeah, Texas is extraordinarily homeschool friendly. If you're a homeschooler in Texas, your kids can actually attend public schools to whatever level you want them to. So if I was homeschooling a son, he could play football at the
Yep.
local high school if you wanted
Yeah,
to.
ours can too.
Yeah, it's, and we're treated legally as though we were a private school. That's the fiction. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, let's do that sometime. That'll be fun.
Oh, here we go. There's one more chat that came in. Angry
Hey.
Baneling says, Nick, there are pizza shops here in India that sell pizzas with carrot, tomato, and cucumber toppings. Absolute degeneracy, man. In response to that, I just have to simply say, I support Pakistan.
I couldn't go that far, but yeah, it is degenerate though. There's no question.
All right. We got to wrap up. It's
Yeah,
it's 4
man,
in the morning.
yeah, and I've actually got to be somewhere in the morning. So
Why would you do this to yourself?
Oh yeah, it's you, Nick. I couldn't turn you down.
That's true. That's true. Well, thank you so much for coming on. Hang out for just a second, and
Sure.
thank you
Thanks
to
for
the
having me.
stream. We'll see you guys. We'll see you guys soon. Have a good night. Peace, guys. Peace.